Guten Morgen, Elida. What's up? What's up? Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? It's been kind of chilly here too. Very gray and brooding kind of weather in Ohio. Seems fitting for the times. It do seem a bit fitting. To be fair, like I definitely prefer it be gray and brooding than it is in like half the country where it's pissing rain and flooding, and the other half where it's just wind and tornadoes. We're gonna see some of that today. In fact, it's not looking all that good. It's not looking all that good. And of course, like, we're making it worse, but that's a whole other story. It is what it is. We're going to talk a lot about a lot of things today. In fact, we're actually going to get to some of the segments I didn't get to yesterday, like Russia, whether we stunlock or not. And I do have some, like, actually funny, if not actually fun stuff to talk about as well. But I suppose we could start off, and we'll start off with something not so fun. Could you guys believe that there has been another plane crash? I'm sure everyone can. This one into a residential neighborhood. Not looking good. How's the pain today? It's there. It's about as bad as any other day. Not like the other day where I just couldn't get out of bed. Thankfully. The cold really makes it worse.
This morning at approximately 3:45, 3:47, we have reports of a plane down in the Murphy Canyon neighborhood. San Diego Fire quickly coordinated a response for a plane down incident, and our units responded and started to investigate. Upon arrival, they found multiple vehicles on fire, excuse me, and multiple homes on fire.
I think it was like over a dozen homes on fire, actually. 2 people are dead in this. I don't know what the actual cause of the crash was. I didn't look into it. Like, there's data out there. I didn't care. But I do know that this plane took off from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, made a stop in Kansas, and then was flying to California. This crashed in San Diego, so. They did make it to California. Surprisingly. Yeah, like, holes in people's house. Imagine, like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You're asleep. Probably up over here. And that happens. I mean, that's one way to wake up, but, you know, Doge Aviation Syndrome? Exactly, Greg. Or Greg Prime.
This is one of the largest military housing units in the world.
The world is bad.
Certainly, we have a lot of military families that are impacted.
We're going to make sure we do a step-by-step process of going through the housing units.
Look, beyond that, let me just jump over to their local news, because local news coverage is infinitely better than national mainstream media these days.
Right now, with that deadly plane crash in San Diego, police saying at least 2 people were killed and 8 others injured on the ground. The FAA now
8 others injured. That part I didn't hear before.
6 people were on board that plane. Just within the last hour, a music talent agency confirmed 3 of its employees died in the crash, including the group's co-founder.
Eating bulletproof bullet? No, they ate them all. There's none left. Like, at this point, again, like, first of all, there was 8 people on board that plane and only 2 died. So that's impressive. You know, I'm glad all of them didn't die, especially for a small passenger aircraft that's crashing into a residential street. In fact, it looks like it kind of just skid along the asphalt, so.
The talent group says co-founder Dave Shapiro was killed when the private plane went down early this morning.
Like, the
he
parts
is listed
are
as
everywhere.
The owner of the plane and does
No, it
have
wasn't
a
a Boeing, it was a
pilot's
Cessna.
license. The group did not identify the other 2
A Cessna 550B, I think?
employees killed. Now, the crash happened in San Diego's Tierra Santa neighborhood, just a few miles from the Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport, where that plane was due to land. Over 100 people have now been displaced because of the crash.
Eyewitness News reporter Jessica
this is what happens. And like, obviously, we don't need to go too far into it because we know what the cause of this is. Really, it's the lack of air traffic controllers. If you've like been paying attention to the discourse on air traffic controllers in general, in any part of the country, I mean, like here, air traffic controller. There's 9 hours ago.
There's the old saying that an air traffic controller is responsible for more lives and one
The
shift.
day-to-day job, what ATCs do, the biggest challenges. Let's just see what do they actually do. And I'm not the kind of nut who believes in omens and shit, but if I was, y'all, really, brain matter, I'm starting to, okay? Obviously I'm kidding, like not really, but if I was religious, it really does look like God's punishing the United States. So I wouldn't want to be an air traffic controller in a society that does that always wants to blame someone other than like lack of investment. Beyond that, even I wouldn't want to be an air traffic controller because they're understaffed, underfunded, and they're doing the jobs of several people. And some of them, like I've seen people who have this job saying you feel like playing God every time you go into work. Almost like reckless actions have catastrophic consequences. Who could have predicted that? And what's up, Sister Doll? What's up, Shufo Poofer? There's been a crisis in the recruitment for like 20 plus years. It's not surprising that Trump rocking the boat caused so much chaos. Yeah, like imagine a industry that's so critical to safety and like the actual functions of a different industry working, but then going in and firing these people and taking it apart, like the entire agency, firing the head of the agency. Why? What do you think that's going to happen? What possible outcome could be, what could possibly happen other than this? What could possibly be the outcome? YouTube chat doesn't show up on my screen anymore? What? That's weird. It should be. Hold on. Let me see if this helps. So refresh chat and then jump over, refresh chat again. And now it should. Try again, Shard, while you're over on YouTube. There we go. Never mind. Perfect. 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 What's up, Lennon? Good to see ya. So like,
To radar control.
I do love that. The biggest challenges. Let's talk about like how hard this job is. That, you know, fucking up could result in things like this. Again, just because I closed it already. Let me pull it back up. Like
Of a politician or somebody in office.
There we go. Like a fucking passenger jet crashing into a residential neighborhood again. Into a house again. Yeah, I don't want to fly when the people making sure I don't fall out of the sky are understaffed. Let alone fall out of the sky, by the way, Lennon, because there's also, you know, crash into another plane in the sky, or crash into another plane while landing, or just crash while landing. Like,
We should have.
crash while taking
versus the
off.
numbers that we do have. And that is in no way to place blame on anybody because that is not, you know,
Exploding
not my forte,
midair.
so to speak.
But have they
it is a
made sure that they're not trans? Genuinely, like if my fucking captain for the plane I'm getting on is not trans, bi, gay, queer, black, Hispanic, a woman, like if my pilots are cis straight white men, I'm not getting on that fucking plane. Fuck that. All like the past few months has proven to me is that diversity is what keeps planes in the air.
challenge when you have to work multiple radar sectors combined.
Oh, of course, Merton Esper. Plane crashes itself isn't always the fault of air traffic control. Pilot errors and mechanical stuff play a huge factor in that as well. And part of air traffic control's, job is to let the pilots know if there is like reported conditions ahead by like another plane, or if there is like, first of all, if they're cleared to take off, because, you know, before you take off, the air traffic control tower has to say, you're cleared for takeoff, which means all of the checks have gone through and everything is in order, paperwork-wise, there's no planes immediately in front of you. Like, their job is not keeping the plane just in the air. It is keeping the planes from crashing into other planes. It is also part of their job to, say that you did everything, or like all of the lights flicked on in the tower as you did your pre-flight checks, as you report back, like, hey, okay, this is happening. And they'll be like, okay, no, that's been reported. That's a fault in that plane from, like, the last pilot reported it. We looked into it. There's nothing wrong there. Like, there are multiple jobs. As he's saying right here, the people in the tower are not the only air traffic controllers. It's a very broad term that can apply to a large amount of people that work in airports. I don't know. If it ain't gay, I'm not going there. Jesus Christ. They're literally essential workers. Society takes them for granted because when everything runs smoothly, we are not paying attention to them. Well, I mean, we know how society feels about essential workers in general from COVID. My take is I don't care who's flying the plane. I assume they've done their homework. Well, you don't live in America, though, Bulletproof Bullet. You know, when you're outside of the U.S., that's an easier assumption to make. I would make that assumption here. But in the States, no, I'm sorry. I need some kind of, like, evidence that you are not insane. Death cults don't like when people aren't dying? Well, I mean, that's their problem. I fucking would like less people to be dying. Really, you know, shockingly. Death cults are a bad thing. And having your country run by a death cult is going to lead to people dying. I don't know who could have done that math, but, you know, who will think of the death cults? I know. Or they're trying to groom the death cults away from death cultism. It's sad. Being a pilot and being neurotypical in any way is exceedingly rare. You got to be at least a little gay to learn how to fly a plane. I would have imagined that a lot of pilots have, like, ADHD. And plus, there is a history of stimulant use among pilots, at least, like, historically. I don't know how, like common that is still today, and if it is, it's almost certainly prescription stimulants and not, you know, cocaine, like it was back in the day. A lot of these people are on Adderall, Vyvanse, they're taking modafinil. Like, there are drugs at play that keep you more alert, that keep you more able to pay attention. It's a team effort to keep a plane in the air and get it to where it's going. You have, like, per plane going from any airport to any other airport in that country, there's more than 100 people that work on that plane at any given time. There's maintenance to be accounted for, there's air traffic control, obviously, but there's also flight attendants, there's also the cooks, there's also the pilots, there's also the co-pilot, there's also the staff at the airport who is going to be loading up people's baggage onto the plane or unloading it and bringing it back to the terminal. Like, there is a lot that goes into this, and we just kind of only think about the pilots. It's almost as if, I don't know, flying as a human being is difficult. What happened to our species that, like, we lost any amount of rational thought? Like, I know what happened. It's the way that we socialize. It's the way that we engage with material. It's the way that we consume news. But that's not the reason for us taking things for granted. That's not new. We've been taking shit for granted. But I don't know, like, basic things like flying are not generally attributed to humans. You know, that's a basic concept that I feel like most of us could have agreed to not that long ago. You know, people don't naturally fly, therefore flying is hard, therefore the things that are assisting the humans to fly are important, and if there are people flying in the air, then those things that are important to assist them in doing that being taken away will result them falling out of the sky. Like, we could have thought of this. We could have logicked this out, but we're just not interested in it anymore. We're not capable of it, really. I think it goes further than just being uninterested in that. I think we just don't care. I'd be interested to see if there's any data out there about the amygdalas of pilots. I'm sure there is, and I would also be interested. Bulletproof Bullet, my buddy, his dad was a pilot for Air Canada. His co-pilot one day was a flat earther, and they were flying a Boeing 787. And this is what the fuck I mean. You're a goddamn pilot. You can see the curvature of the Earth with your eyes. I'd be on a flight where the captain is on cocaine. At least he knows how to have fun. Fair. Only if we're headed to Vegas. He was shocked. He said that the guy is a great pilot, but he spent his entire flight grilling him about flat Earth. This is a rather new thing. I think a lot of that comes from COVID. COVID broke a lot of people's brains, and a lot of people's gateway conspiracy was anti-vax, which then led them to things like flat Earth, which then led them to QAnon. Like, conspiracies kind of all work together in that once you are a conspiracy theorist, all of the conspiracies are real. They all fit in together. They are all connected because nothing can happen by accident, as we've seen on Contra. And then you get to a point where it doesn't matter if your eyes are lying, are showing that you're lying to yourself constantly, day after day, because you don't just become a flat earther. You convince yourself you're a flat earther. Other people convince you the Earth is flat, but you also convince yourself. Because most people, and by most people, I mean all people on this planet that weren't literally insane prior to 15 years ago, were not flat earthers. And to become one, you had to decide to do that. You had to decide that A, this topic is worth engaging with, B, that there is something about the curvature of the Earth that is suspicious, and C, that you don't believe in it. People have tried to convince me the Earth is flat. I didn't make the choice to agree with them, because it's not. You have to make that choice. Nobody is just, okay, you've convinced me without a shadow of a doubt. No, it's because it's easy. It's because accepting the Earth is flat makes accepting other conspiracies that might make you feel better about something easier. Visora, why don't you have wings? We all can fly. I have wings. You just can't see them. They're invisible. You go through all the motions without understanding the background, yeah. If I don't immediately understand it, then it must not be important. Correction, actually, brain matter. It's if I don't immediately understand it, it's not real. It used to be that. It used to be if I don't understand it, it's not important. Now it's just it's not real. Once you go full doppelganger, I don't know how you can get back. I don't either. All of the conspiracies feed each other. And once you're primed for one, you're primed for all of them. And then it just becomes a vicious cycle of you can be freed of all of your conspiratorial beliefs now, but you're already primed for the next one. It's hard. Bush did do 9/11 though. You can't convince me otherwise. I can. I'm not going to, but I could. Bush didn't do 9/11. I don't think 9/11 would have happened if, let's say, Bush had lost and Al Gore was president, but I don't think Bush did 9/11. I think, if anything, the evidence of how hard they tried to go to war with Iraq instead of Afghanistan first shows that Bush didn't do 9/11. I don't know. That's as far as I'm going to go with that. I don't really care. So speaking of people dying from preventable things, though less so in this case, but still kind of our own making, weather conditions are getting really bad everywhere, and that includes Australia. We saw some of the flooding yesterday, but 3 people died overnight.
Wells remains in the grip of a flooding crisis as we go to air this morning, with 3 people now confirmed dead and fears for another after days of heavy rain. Torrential downpours have pelted the area from the Central Coast right up to Grafton during the week, with Taree, Port Macquarie, Wauchope, Kempsey, Maxville and Coffs Harbour among the hardest hit places.
The Bureau of Meteorology says despite conditions starting to ease on the mid-north coast, it is far from over. More than 100 schools will be closed today. The SES has now responded to more than 1,000 incidents. We'll hear from them and the Bureau later this hour, but let's begin our coverage with
really
Emma Rennie, who's in Coffs Harbour. Emma,
before they start that, long like Homo sapien conspiracy is addicting in its own sense. It's really a rush to feel like you have come across some secret knowledge on YouTube somehow. Everyone wants to feel like they have classified info. True, 100% true. And beyond that, it's not just addicting because it's that secret information. It's addicting in the same way that MAG is addicting, in that you have created a community around this. And that community is how you engage socially. Again, a lot of people that are conspiracy nuts don't tend to go outside very often. Going outside is risking your conspiracy. It's a positive feedback loop. Florida's about to be past tense, thank God. I mean, hopefully the people that are worth saving in Florida leave before that happens. It was actually Giuliani who did 9/11. Honestly, more true than Bush, at least in the case of fuck Giuliani, more than Bush. At least Bush didn't become Donald Trump's bitch boy. So, you know, even though he's a war criminal, he's still less shitty of a person than Giuliani. If they know anything about actual secret info, they'd be bored to death by it. Yeah, most secret info is pretty fucking boring. Sorry, like my community's full of people who will call me the fuck out. Me too. Bush or Israel did 9/11, I'm not sure. It's neither. It's not that. Although Israel did know and did actually tell us. It's just like the switch up in a Republican, from a Democrat to a Republican administration likely got some of that information lost in the chain of command, and it's just like, it's a whole other thing. We benefited as a country from 9/11. Don't get me wrong. Like, if Bush knew, he probably would have let it happen. But I don't think he did know. And I don't think he let it happen. I don't think he did it either. I think he absolutely would have. Not in any way, like, discounting that. If he knew, they just would have let it happen. They just didn't know, and it happened, is my take. It's also addictive because of the lack of information that allows people to fill in the blanks with their own imagination. And that's where I was getting the it makes them feel better about something part. It's the allowing you to fill in the blanks on this allows you to fill in the blanks for a lot of other things.
good morning. Some incredibly sad news with more casualties in the past 24 hours.
Yes, good morning, Emma. That's right. We did.
And we do know it was Saudi Wahhabis from the royal family, yeah, but like that's fact. Like 19 Saudis trained in Afghanistan attacked America, and we invaded Iraq. We tried really hard to invade Iraq too. We didn't have the justification. If we were going to use this as a false flag to invade Iraq, we would have prepped for that.
Here yesterday morning about the death of a 63-year-old man whose body was found in his home at Moto, northeast of Taree, a grandfather called David Knowles.
That's so sad.
But since then, authorities have confirmed another 2 people have died in this disaster.
It's really sad. I mean, like, first of all, New South Wales gets flooding like this every year, but it's getting worse every year that goes on. And it is still incredibly weird to me that New South Wales is flooded to this degree, so is parts of, like, Victoria, and then South Australia is in a drought, when there is no degree of consistency on a continent in weather patterns, at least in, like, consistency from year to year, not consistency from area to area. Like, obviously, the weather in California and the weather in New York are going to be different, but what the weather is in New York, in the past at least, was not difficult to guess based on the time of year. And now that's no longer the case, and it's no longer the case here. Droughts are more common in summer, except it's been a drought since last winter here in South Australia. Rain happens all the time, obviously. Floods are pretty fucking commonplace, but every single rain event now in New South Wales ends up like this. Every time that it's raining for a day, a storm appears, it ends up like this. Every time. That's not normal. Consistency in the time of year has also changed. It was flooding like this in New South Wales in the middle of fucking summer, in the dry season. Literally every rainy day is a flood threat. In parts of Australia, yeah. If you live in northern New South Wales or southern, Queensland, yeah. Not, 100%, but like more so than it ever has been. TF in Japan, if Bush does 9/11, then Kamala did 7/11. True. I feel like false flags are kind of hard to do, kind of hard to keep people from leaking, hard to get the entire departments on board. You're right, and hard to keep investigatory agencies from uncovering that shit. False flags are not really worth doing. More, it's just like letting the bad thing happen rather than doing it yourself and then blaming it on someone else now. That's been the pattern pretty consistently for years now in terrorist attacks that are then used to justify like furthering violence. It's not doing it yourself, it's allowing it to happen. I mean, remember, Israel had 3 days of notice about October 7th, at least from Egypt, let alone anyone else. I blame Joe Biden for the flooding in Australia. I blame Scott Morrison.
South and will continue to move south. So the risk is not over yet, and there are still a lot of emergency warnings, around 40 emergency warnings and 150 warnings in total in place at the moment. But what we're going to be seeing is the potential of renewed river rises as floodwaters make their way downstream. So still not necessarily seeing...
That's the other issue here, in that like the rivers tend to flood, which is impressive considering we have private corporations and individuals that set up little traps on these rivers so that when it rains like this, they can steal some of that water and then sell it as a speculative commodity when they do floodplain harvesting. All the way down from Queensland to New South Wales, actually, the Murray-Darling is being exploited for that. Floodplain harvesting. Let me just grab a picture to show you guys that in case you might not have seen this. It is entirely lawful, by the way. The government allows it to happen. And, I mean, we sell it to other countries. Not even, like, just Australian citizens can do this. Canada has a public program where they use public money to invest in water, like speculative water harvesting in Australia.
What is floodplain harvesting? During a rain event, water usually flows across the land into creeks and then into rivers.
The thing is, right, you would think that
harvesting involves building earthworks, such
that harvesting this water like this, like it's reducing the water. You would think that floods would be less often a problem here. However, no, because it erodes the soil when you do this.
As levees, canals, pipes and pumps to divert water into private dams. Less water flows into natural waterways, meaning less water flows downstream.
Under
floodplain harvesting mostly occurs in the northern Murray-Darling Basin.
Oh, by the way, literally changing the map. Right over here, there is a place called Cubby Station, which is actually one of the largest floodplain harvesting sites in Australia, which is actually owned by Chinese and Japanese companies. It's owned by Shandong Ryun, which is, I think, 49% Chinese and 51% Japanese ownership. Literally, like, to foreign countries, we sell not just natural resources like coal, gold, iron ore, it's water, and you get to play with it on the stock market. It's speculative. Water prices go up and down based on how much it's raining. And if you, let's say, are going to build a place to do floodplain harvesting, build a reservoir, then your input of an investment money to like build this entire place out and to build the systems that you're going to collect the water, if it doesn't rain, you lose money. That's where it becomes like a stock. How does one sell water overseas? They collect it, put it into tanks, and then sell it and just load it up onto a ship.
Basin. Around 1,800 private water storages have been built. On-farm water storage capacity has massively increased since 1988. Is floodplain harvesting legal? Probably not.
It is, actually. It is legal. Let me put some water on this boat and ship it to you. Yeah, this seems stupidly expensive. It is, but also water is stupidly expensive and a very rare commodity. Fresh, drinkable water, it's not, you know, easy to find. There's literally one source of fresh water in the world that is still growing in size and not shrinking, and that's the Great Lakes in the United States. So if you need fresh water and you don't have that, then you buy it. And like, Canada has plenty of fresh water. I don't know why the fuck they buy it. Probably to sell to someone else even. But China and Japan, they make money off this. A lot of these people don't even care about the water. They just care about making the money. Great Lakes, that border is artificial and arbitrary. Well, you can see why we might want it. But speaking of weather, and by the way, again, remember that that kind of shit makes storms worse later on. We're seeing this kind of shit in America as well. All over the place, really. 37 million people across 9 states are currently at risk in the United States from new severe storms. Let's have a look. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Did we create a like new type of hurricane? They would drain the Great Lakes and sell the water? Well, I don't think they would sell it, actually. I think they would drain the Great Lakes and then keep it for themselves.
Mandatory evacuations in areas of hard-hit Kentucky, where new storms are already rolling in.
Prepare to take shelter.
After more than 50 confirmed tornadoes and 28 storm-related deaths since Friday, 37 million people across...
28 people died since Friday. Where is all the anger for the government, like, ignoring all of these dying people, all of these people in need of assistance? I mean, like, yes, we know that a lot of the bots online, or rather a lot of MAGA online were bots, but where are all of the people who were mad? Like, FEMA's not doing enough. The Biden is sitting in his office, like, immediately after even Biden signing the thing, being like, hey, FEMA, go help these people. Why isn't FEMA helping? Where are all these people? Were any of them real? Not a single one of them? Y'all gotta remember that the desalination is an incredibly energy-intensive process, and they aren't shipping water across the sea for the lulz. It is a shitty cost-benefit analysis. Exactly. Thoughts and prayers. This is all part of God's plan? Yeah, I suppose. God's plan to wipe out Tennessee, half of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and, was that fucking... That's Virginia? The one above Tennessee. I'm usually good with this. It's like on the tip of my tongue too. I'm not gonna move on until I find out. Let's see. That would be, and I can't see that because your image is too small. Kentucky. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna say, like, the fuck. You don't. Since when do I have trouble with geography?
The Midwest and South are now at risk from more severe weather, with the potential for large hail and devastating twisters. Governor, we saw how destructive the tornadoes were. What worries you the most about this next round?
What worries me about this next round, especially here, is the amount of debris.
Anticipated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, potentially turning debris piles into projectiles. In Illinois, everyone in the state's capital in Springfield urged to shelter in the basement.
Tornado.
Yeah, hold on. I want to see that one more time. How did Kentucky get a Democratic governor? Luck.
About this next round, especially here, is the amount of debris.
Anticipated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, potentially turning debris piles into projectiles. In Illinois, everyone in the state's capital in Springfield urged to shelter in the basement.
Tornado warning on the top floor of the Capitol.
And in St. Louis,
I hope that they have to do that every day. I hope that, like, every day now, people who live in Tornado Alley have to go into a basement because they get a tornado warning. You do realize we're making this worse, right? There's a reason why these storms are getting worse. It's because we're undoing the things that we did to prevent another dust bowl from forming. As well as, like, climate change, of course. But, well, the Democrat governor, they for sure ain't getting any FEMA help. There, like, isn't any FEMA to help them. I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, here's Josh Hawley yesterday begging for FEMA help, but I didn't realize this still exists. Like, I'm sure the agency still has a name, but, like, who's paying money into it?
Commit to helping for those 3 major disaster declaration requests that are pending. Will you help expedite those, Secretary Noem, and get those in front of the president, get those approved? We are desperate for the assistance in Missouri.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there is no
sure
FEMA.
The application gets to the White House as soon as possible.
Fantastic, thank you. And can I also have your commitment that if and when the president approves a major disaster declaration for this storm that just happened on Friday in St. Louis, will you expedite as much as possible FEMA individual assistance for those who qualify for it in the St. Louis area?
Like, I thought the states should take care of their own. You know, states can handle this. I don't think any federal money should be going to the states, they said. Except, you know, everyone's a socialist after a natural disaster. Everyone. FEMA probably has like 4 employees, and they're all probably fucking 19-year-old incels. Even red states are not getting any help. Someone on Blue Sky created a map of where the Weather Service will no longer be able to operate in the U.S. 24/7 anymore. Can you possibly link me that, Desolate Mirror? I'd like to see that map. The people in woke country don't deserve help because they're woke. The people in non-woke country ain't getting any help. I was today years old when I found out that Churchill caused a famine that killed like 3 million people. I mean, yeah, Churchill was kind of shit, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's see this map. Ryan Hall is a great weather resource to support. Support it. So, all of the red area is where you won't be able to get 24/7 cover. Why is this so spread out? That's such a weird way of doing this. Are they slowly cutting it down? This is incredibly weird. Of places where you're not going to get 24/7 weather reports from. Perhaps we can airdrop pamphlets with environmental education into the hurricanes for greater reach. That's not a bad idea. We should laminate them and then drop them into hurricanes. Except you might have to, like, I don't know, make sure they're not sharp, like round out the edges a bit so that we don't have flying fucking paper shurikens as part of the hurricane. Thank God I don't live in the up. Thank God I don't live in the U.S.
5 people died following Friday's tornado. Frustration and calls for accountability.
Oh, those are all Democratic strongholds. I get that, but, like, why only there? I don't get.
No side. Nothing came through.
The mayor saying new procedures are now in place after the warning sirens failed to alert the public.
At the end of the day, the siren failure should have never happened, and it never will happen again.
The whole house was shaking, and you could hear the tin ripping off.
Back in Kentucky, Shelby Gregory grateful his family made it through the storm alive.
Where do you go from here?
I can't describe the overwhelming, the generosity and help from everybody.
What is that, the United Piss Pile? Is that what the country's called now? I have no idea what you mean, Comrade Lennon.
You can replace everything I lost. I mean, my family's alive. I'm here, so that's all that matters to me.
This time,
and shelters like
this time, this is like, that's the other thing, is like, people have shit happen to them and they're like, oh, you know, I have my life and I have my family and like we can replace all the stuff that doesn't matter. And he's right. And then, you know, they're learning and then they immediately forget it. Because once my shit's sorted out, then it doesn't matter again. Everyone's a socialist after a natural disaster, and then they get their shit sorted out and then go right back to not giving a fuck. Exhale. Anyways, have a good stream. I hope you all peaceful, loving, and caring. I'll see you again soon. Not sticking around today, but fair enough. Good to see you. See you next time. I think these MAGA people really have no idea how government prevents them from basic public health and food security hazards. They don't, and they're about to find out, and they're not going to believe it anyway. So who cares? They're going to blame some other country. They're going to blame Mexico. They're going to blame Canada. They're going to blame liberals. They're going to blame leftists, which they think is the same thing. They're going to blame Joe Biden from beyond the grave after he dies of ass cancer. It doesn't matter. I wonder what communities will suffer disproportionately, and certainly it is not done with malicious intent. Certainly. Yeah, absolutely. You want to see what, like, it looks like inside a tornado?
Those insane views out of Oklahoma. According to the drone storm chasing Project Otis, this is a perspective no one has ever seen before inside a tornado. It is one of the first tornadoes that has ever physically been intercepted by a drone, all cleared by the FAA. Really cool. Joining us now is the pilot, Lewis Tucker. Lewis,
no, give me the fucking video.
Incredible flying. Like, watching that, you get nervous for the drone. What are this, first of all, like, how are you able to do this? What are the specs on this drone that it can fly into a tornado without just spinning out of control?
Long like Homo sapien, maybe we should kill all the sparrows.
Yeah, so this is a fully custom-built drone from scratch.
Chicken, I didn't get to check your message. I've been getting ready for stream. I'll have a look at it after I'm done, because I couldn't look at it before.
And I have a lot of drone racing experience, and that's where I'm coming from.
But yeah,
with
no
other
worries.
members in this project, and we built something that could fly inside of a tornado.
And as we see it get
this was
closer
cleared
to the
by the
tornado,
FAA,
does it get kind of
I
sucked
don't know
into
why
the
it wouldn't
vortex,
be.
or is this you flying?
I don't know why the FAA wouldn't clear this. Like, it's just like a hobby drone flying into a tornado. The worst thing that happens is this guy loses his drone.
With those winds, it is swirling around and keeping the camera trained on the center there?
It is really cool.
Yeah, so during this moment, I'm actually flying against the winds. I was waiting for the tornado to fully condense before flying in. And at this moment, you can see me going against the winds, flying inside, and then just matching the speed in order to get some really interesting thermodynamic data.
And tell us a little bit about that data. What kind of data did you detect there?
Yeah, so on our drone, we're gathering all different kinds of data. We're getting relative humidity, wind speed, pressure, temperature, and we're gathering everything we can to really help understand how tornadoes are
look
forming.
how fast this thing is moving, by the way. Like, genuinely, watch from this tree as we're moving, and look how many seconds it takes for it to get to the road.
We're gathering everything we can to really help understand how tornadoes are forming, why they weaken, and why they strengthen.
7 seconds. 7 seconds from that first tree to the road. That's pretty fast. I bet you could convince MAGA that the sparrows are Chinese spy bots. I mean, look, you know, maybe we do need, like, a nice little famine to teach some people some shit. So, the sparrows are Chinese spy bots. What's up, Zachap? Good to see ya. Everyone go and drop Zach a follow if you don't already, although I imagine most of you do. They want to cover up the fact that tornadoes are constructed by the deep state to terrorize people. Yep, absolutely.
I can watch this video, and I have watched this video many times today.
Stop making
as
jokes
many Americans
by, like, agreeing with you guys as a joke, because some dipshit's gonna take it seriously.
Are right now. I know that you got the FAA to approve you for this. I think this is one of the first approvals of something that we're probably going to see a lot more of as the technology like catches up here. But like, how did that approval process go?
We're watching HARP. What is, like, this was funded by HARP? No.
It took a very, very long time. Something like this had never been done before. and it took us about a year to get full clearance and approval by the FAA. This might be one of the longest waivers that I've ever seen.
MAGA. I love that, actually. MAGA commies are, by the way, just Nazis. You do realize that, right? Because they're like National Socialists. But MAGA, that works too. At least that one they're not gonna immediately, like, brain hole. So, HARP, or whatever the weather manipulation conspiracy thing is. Oh, right. I was gonna say, because, like, HARP studies weather. HARP stands for the High Frequency Active something research program. Auroral. But yeah.
From the FAA to do something like this, because there's so many things involved.
I don't know. I've never just, like, even considered the fact of someone flying a drone with a camera into a fucking tornado, and I think that that's amazing.
You see the future of storm chasing going after this video?
Is this? Everyone buy a drone.
Yeah, so the reason why that we're using drones for this project,
like, it's coming
is
right
to
at you.
better understand how tornadoes form and work from a distance, right? Because traditionally people
This has to be like a good drone too, right? Because like a shitty drone's rotor would just fall off. Are we in Kansas anymore? Unfortunately, I don't think Kansas is in Kansas anymore. Right. So we're going to jump off the weather news. We're going to start, you know, moving the topics. But first, I do want to show you something incredibly funny. $16 drone from Temu. I mean, that'll work. I don't think you can fly that into a tornado. That might break, but you can get a drone for $16 off Temu, especially if you don't live in the US. Throw like a little camera on it, and there you go. Practice learning how to fly it. I feel like most of us should be learning at least how to fly a drone and how drones work, because they're going to be much more common. And especially if you like live in a place that might experience conflict, you might want to know how a drone works just for your own safety. So we're gonna jump onto a very funny story, but first, I wouldn't say no worries, had this chicken. Those were incredibly baseless accusations you throw away. Yeah, look, I do agree. It hurt my feelings, but I'll talk to you later about it, Headless Chicken, because I haven't read the rest of your DMs, and I don't know what you said in there, and I also don't want to, like, I'm not publicly shaming you here. Like, I want this community to work on stuff by communicating with each other and like talking shit out. So, did you cover the shooting thing already? No, I haven't. I'm going to get to that in a bit. That's, I think, second hour material. We just mostly started off with some weather stuff, actually, Zach. This is a bit of an icebreaker, and is incredibly funny. A Japanese cabinet minister lost his job over making a joke about rice. And I think that that is the most Japanese thing that I could possibly think of today.
Japanese minister has lost his job after making a joke about rice. It's no laughing matter in a country where prices have been skyrocketing amid a cost of living crisis.
Japan's agriculture minister Taku Ito is out of a job after an ill-timed joke about never having to buy rice went down the wrong way.
Personally, I would like to apologize again for making an...
they're not exactly good, Shufu Poofer. Japan has some fucked up shit of their own. You're gonna need the ability to fly a drone during the guerrilla campaign of 2029. Those pigs won't roast themselves. You're gonna need to learn how to fly a drone if you're gonna be in any kind of campaign, but you should also know how they work if you don't plan to fly one anyway, in case, you know, you're trying to not get hit by a drone, or to not be seen by a drone, or maybe you're going to take one apart or fix a drone for somebody. Like, learn how to do this while you have the opportunity in a neutral environment is what I mean. Cool, thanks, Headless Chicken. I will. I'll have a read at what you said after stream. So like this is funny, but yeah, don't say that like the Japanese have a good political system.
Appropriate comment as the minister in charge, while the Japanese people are struggling with rice prices.
Officials have blamed the situation on poor harvest due to hot weather and high fertilizer costs. The government has even tapped into its emergency rice stockpile, but that's done little to ease the pressure.
Thanks, Lennon, yeah.
The rice price hike is...
All right, we can leave that there because we're going to talk about Israel and the shooting in the United States over the Israeli embassy next. But first, But first, like an actual, like, random miscellaneous video while I get the sources ready. This guy is wild for doing his job. Like, the way, not only, like, is this a wild job, but, like, look at the way he's engaging with the lions.
Get out with the lions.
Yeah, it's the job. As I said, we had to show the locals how to do this.
Oh my God.
They don't do this.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here.
So, this one here.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
Get off there. Hey, stop.
Mate, are you all right there?
Yeah. Hey, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
Who says lions don't know about politics? Hey!
Oh
my.
What the fuck? You're gonna just smack the lion like that? Holy shit. Like, obviously, like, this is his job. The lions know him. But that would be... I don't care if I've been doing this for 30 years.
God.
That's a terrifying thing to do.
Trump.
Who says lions don't know about politics?
Also, this lion's name is Donald Trump, and I think that's funny.
Hey!
Oh my God.
Stop it. Look, and this is what you call total control.
He's fucking holding the lion named Donald Trump by the balls. Like, literally.
And this is what you
he's grabbing his testicles. It's so hard to see. But, like, here, you can see its balls hanging.
Look,
and that's what he grabs.
Total control.
He's grabbing the balls of a lion.
Oh my God.
Hey, come on, get away. Come on, get away.
Get,
Mate, I can't
smacking
believe
the lion.
Get away. Shut up. Get away. Go on.
I think she likes
Lions are just big cats, but they're big cats that can accidentally hurt you too. You know, like a lion just licking you will cut you up. No. He's don't hate our species. The thing he's spraying is like good. It keeps parasites off of them, and also like it's a fucking lion. The smack might be audible, but I highly doubt that lion is feeling it. Or that it hurts or anything. This is like a actual thing that they spray on the lions to keep parasites off them. It's also a way of like spray bottling them of, hey, don't do that. It's just like, holy shit.
I always tell people it's holy water. Gets rid of all the parasites, except the tax man.
So this is Big George.
Yeah, because his body language shows that he's like a human and sees himself as above the lions. That I get. You're not food or a threat, then they probably just don't give a fuck. Still, I would never want to do this job. Well, the thing is, they might think that you're food. If you're not food, they might think that you're a threat because of something that you do. They might get scared over something that's happening like around you. Maybe a plane flies over and they think that that's you. It's a fucking lion. And I don't know if you've ever had a cat. Like, if you have a cat, you know what this is. If your cat is, like, staring off into something outside a window, maybe they're paying attention to a bird, and then you touch them, it startles them, and then they will jump around and they will bite you. Or they will, put their claws on you. And even if it's light, they're not, like, biting you, they're just putting your hand in their mouth. It's a fucking lion. It can very easily accidentally fuck you up. And even if it's happy, like, again, licking you could rip you to shreds. They have serrated tongues.
This is Big George. Now, most lions in this environment weigh about 250 kilos. George weighs 300.
Oh my God.
Look, this one's scared of spiders. Look, spiders.
Yeah, like,
spiders.
The ability to do that, to just know that is afraid of what you're doing. Spiders. Like, obviously, they're playing a game and they're used to this, but that kind of a snarl from a lion, look at this one's face. He doesn't like it either. I'm not going to keep doing this.
Spiders. Spiders. Good boy. Wow. Good boy, George.
Look how amazing he is.
Can you feel that hot, smelly breath? Because normally that's the last thing you feel. Be careful.
Oh, wow.
George is after the...
Look at his paw.
Don't be sorry, you're right. Like, showing dominance is not, like, the proper or safe approach. I'm just, like, he's not necessarily doing that either. He's not trying to, like, show dominance. He's behaving the way that he normally would. Like, it's not that he is trying to do something. He's not trying to appear a certain way to the lions. He is just being himself near the lions, and the lions know him. He sees himself as superior just based on being human, not because he is, like, the lion keeper. He's doing a fairly good job, too, as, like, someone whose job it is to keep the lions. He's treating it like a household cat, which actually is a safe and good way to behave around big cats. They are very much like household cats. They're not all that different, barring the ability to turn you into past tense, you know, turn you into something that is only in the past. That's the only, like, main difference. But also, house cats are some of the deadliest animals on Earth, I'm pretty sure. I think house cats might be technically the deadliest, like, animal on Earth, in that, like, they have the ability to fight anything. I've seen a house cat fight a crocodile. I've seen a house cat fight a fucking cobra, just smacking it over the head. Cats are OP. House cats kill a lot. For fun, yeah. The thing that makes house cats so OP is their ability to have reaction timing that is faster than you could possibly, like, have as a human, let alone, like, imagine. They also have depth perception, whereas, like, you can see a cat smacking the shit out of a snake because it knows where that snake is going to be. It can see, like, the arc and accordingly move its hand. It's part of how they aim when they pounce, and so cats are fucking crazy. These lions are most likely drugged. Depends on where this is. This is in South Africa, so probably. Here in Australia, we don't do that. Just go to a local zoo and see one in person, you get the perspective. We have a zoo in South Australia, which is an open zoo. Like, it's not a normal zoo. We have a normal zoo as well, but there you have a lot of, like, savanna animals, and they are out there. They're just chilling. Like, you drive through this zoo on a bus. You don't walk around. You are in the enclosure in their area. They're not in an enclosure for you. And I do like that aspect of it. And yeah, cats are responsible for a decent fraction of modern extinctions.
He's after the fluffy.
He's after my mic. Mate, I've got to say, I cannot believe that all these lions here and then you're just stood outside.
They don't eat English people because we eat too much curry. I think we eat more curry than the Indians nowadays.
Oh, wow.
See, like, I thought that was funny. Like, I don't think that this guy is bad-natured.
Jesus, you wouldn't want to mess with him, would you?
No.
Because if he was bad-natured, he would have made a racist joke there, and he wasn't being racist there. So, I don't know, I kind of can get a vibe check. That sounds so lovely, giving them as close to the appropriate habitat space as possible. Yeah, and like, the main difference is the prey animals are separated from the predator animals, so, like, you're not going to see, like, lions hanging out next to zebras. But yeah, the issue that happened when I went is because they can roam around wherever the fuck they want. There was about 9 lions sleeping on the road in front of the, like, because you're on a bus, and they blocked the road. We had to sit there for an hour until the lions got up and left, because you can't move them. Getting out of the bus to move them, it's not safe. You're gonna die. Absolute cat behavior. Yeah.
Stand a chance. So every time you get out of the car, it is always dangerous.
Really?
You can't run from these things. They cover 100 meters in 6 seconds. The fastest man is Usain Bolt, 9 seconds 86. So you're not going to outrun one.
So is it dangerous for you just to be stood out there with
Every
him?
time you get out of the car, it's dangerous. You have to watch what you're doing. I've been extremely lucky over my lifetime. I've only ever been bitten once, and that was by a rough woman on the other side of town. Why are you laughing? I married her.
Okay, look, I love this guy. This is wholesome. I've only been bitten once, and that was by a woman on the other side of town. Why are you laughing? Like, I married her? I stand. Based. Red
Why are you laughing? I married
That's
her.
a man.
Do they ever fight? Yeah, all the time.
Whoa.
Hey, George. Hey, that's enough of that. Get off.
House cats max out with speed. These guys max out with power. Although not to say that they're not fast.
Oh, wow.
Fighting. It's a bit hairy sometimes.
Doesn't it make you want to get back in the car, this?
So long as you've got your eye on all of them, it's fine.
So out of curiosity, if I got out of this car, I'd be done for.
Yeah, you would, yes.
At least he's honest. You're done for. You're dead. All right. Well, that's some fun. And now let's go and talk about something that's very much not fun. And that'll be the shooting of the Israeli embassy staff in Washington, D.C. So if you're not aware, which I'd be shocked if you weren't.
Hello, I'm Sally Bundock. So let's bring you the very latest on the breaking news from Washington,
Yeah,
where
sorry, we
two
always gotta
people
touch on the
who
wasteland
work
at
for the
once.
Israeli embassy have been shot dead whilst they were attending an event at the Capital Jewish Museum. The shooting occurred just after 9 p.m. local time last night. The suspect, named by police as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez, is in custody. Washington's police chief said the suspect approached the victim.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to find a new video. Your voice is so boring that I can't actually listen to it. And that's kind of upsetting.
A man has been charged with 2 counts of murder after
may the victims rest in peace.
2 Israeli embassy staff were shot dead in Washington last night. US authorities say they believe the man acted alone. Following the shooting, Israel's Prime Minister...
State media has been very busy today, making 17 bajillion videos, all titled exactly the same thing, all lasting about 3 minutes, saying the same thing.
Benjamin Netanyahu hit out at allies, claiming that anti-Semitism and anti-Israel incitement by European governments is to blame for the attack.
Sure, yeah.
Police say the gunman approached the couple, Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lischinski, and opened fire as they left an event at the Jewish Museum in the city centre last night. Here's Sarah Smith.
Let's get
This was
at least
a
their
shocking
idea
crime in the heart of Washington. A young couple shot dead as they left an evening event at the Jewish Museum. The suspected gunman had been seen pacing back and forth outside the museum before the shooting. Eyewitnesses unwittingly sheltered him right after the attack.
At around 9:07, we heard gunshots, and then a guy came in.
They're trying to blame literally everyone they can for this, but yes, actually, Netanyahu has said that this was Labour in the UK's fault. And the ADL is blaming Hassan for this, but we'll get to that.
Looking really distressed, and we thought that he just needed help.
We thought he was experiencing violence or something
and
outside.
He just needed safe shelter, so he comes in. And
so people were calming him down, bringing him water, taking care of him. Little did we know he was somebody that executed people in cold blood.
He was the shooter?
He was the shooter.
The suspect, 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez, gave himself up to the police,
blaming anybody but themselves, yeah.
Them where he discarded the gun.
Okay, really quickly, can we talk about the fact that, I am not, by the way, one of the people who think that this is a false flag. I don't think it's a false flag. But there's a lot of sus shit happening here. First of all, we're going to read the manifesto, but cops are rougher with university students protesting Israel than they are with this guy that literally just shot and killed 2 Israelis, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Elias Rodriguez gave himself up to the police, telling them where he discarded
university students getting treated tougher than
the
this.
gun, shouting pro-Palestinian slogans as he was led away.
I've literally seen university protesters have their heads shoved down, getting picked up and dragged. This is way nicer than I would have expected against someone who actually went and did violence against an Israeli, let alone I did find this incident super bizarre. It is super bizarre.
Sarah Milgram from Kansas and Yaron.
Okay, wait, what was that last bit?
Sarah Milgram from Kansas and Yaron Lischinski, who was born in Israel, met at work when she joined the Israeli embassy about...
I think it could have been a false flag, but I'm extremely doubtful. That's the other thing, is that, I'm at, the 50-50 range, but I don't think that it matters. I'm only at 50-50 because there's a lot of sus shit with this, but also it's entirely it's very believable that somebody with a soul could have, you know, gotten mad based on the news that they're seeing. And again, like, I don't even think this would be someone who's been a Palestine, like a pro-Palestine protester for a long time. Because if you've been in the Palestine protests for months, let alone a year or more, you kind of already know that this isn't going to be useful, right? You would know. This sounds like it's at best a normie who finally saw the finally like truthful media around Israel in the news, you know, like at least mainstream media is being a bit more truthful in who's causing some of the deaths of children. Maybe this was a normie who saw 14,000 kids about to die. It doesn't matter whether they're left or right or up or down. Like, this just doesn't feel like somebody who's been part of the protests, because they should know this wouldn't work. The from Hamas was from a bystander. I see. Lips crashing out. Yeah. The thing is, like, so is the right.
Sarah
Okay,
Milgren
yeah.
from Kansas and Yaron Lezinski, who was born in Israel, met at work when she joined the Israeli embassy about 18 months ago. They quickly started dating and were due to travel to Jerusalem this weekend, where she would meet his parents for the first time.
The couple that was gunned down tonight.
What were they doing
in the
here?
name of Free Palestine,
Okay, I don't care. What were they doing here?
with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem.
Okay, sure, I don't care. Literally, children die and have their whole lives taken away. Why were they here? What was their job?
Chicago has been raided by police. Social media accounts linked to him display his anger over the war in Gaza. Authorities are now working to authenticate what appears to be a manifesto he posted online, accusing Israel of genocide and discussing the use of political violence. The White House said...
Okay, they're not going to tell us exactly what the Israelis' job was. Why were they here? Not, like, her at least. Maybe over here?
Trump.
Outside the Jewish Museum, a spontaneous vigil was held.
Doesn't matter. From what the witnesses said, he sounded extremely distressed. Tensions were at all-time high. Photo, video evidence of atrocities are all over. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, I don't think it's a false flag, because it's not unreasonable for someone to finally, like, get exposed to this and all at once just have genocide rush in. Like, I go on Twitter to get, like, material for stream every day. And the vast majority of my Twitter page, sometimes, not all the time, is just like atrocities. Not even just Gaza, but like everywhere, atrocities. And if you're not already like used to that, if you're not good with media analysis or critical thinking, that kind of shit could really drive you off the deep end. And we do know that like Twitter is a psyop machine. That's why it exists. And then you go and like start watching like the regular news, and they finally start talking about things, and you get mad. Also, true, any actual protester or organizer knows how fucking stupid violence is right now. This guy ain't part of any movement. Yeah, like, it's a lone wolf thing. He's not part of the pro-Palestine protests. He hasn't been here since the start. No way. I don't believe that shit. Because there has been 0 instances of violence being committed against anyone who's like Jewish or Israeli or pro-Israel by the pro-Palestine protesters, barring like one incident in which that person was immediately shunned. So, Zahn covered it earlier, they're NBC staff workers. He's a German Christian who made Leah, and she's an American. They met in the embassy. He's very pro-genocide. Okay, cool. So I don't care. I don't like innocent people dying. Like, you shouldn't have done that. I wish that hadn't happened. But I don't feel bad for him at all. Shouldn't have been, like, killed. Didn't deserve that. I don't feel bad. Okay, we can move on. So let's read the manifesto. So this was from Ken Klippenstein. Incredible work that he does. Always grabbing sources well before they're out, and also posting full stories that the mainstream media will refuse to acknowledge or post or explain or engage with. Okay, so below is the document in full. Ken Clip has been on fire lately. Hell yeah. Explication, May 20th, 2025. Halintar is a word that means something like thunder and lightning. In the wake of an act, people look for a text to fix its meaning. So here's an attempt. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Instead of reading descriptions, mostly we watch them unfold on video, sometimes live. After months of rapidly mounting death tolls, Israel had obliterated the capacity to even continue counting the dead. This is true, which has served the genocide well. At the time of writing, the Gaza Health Ministry records 53,000 killed. I've seen numbers that estimate this anywhere from 120 to 220,000 killed by traumatic force. Literally, like, most are children with gunshot wounds, according to doctors who were in Gaza. At least 10,000 lie under rubble, and who knows how many thousands more are dead from preventable diseases, hunger, and tens of thousands are now at risk due to imminent famine due to the Israeli blockade. And we'll get to that in a bit as well. Hold on. My throat's a bit dry. All enabled by Western and Arab governments complicitly. Okay, that looks pretty normal to me. All this looks fine. Like the Yemen death toll, which have been frozen for some few thousand for years under the Saudi, UK, US bombardment before being belatedly revealed to stand at 500,000 dead. Oh yeah, did you guys know that America helped kill 500,000 Yemenis in Yemen? Not like against the Houthis this time. I'm talking like years ago. Because not only were we bombing Yemen for a long-ass time, we were also supporting the Saudis as they bombed Yemen for a long-ass time. Yeah, all of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount, even still with that 500K. Base brain matter. And yeah, I'm not surprised either. Look, like, death tolls are always undercounted. We're going to see by the end of this that 53,000 is, I'd say, a laughable number, but it's not going to be laughable because it's going to be so much worse. And we're going to see this in Ukraine and Russia too. Once that war's over, the death toll will go up significantly. So I have no trouble believing the estimates put the death toll at 100,000 or more. I am leaning closer to it's in the 200,000 range at least. More have been murdered since March. Yep, we know all this. An armed action is not necessarily a military action. It's usually not. Usually it's theater and spectacle. An equality it shares with many unarmed actions. Nonviolent protests in the opening weeks of the genocide seem to signal some turning point. Never before had so many tens of thousands join the Palestinians in the streets across the West. And then we crack down on those. Yeah. Look, honestly, as much as I hate the idea of shit like this happening, like, again, don't go and do violence, don't go and do political violence. This is not useful. This does not help the cause. This only hurts the cause. I can understand why he feels the way that he feels, why he believes the way that he believes. I'm linking it so you guys can read it, but, like, a word about the morality of armed demonstration. Those of us against genocide take satisfaction arguing that perpetrators and abettors have forfeited their humanity. I sympathize with this viewpoint and understand its value in soothing the psyche, which cannot bear to accept the atrocities it witnesses, even mediated through the screen. But inhumanity has long since shown itself to be shockingly common, mundane, and prosaically human. I disagree with that. A perpetrator may then be a loving parent, a filial child, a generous charitable friend, or an amicable stranger, capable of moral strength at times when it suits them and sometimes when it does not, yet to be monstrous all the same. Humanity does not exempt one from accountability. The actions would have been morally justified taken 11 years ago during the protective edge around the time I personally became acutely aware of the brutal conduct in Palestine, but I think to most Americans such an action would have been illegible, would seem insane, and I'm glad that today at least there are many Americans for which the action will be highly legible and in some funny way the only sane thing to do. It's not useful to do these things. You know why? You know what the outcome of this actually is? Because it's not what you think it is. The outcome of what you think, maybe, you know, let's say maybe they blame the left, maybe they blame anti-Semitism, maybe they blame Europe. Nope.
You just heard the alleged killer saying, "Free Palestine."
We hear that on the streets. We hear that on college campuses. And there are a lot of people who have been worried that that has been turned into a call to arms and a call.
Saying free Palestine now is a call to arms and a call to violence. Free Palestine.
To action and violence.
Yes.
Others claim that it's not. What do you think now that we have seen this?
I think there's no question, whatever its initial intent and whatever people were saying initially or meant it, it has become a call for violence.
This is where we're at now. That's what happens when you do shit like this. That's what happens.
And not violence against Israelis, which is wrong, but violence.
Like, obviously, she is wrong. Free Palestine is not a call to arms or violence. But now they get to say that.
And anybody who tries to
remember from the
separate
river to the sea
and try to say, "Oh, I'm
it's the
just
same thing.
I'm just, against Israel's policies in Palestine or in Gaza."
And so is Dana Bash.
And I'm not anti-Semitic. This was anti.
All of you are anti-Semitic. What these people need, what you all need to understand, is that it is anti-Semitism to say that all Jews and all Israelis are the same thing. That all Israelis are Jewish and that all Jews are Israeli. This is anti-Semitism. To say that there is a call to violence against Jews because of what the state of Israel is doing is anti-Semitism. To say that there is a call to violence against Israelis as a whole instead of just the IDF is anti-Semitism. What she is doing is anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism, pure and simple. That he happened to have killed 2 Israeli staff members, didn't matter. It was a Jewish event, they were targets.
Literally, like, psychotic. That's not what this has, and like, there's nothing to do with it. If we were talking about a right-winger who did this, the right-winger, sure, I can believe that. The right-wingers take the anti-Semitism and they blame Jews. They do it on purpose. They're literally Nazis. They do the Nazi thing. Nazi's gonna Nazi. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is you're expecting me to believe that a left-leaning individual went to go and act in what he considered a moral way against the genocide in Israel and is going to be targeting Jews at random? Then why go there? There's fucking Jews everywhere. He obviously went to the place where the embassy staff were going to be because they work for Israel. It was targeting Israel, not Jews. This is anti-Semitism when you say that these are the same thing. To beg stop the genocide is anti-Semitism, apparently. It is, according to them. It is in America. Say free Palestine is genocide, apparently. Sorry, is a anti-Semitic call to violence, apparently. To say from the river to the sea is a call to violence, apparently. Except none of this makes any fucking sense. But we just buy it. Israel gets to say whatever the fuck they want. You do realize this is Israeli lines, right? It's their talking points. Just like they were the ones saying, oh, look at this perfectly conditioned, not a scratch on it iPad in a child's bedroom in Gaza that has Hitler's face as the background. Like, it's the same thing they want you to believe. That everyone is anti-Semitic.
Hardly happened in a vacuum.
Oh, sorry. Is it anti-Semitism of me to say that the, what was it, Smotrich, the finance minister, who was talking about how every child in Gaza is an enemy, should be locked up in prison forever? Is that anti-Semitism? To them, yes. They've killed the meaning of the word. And by doing so, they've emboldened anti-Semites everywhere. This is going, like, I said this in the beginning of the genocide, that Netanyahu is going to be the face of anti-Semitism, of Jew hatred for 1,000 years. They're going to stand him like Hitler.
Things are happening so often that we sometimes we become numb to it. Just
normalize.
To be honest. It normalized, exactly. So
yeah, normalize allowing this to fucking happen. Like, this is a 3-minute interview. And I'm struggling to find it in me to finish it.
Not participate in that. And let's just give some of the examples in just the past few months.
I hate these people. I hate them.
We saw a man arrested for
allegedly planning a mass shooting at New York Jewish Center. Tel Aviv restaurant stabbing. Perpetrator arrived from the U.S. Man arrested for making terroristic threats to Manhattan synagogue. Berlin Holocaust memorial stabbing. I wonder if this has something to do with constantly conflating Judaism with Zionism. I wonder if maybe you stop doing that, that wouldn't be an issue. Also, let's get some context, because this event, I believe, was absolutely just like some insane right-winger who was targeting Jews because they were Jews, not because they were Israeli. This was a stabbing in Israel done by a U.S. person. I don't care about this at all. They're in Israel. That's not a problem for the U.S. right now, all right? We're not talking about American violence. Sure, the perpetrator arrived from the U.S., but I don't care. Not my problem. Man arrested for making terroristic threats to Manhattan synagogue. Again, most likely a Nazi. I don't remember this specific instance, but Manhattan has been very, very much riled up from the right-wing side and has been pretty Hitlerite this past couple of months. Berlin Holocaust memorial stabbing. Again, maybe stop conflating Judaism with Zionism. Arson attack on Josh Shapiro's man. Why is this anti-Semitic? Why is the arson attack on Josh Shapiro's home anti-Semitism? They didn't burn his house down because he's Jewish. They burned his house down because he's Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania governor, and very much disliked. That has nothing to do with that. So, right off the bat, at least two of these have no, bearing on this conversation. Zionism is an ethno-supremacist colonial ideology that has nothing to do with Judaism and everything to do with colonial apartheid and ethnic cleansing. In fact, you know what? I can show you that that is exactly the case. Here. Wait, not you. Not you, not you. Where are you? I didn't open that link yet. Here we go. Here. This woman was one of the people that has been sanctioned by
Arabs will not.
Shut up. She was sanctioned by the UK yesterday. We're going to talk more about that later. This is an old video of this woman. This is the most famous Israeli settler. She is kind of the mother of the ideology. And this is an old video of hers, but listen, and we'll watch what she says, today as well.
Arabs will not stay in the Gaza Strip. Who will stay? Jews. Africa is big. Canada is big. The world will absorb the people of Gaza. How we do it? We encourage it.
If they don't want to go.
No, they want.
If they don't.
The Arabs want
She's
to go.
a fucking demon.
If they don't want to go.
They want to go.
If they don't, what happens?
The normal people don't want to live in hell.
As in, we will make it hell.
What you're talking about sounds like a plan for ethnic cleansing.
You can call it ethnic cleansing, you call it refugees, whatever you want.
You can call it ethnic cleansing straight out of her mouth. She's fine with it. She is absolutely fine with it being ethnic cleansing. Yeah, we can watch the actual video about her that just came out. Actually, it's fairly short. It's just 4 minutes. It came from
as the festivities well.
Louis Theroux, who was a pretty good journalist. Check this out. This is just from 6 days ago. Let's listen to this Hitlerite lady. And again, I'm showing you this to show you that there is a massive, massive difference between Zionism and Judaism. This woman is a Zionist, but she's not Jewish. My heart hurts. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's every time we talk about Israel, my heart hurts too. We do have some good news on the European side coming later, though, but we do have to cover. We want a religious ethno-state. Literally, that's as simple. Person, brain matter. She's able to have this much hate in her body because she's not a person. She's a ghoul. She's actually a demon. This one's a demon. This is a literal demon. Literally, I don't know how you could believe that if you have eyes. Even if you're on their side, I don't know how you could believe that if you have eyes. Literal children go and light journalists, like light fires in front of journalist houses, like the Klan. We covered that one last week as well. Like, I don't know how you can say that. You don't even believe that. Even the people who live there, who are on your side, who agree with you, don't believe that. It's an outright lie. I understand the utility, but in the end of the day, the worst human beings are still human beings, denying that for the comfort of distance impedes progress. No, but like, it's not denying it for comfort. I mean, when I say that, I mean that they genuinely are missing a key piece of what makes a person in this world. Like, sure, she's a human, but that's not the same thing. They're human beings that lost their humanity. That's... like, I suppose it's a better way to put it than calling them demons, but, like, I suppose it is just easier to do so. Distracted here.
This was the moment young Israeli settlers mobbed the home of Issa Amro, one of the most prominent Palestinian activists in the occupied West Bank.
4 a.m. A group of settlers made fire outside my house in my land. They threw stones, they threw fire.
Like, you're saying that, like, this isn't happening and that the videos are out of context. You can find any video, and I promise you that the Israelis are doing bad things. Are bad things happening to Israelis? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. But are they doing more than is being done to them? Absolutely. Are they causing all of the bad things that are happening to them? Yes, it's their own fault as well. So, not really my problem, and I don't really feel bad. Palestinians to leave, but she wants a separate, like, state from them, a Jewish ethno-state, as she said in her own words. She doesn't want the Palestinians to leave, while she's also building new settlements. I can only imagine that the reason that she wants them around might not be up. She basically just got like, you heard that, right? When he said, so are they, it, like, made her pause. She does really saying, I don't think about others that don't abide by my exact ideology. Only people exactly like me. Mentally distancing themselves to avoid cognitive dissonance. They aren't individual people. They are numbers of others eliminated. That's true. But also, like, this woman does take joy in it as well. So, like, you have to keep that in mind. This woman is evil. Literally, like, everyone who isn't in my, like, circle is not human. Isn't work. Like, how can she look herself in the fucking mirror? Because she thinks that what she's doing is good. She looks at herself in the mirror and feels proud of what she does. Because she thinks that this is good. That's the issue with death cults. Is, the people in them feel like they're doing the right thing. The moral and ethical thing. Let alone, like, the beneficial thing.
I continue. I hope you...
So, like, understanding this, I can see how this comes about. And the fact that we're talking about in the United States, saying that Free Palestine is a call for violence against Jews, is not only laughable, but it's fucking evil. Like, it is, they know that they're lying. Dana Bash knows that she's lying. Everybody watched that video that we just watched. That was 6 days ago. Louis Theroux, that was everywhere. Everyone watched that. It's beyond parody. No, it's not. It's not even a remote attempt at parody. It is just lying and pointing the finger. Damn, that sounds like a Fox, not CNN heading. Exactly. That sounds like a Fox News thing. Dana Bash saying Free Palestine is a call to violence, a call to arms against Israel. Like, it is infuriating. Oh, and you know what's worse? Here's the head of the ADL and his take on it, on what caused this.
Us need to call
also on CNN.
It out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauze, but all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people. And
Yep, it's Hassan's fault. And Hassan employs genocidal rhetoric. Sure, yeah. Whatever you say.
The Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed.
Literally, like, every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them. You know, what was it was it yesterday that Caroline Levitt was talking about how, like, being mean has no place in Donald Trump's White House? Like, cruelty has no place in Donald Trump's White House. They just love to tell you what they're going to do to you, but accuse us of doing it to them. Eternal victims, constantly, forever. It has to be somebody else's fault, and they also have to feel as they are entitled to better and the instant victim. At least it's only rhetoric, unlike actual genocides orchestrated by Israel. Like, it's not even, though. Like, Hassan has never, at least in my experience, said genocidal rhetoric. I've said more genocidal rhetoric than Hassan. I just have, like, not about Israel, but about robots. I have said worse things about robots than Hassan has said about Israel. So, like, I don't know.
This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say,
it's not even bend the truth. It's just make shit up at this point. There's no bending the truth that they're doing.
This, because the consequences are deadly. But
Hassan has not inspired any violence against Israelis. Leftists haven't inspired violence against Israelis. It's the right doing most of it, because the right does most of the political violence in the country anyway. And it's also, like, liberals, if anything else. Hassan has been consistent and loud, calling out anti-Semitism for over the years. He literally dissects that shit and hammers into chatters the damage that comes from conflating Jewish people with Zionism. Exactly. He does a damn good job of it, but apparently that's genocidal rhetoric and extremism to the ADL. I'm so fucking happy I don't live in the United States. They're gonna ban me off this platform soon. So feel free to go and follow me on YouTube and join the Discord. Drop a like. Fuck, like, if we're already here, a free Palestine is a call to arms and Hassan is a genocidal extremist, like, it's kind of looking over for Twitch politics. And to continue on with they'll literally, they will blame anybody they can. Anyone and everyone. Netanyahu blaming the Labour Party in the UK for violence in Washington, D.C.
It might surprise our audience to know that in Israel, most of the ministers in Netanyahu's government have responded today by blaming the attack on Yair Golan, an Israeli politician. He's head of a party called the Democrats.
Yeah, the guy who is in Israel who was also part of the genocide and not against it, saying, okay, maybe we've gone too far. So they're blaming him.
New Labour Party in Israel. And
never mind, my bad, sorry. They're blaming the Labour Party in Israel, not the UK Labour Party. That would have been funny, although they have also blamed Europe.
He's a former deputy chief of staff of the Israeli army who a few days ago said that no sane country kills babies for sport. And that comment, which I'm pretty sure
thank you for the sub, Tacoma Blue. I really appreciate that. That right there, by the way, that statement and that news coming out of the 14,000 kids, that's probably what swayed the UK and France and Canada to go forth and, like, actually threaten sanctions and arms embargoes even, which are probably going to go through now. Solidarity, yo. Beyond that, I can see something like that triggering our shooter. I can understand that perspective. It's just blaming it on the person who said maybe we shouldn't kill babies for fun is insane when you could just not kill babies for fun.
You Americans have heard of is being used as the explanation for this violence. Netanyahu's ministers, many of them now, about 10 of them or a dozen, have said that his comments incited the shooter, the murderer in the United States, that this is a kind of self-blame.
I don't even know how much that makes sense, because I don't know how much, like, Americans don't listen to this kind of shit. So, Oh yeah, beyond that, called it wild incitement against Israel, obviously anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. This is interesting, though. This right here is in the Knesset. This is in the Israeli parliament. This is an Arab MP. And what he has to say is fucking scathing. They physically remove him from the chambers. The other thing I want to say is you don't know how I see you weak people. You are weak people. Very weak. After a year and a half of a war in which you killed 19,000 children.
אחרי שנה וחצי על מלחמה שהרגתם בה 19,000 ילדים,
53,000 residents, again, much higher numbers, more likely. Look how mad they're getting at this. You destroyed all of the universities and the hospitals, and for you, there is no political win. You feel that there is no political win, and that's why you go crazy. That's why you're mad. And that's true, by the way. That's why they're lashing out, not just at him, but at anyone who is speaking out, finally, any country. Why are you so weak? It's the same. Why are you sad? Why are you not happy? Really, honestly, this is the same with fascists everywhere in the world. They are all the same. They're incapable of feeling joy. They need that anger. They thrive on that anger. They won't even allow themselves joy because it feels wrong because they rely on their anger. But they are all weak, pathetic, insecure cowards. Each and every one of them. The fascists can never come face to face with their own consequences, the consequences of their actions. They can never come face to face with the idea of being wrong, of being disliked, of being hated. It bothers them. All of their ideology comes from insecurity. The entire concept of like the Likud party wanting to take over Israel, aside from the death cult part, it's because of insecurity. It's because having the Palestinians there makes them look bad. Having them in an open-air concentration camp, even before October 7th, when people weren't really paying attention to Israel, still makes them look bad. And they're also too insecure about themselves to integrate Palestinians into their society. They're Jewish supremacists based on their insecurity as well. Not all members, like not everyone in Israel, by the way, but I mean like the Likud party and some of the higher ranking Knesset members are all Jewish supremacists, which then also allows them to go and blame somebody else. Like it always has to be somebody else's fault, exactly. This is amazing though. Based, like this guy is brave for this. They might kill him for this. That was essentially a congressman. They dragged him out. I want to see what happens. Like, what is he going to face? Any consequences? Is there any new news on this one? Oh, that's interesting. I'll have a look at that one, but hold on. No, okay.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing mounting criticism within Israel. An Arab-Israeli lawmaker has been removed from the Knesset during a speech in which he accused Netanyahu of prolonging the war in Gaza for political gain. Take a listen.
Okay, so they're not going to tell us. I'm curious as to see what kind of consequences that they're going to put on that man. But brave, and honestly, someone had to do it. Somebody had to do it. So we watched part of this yesterday, and this is a different part of this video. We're not going to watch the whole thing because whether or not, you know, Piers Morgan is pro-genocide in this instance, I still can't stand to watch Piers Morgan, or at least a full one. But this is a good video.
They don't give a shit about you.
Oh, control yourself, John. And you've come back and done exactly what they wanted to do. You've done their propaganda for them. Journalists have
Hold on, sorry.
Not being allowed freely into Gaza. That's why every major media organization on planet Earth has said to the Israeli government, you must allow journalists in. The Palestinian journalists who are there have been killed in record numbers. Of course, Piers, you're right. They want to hide what they're doing. That's why they're killing the journalists there and blocking the journalists from coming in. This idea that he's been on the ground.
You know that in the first 2 weeks of the war, they killed a lot of journalists, actually. They planned them out, too. They missile-striked their homes. They killed their families. In the first 2 weeks of the war, I think it was like 90% of journalists that lived in Gaza had died that were Palestinian. And also, I think some not Palestinian.
I did interview a doctor, a British plastic surgeon, Dr. Tom Patoka. And by the way, he wasn't in the European hospital.
And we are going to watch
bombed
that.
by Israel. So he was in another hospital, and he talked to me about how he has to treat patients who have maggots in their wounds. He has to treat patients without limbs. He has to treat children. I've interviewed multiple doctors on the ground in Gaza, actually in Gaza, not hanging around with the Israeli military. And they've all said the same thing, American doctors, British doctors, Canadian doctors. They've all talked about how many kids they saw with sniper bullets to the head and chest. Israel does
literally, we've read reports from IDF snipers talking about how they are told to aim for the head and chest.
Kill civilians. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were indicted at the International Criminal Court for precisely those charges.
I love Mehdi Hassan.
Willful killing of Palestinians, for murder and persecution. That's why they've been indicted. That's why every human rights group in the world says war crimes are being committed. They've killed people holding white flags. We've seen it with our own eyes. They've bombed buildings without warning with families inside, like the El Dos family that I often cite in October 2023. They've dropped 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps full of hundreds of people. They have killed 7 aid workers in a clearly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy. They've bombed World Food Program convoys.
Oh, also, like, remember, a lot of these instances are not just Palestinians. The World Food Convoy, they killed an Australian there.
Leading to Cindy McCain, the wife of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, to come out and condemn Israel for attacking aid workers. John wants you to ignore Cindy McCain and British and American doctors and human rights groups and your own lying eyes watching people with white flags being gunned down. He wants you to believe him and his Israeli military minders. And by the way, I have a longer memory than maybe some people in this country. After 9/11, I got asked the same question. Well, what should we do if we don't bomb Afghanistan? What should we do if we don't go after bin Laden, etc.? How did that work out? 23 years later, your pal Donald Trump is taking pictures with the former leader of Al-Qaeda, who's still on a globally designated terrorist wanted list, right?
I did say that we are the Al-Qaeda government, like I called it, I guess. But yeah, what do you do instead? Well, I don't know. You maybe fix the issue that caused this in the first place. Maybe you do some diplomacy. Maybe you don't make more of them, because when you bomb insurgents, you make more insurgents. Every one insurgent you kill creates 2 more.
The war on terror was a complete failure. And some of us who saw that, and by the way, Joe Biden even said this in one of his more coherent moments, he said Israel should learn from our lessons. Israel did not learn from the US lessons. And actually, even if you forget about all the innocent Palestinians they killed, even if you don't give a shit about the people of Gaza, even if you only care about the people of Israel, Israel's not any safer today. Israel is not winning this war.
Israel is less safe today.
John said on Times Radio a year ago, I went back and checked, March of last year, John said, we're very close to winning. Israel's close to victory.
Literally never have they been any further from victory. Never have they been less safe either, by the way. Like, Israel is probably the least safe it's ever been because of this.
Over a year later, they're not close to victory. They're just starving children and denying baby formula. And the former Israeli general who ran the Gaza division said a few months ago, Hamas is winning this war. So they've not made themselves any more secure. I don't have some perfect solution for what they should have done on October 7th. But I do think they shouldn't have killed 50 to 100,000 people, and they should have made themselves less secure. The International Criminal Court has indicted Netanyahu and Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The former Jewish president of the tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda says Netanyahu should be indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So let's just, we're going to play the expert.
Again, I think that everyone in the Israeli Knesset who's an active member of the Knesset should be investigated, and anyone who should go on trial should go on trial. Everyone in the IDF who was an active IDF member during the span, like from October 6th to whenever this ends, should be investigated, and their records should be pulled up one by one. You do realize that militaries are very bureaucratic. Now, like, I don't know how strict Israel is on this, but you don't just get to go and, like, shoot your gun if you're in the military. You have to write paperwork for that. Every bullet fired has to be documented. So you can do an investigation. Now, like, I'm sure they're trying to make less documentation to cover up their crimes, but data's really hard to get rid of, all right? If, like, if this got to the point where we have a Hague trial, a Nuremberg-style trial, they're not getting rid of that data, not fast enough. What do? Skip taking the long death and destructive path and jump right to where we always end up? Fucking talk it out? Every time. Brain Matter, you genuinely, like, give me so much hope because you just say the things that make sense. And I'm like, oh, thank God. We still have humans left.
Game. John's not an expert on genocide, the actual genocide experts. The president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars says Gaza is a genocide. The leading Israeli scholars of the Holocaust, Omar Bartov-Brown, Amos Goldberg at Hebrew University, say Gaza is a genocide. John's not an expert on targeting terrorists. The guy who led the attack on ISIS, the American Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, has said John doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's not play this credentials game because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show. Let's talk about substance. John said a year ago, we're close to winning. He talked about not being allowed into Rafah. Rafah has been destroyed. Have you looked at any pictures recently? It's flattened. You don't need to go there with the IDF to see that they flattened Rafah. They flattened most of Gaza, and they still have not won, quote unquote. It's absurd to say that Israel was held back. Is this the new stab in the back? This is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us everything we wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire. America gave Israel everything it wanted, and they went ahead and decided to, you talk about killing Hamas commanders. They dropped two 2,000-pound bombs on October the 31st, 2023, on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing over 100 people to kill one guy, Ibrahim Biari, who wasn't even there, a Hamas commander. They killed over 100 people with two 2,000-pound bombs, which incinerate everyone within 100 square feet and damage everyone within 1,000 square feet. That is not targeted warfare. That is not proportionate. That is not legal. And we've seen that play out now over 20 months. And as you said,
it's been criminal from the very beginning. I mean, like you said in the beginning, the Al-Dos family, the family of Palestinians who died in an airstrike, and Israel not even, let alone saying, a reason for the strike was, a Hamas base or something. No, they just won't give a reason. They just didn't say why they fired that missile. There's no documentation on it. They didn't even say that they thought that there was, maybe like Hamas there. They just fired the missile and they killed that family for literally no reason.
The start of the show.
We've watched a debate between him and Elon Levy, and Elon Levy was the spokesperson for Israel. No reason.
As I said, the dam is breaking. The Spanish Prime Minister has said Israel is a genocidal state. The Brits, the French, the Canadians that have backed everything Israel done, Britain continues to arm Israel, are saying this is intolerable. Donald Trump, as you've said, Piers, wants this done, wants this over, isn't a fan of Netanyahu. Not that I have any trust in Trump to do any of the right thing. And I think the reality is, look, everyone can see with their own eyes, there's no justification ever for starving people. Since March the 2nd, to not allow baby formula and diapers in, only a sociopath would support that. And John's very smart, he's very eloquent.
A sociopath like that lady.
Law. Back in Israel, the Israeli politicians and the Israeli journalists are saying openly genocidal things. They are saying everyone in Gaza is our enemy. They are saying we're to get rid of everyone from Gaza.
They're literally saying these are animals. They're saying, like, we're seeing it ourselves. It's not like they're not posting it. It just happens to be that they posted in Hebrew. And then when you click translate, it's like a lost page of Mein Kampf. It's not like my fault. It's not your fault. It's their posting it. You can't say that it's not happening and then also show everyone that it's happening and that you're doing it.
They are saying Gazan babies are not innocent. That's what they say on Israeli television, if anyone bothers to watch.
It's unfortunate. All right, let's actually, I want to hear this conversation that Mehdi Hassan has with the UK doctor from Gaza. This one's rather short, so it's not super long, and then we're going to jump to Europe after this. On the subject of the shooting in DC, let me just clarify one more time. I do not support I don't support individuals from going out and doing political violence. Also, none of that helps the cause. If you want to stop the genocide, going and doing that is not going to, because now, again, Free Palestine is seen as a call to arms and violence now. Don't do it. It doesn't help.
The violence in Gaza continues to escalate. In the last couple of days, Israel has been targeting Khan Yunis, located in southern Gaza. On May the 13th, the European Gaza hospital was hit by an Israeli missile strike. That was the only hospital in the Gaza Strip that specialized services such as follow-ups for cancer patients, neurosurgery, cardiovascular surgery. In the aftermath of the strike, the hospital was evacuated. Patients and equipment were transferred to other hospitals, but hospitals across Gaza are under fire. Joining me today is Dr. Tom Patoka, a British plastic surgeon who has conducted burn research and prevention around the world And he's been in Gaza before, but he's there right now at the Palestine Red Crescent Hospital in Khan Yunis. Dr. Patoka, thank you so much for joining us on Mehdi Unfiltered. In the last day, Al Jazeera is reporting that the Israeli military has fired over 30 strikes. There have been dozens of casualties. You're in one of the hospitals at the heart of all the fighting. What are you seeing?
So, I mean, since the evacuation order came yesterday for a huge swathe of the Khan Yunis region, including much of the city right up to directly in front of this hospital, many people have left. There have been throughout the day numerous strikes that you hear. It's difficult to predict exactly how close or how far they are. Sometimes the windows shudder a bit, sometimes it's a bit further away.
Imagine like being a doctor in a hospital, doing your job, by the way, because like, you know, you're a doctor, you're taking care of people with fucking gunshot wounds, and there are bombs dropping nearby. Do you know how distracting that would be if you're like a surgeon doing surgery?
We have patients. I mean, there's this hospital and Nasser Hospital, which is the sort of bigger, more comprehensive hospital just down the road, not far away. I was there the other day as well, and we had several mass casualties there. People coming in, all victims of blast injury, so with devastating wounds, with traumatic brain injury, with significant limb injuries. I've been operating today on a case with a young lad, 16-year-old, with an open wound and a fracture of the bones in his arm and damage to the nerve there. Two patients, one a young child, a 7-year-old with burn injuries, another young woman with burn injuries.
Like it's
these
not
are the
hard
sort
to
of
see.
Cases that are coming in.
And by the way, like if your heart hurts and you want to look away, don't. Because if you do, then you're ignoring the genocide. They're literally at the end here. We're at final solution time, guys. Don't ignore this because it makes you sad. Don't. It makes me sad. I don't want to be talking about this. I want to be talking about Europe and Ukraine and Russia right now. But like, any day now, this is over. They're going to kill all of them if someone doesn't stop it. And the only way someone will stop it is if enough of you are watching this shit and are uncomfortable with it and can maybe get someone in the government to do something. I don't know, if you live outside of America, you probably have a higher chance of lobbying your government. France, the UK, Canada, flip Germany and it's over. Germany can't flip because they're afraid because, you know, they did the Holocaust. But if you can get Germany to acknowledge that Israel is doing a genocide, I feel like it's over for them there.
At the moment, and have been coming in for months now.
And if the UK and France already have, Germany has a better shot. So all my German followers, call your fucking representatives.
The Israelis have not allowed any supplies into Gaza for over 2 months. Food, humanitarian supplies, medicines. What is the situation in the hospital you're in? What do you have in terms of supplies to treat these women and children?
So, I mean, we do have supplies here at the moment. They're not as much as we would like. Particularly, for example, with burns, you really do need a huge amount of dressings to treat burns appropriately. And the problem is,
and also most of these bombs produce burns.
If you don't have enough, then you risk not such a good outcome. There's a higher risk of infection and this, that, and the other. So, but no, we at the moment we do have enough supplies to treat the patients. We can't treat them to the standard we would like to, or the quality we'd like to, but we are able to still give, our anaesthetists can still give anesthetics. We still have supplies to fix bones and to suture wounds, etc. How long these...
You guys should have fucking everything you need and top of the line shit. Like, the fact that they're even still able to do this alone is impressive. Every single hospital was bombed in Gaza. And every single hospital is essentially a ruin, barring this one,
stocks will
which was
last.
also bombed.
I
but
don't know. I know a large storage area in the hospital in Nasser down the road was hit
100%
yesterday as part of a strike, and that destroyed a lot of supplies in a WHO storage area, which was full of medical supplies. So, you know, yes, today we have enough. Will we have enough tomorrow, the day after? I don't know.
The Israelis have always denied that they target hospitals. What's been your experience of working in hospitals under attack in Gaza?
Well, I have been here many times. Last time I was here was in October to December 23.
Wow.
And a piece of shrapnel came flying through the window of the accommodation I was staying in within the hospital compound. This time I was at the European Gaza Hospital when the strikes occurred again within the hospital compound.
Holy shit! Sorry to cut this off. The neighbor of the DC shooter made a statement.
We have 2 people dead in DC. We have 50,000 dead in Gaza. And how many children starved to death last night? In 1956, Israel invaded Sinai. They invaded Gaza. The United States president at the time,
I do love the Bernie hat.
Dwight Eisenhower, put his foot down.
Yeah, this guy's a hero too. His neighbor literally just shot 2 Israelis. They raided his house. They're gonna arrest him for anti-Semitism after this.
And he told the French and the British, get the heck out of the Suez Canal. And he told Israel to get the heck out of Sinai and out of Gaza. Now, where would we be today if we had a president?
Oh, of course he does, yeah.
That could have said that 2 years ago.
And to be clear, really called out Trump there.
If we had a president that could have said that 2 years ago.
Excuse me, can you describe again the Elias personality that you met?
Quiet and friendly. Quiet and friendly. Yeah.
What's your age, if you don't mind us asking?
71. Yeah.
God damn.
I'm the guy with all the...
This man's a hero.
All
like,
the
genuinely.
signs in the window.
What do you hope happens next?
Ceasefire. No more deaths.
Based?
No more deaths in D.C. No more deaths in Gaza.
You listen to the pain in this man's voice. He's struggling to get these words out without crying right now. And I feel for him.
What about with your neighbor?
He wants to...
I don't know. I don't know.
If you could say something to him right now, what would you want to communicate to him? What would you have said if you, like you said earlier, could have talked to him?
Oh, I would have repeated what I've already said. Guns and bombs are not going to end this genocide.
John, can you tell us whose apartment is that right there with the Rosanna Rodriguez signs?
Mine.
Okay.
Pretty good?
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done again. Look, all you need to know is that, right? Whatever they say about, like, you, Hassan, or saying free Palestine, or the left, or Democrats, or, I don't know, fucking Europe, whatever it is, just know that, like, real people with humanity are like this man fits the characterization of your brain-rotted MAGA uncle. He fits that characterization. Yet he's not. He has the Bernie hat on. He probably voted for Trump at least the first time, maybe the second time. But if he did the second time, he realized his mistake. Now he has the Bernie hat on. or he had the Bernie hat on the whole time. Either way, this man's a hero for what he's done. He's going to go to jail. Or at the very least, like, something is going to happen to him. They might scare him. They might put him on a watch list. They might fuck with him, you know, off camera. They might show up at his house at night and intimidate him. It is what it is. But he knows that. And he's sad for his neighbor because his neighbor went and did something stupid that made this worse. That's why he's sad, is because there's death and destruction happening all the way in Israel, but also in America, and it made it worse. Now, I don't think he voted for Trump. He definitely did, at least the first time. I'm sorry. The archetype don't lie. But the second time, sure, I can believe that he didn't the second time. I have no evidence to that. I just mean, like, I can see something like that. I can see this being a Trump voter who, you know, shifted and moved away from Trump once he realized that, like, he was doing all the evil things and it wasn't actually helping him. He doesn't give off that vibe, though. You're right. He probably did vote for him the first time, though. A lot of people who wear Bernie hats, a lot of people who like Bernie did vote for Trump the first time. And that's fine, because, like, not everyone needs to be perfectly politically literate. Making a mistake once isn't the end of the world. It's making the mistake twice that's the problem. Bernie hat from 2016? Based.
There's quite a lot of structural damage inside
God,
the
I wish he had Bernie.
No longer any functioning water supply, etc.
All right, you know what? Like, you guys want to continue this? Did you want to finish the British doctor's experience in Gaza? I really do feel like we've gotten a complete picture, and I would like to move past Israel if we can, just because it's not particularly fun. Very, very sad. But, like, we know what that doctor is saying. Everything he's saying is not new. What, like, babies are getting shot? Okay, we've known that. The hospitals are being bombed? We've known that. There's no supplies? We've known that. Nothing has changed except things have gotten worse. Like, I feel like that's kind of where we're at there. And I don't know. It's not good. It's really, really, really bad. And it's hard to talk about. It's hard to really, not even just hard to talk about. It is hard to analyze critically because it's so, like, it's such a complex topic and it's so emotionally charged. There's actually difficult. Well, they are done bombing the hospitals. Not necessarily. This one's still standing. That's because there aren't any fucking left. I don't think they're allowed to bring this one down because, like, Europe owns it. But, I mean, no, they're still bombing. They're still bombing hospitals. It's the same thing there as it is here, guys. It's the cruelty is part of the plan. It's the point, you know. Cruelty is the bonus as part of the, like, you know, meal. It's the toy when you buy the kids' meal. Collective desensitization. It's true. All right, so we're going to jump over to Europe, where we have a mix. We have some good news, we got some bad news, and we'll talk about that in like a lot more detail. I've been wanting to get onto this subject. Give me a second to go pee, and I'll be back, and then we will jump over to it. Boy. And a good stretch. My God. If you could hear all of the bones just cracked in my body, that would be amazing. Damn hydration. I have to talk a lot, so I need water. goodness, there you are. I was looking for you. I'm like, where's my cat? There's my cat. Belly. Don't touch the belly. I hate this chair. Jajex, don't buy this chair. Get an office chair, not a gaming chair. There's a reason why I have fucking back guard and this. Ideally, yeah, no good. Buy like a proper office chair. They will offer you the best back support. I need a new chair. I hate this fucking chair. All right. So, you know how we're sending people to other countries, to gulags, guys? The French are doing the same thing, and it's no good. France is planning a high-security prison in Guyana. Now, credit to the French, I don't think they're just going to be, like, picking up random folks off the street that they hate, but...
This is where France's third high-security prison is to be located. It will be in the overseas territory of French Guiana,
it is still
in an area of Amazon rainforest on the
That's the other difference, is it's still technically France. It would be like if we sent people to gulags in Guam and not El Salvador.
Outskirts of Saint-Laurent du Maroni,
or Puerto Rico,
an area close to the border of Suriname in South America. France's Justice Minister Gérald Darmanin visited the site where the prison is to be built on Saturday. It will have capacity for 500 prisoners.
Funny how all the imperialist offshoring prisons now, yeah, the UK tried to do it in Rwanda, we're doing it in Libya, in, what was it, Rwanda as well, and El Salvador, and now the French in Guyana. Except, you know, it at least is still, it's still France, but it's a colony. French colonialism incorporated the territories into French proper instead of establishing them as colonies with separate legal status. Well, that's nice.
Include an ultra-secure section for 60 dangerous inmates, as well as a wing dedicated to Islamists and detainees considered a danger to state security. A prison guard union leader
danger to state security, that's a red flag.
Says its isolated location will be an advantage.
Putting it in an area where there is no activity.
Well, Australia started off as a prison colony, that's true. And it worked out well when the prison colony broke off. I mean, technically we're still English, but like, you know, not as English.
There is no housing, nothing at all. Allows the jamming of mobile phones and drones.
Two other high-security prisons are located in mainland
right?
France.
I did say that that was going to happen, is that, like, yes, Europe is against Trump and the Hitlerite shit, but also they are ramping up security for Europe because they're afraid of Russia, and Europe also has quite a lot of racism and fear of immigrants. In fact, like, more than America does, because they actually get terrorist attacks over in Europe done by, like, Islamists who came as refugees or came not as refugees, but like still like to do violence. The issue being most of the violence that happens in Europe is not that. Most of the violence that happens in Europe is people that come as refugees or people that come, you know, just to like move to that country and have to form enclaves within people of their own ethnic group because the people of that country don't want to integrate. They don't want to push for integration. They don't want to make these people feel safe enough to engage with them. So then they have to engage with only people like them, only their ethnic group, only other immigrants like them, and then resentment builds, and they get angry, and then someone, I don't know, changes a law that negatively impacts them, and now they're all resentful, angry, and are in a isolated coalition that has no contact and doesn't engage with, like, the citizens of that country, and so then they go do violence. It's a system that perpetuates itself by the fact of, like, the violence leads to citizens not wanting to engage with immigrants, which then leads to more violence. They're going to need a lot more prison space if they ever actually get to investigate all the war criminals in Israel. Well, I mean, like, I'm not sure those will be going to an offshore prison. Ideally, a nice prison in Belgium will be built for them right next to The Hague. Privatized prisons, thanks to capitalism, no due process anymore. It's also true. Really, everything does tie back to capitalism, doesn't it, Jajex? Every time, it's always the capitalists.
This one is due to be completed by 2029 at a cost of 400 million euros.
What's up, Brendo?
Some
Good to see ya.
local elected representatives and residents are critical of the project.
I would think so.
People who are dangerous for France are being sent to us here in French Guiana. It's a bit like we're France's rubbish bin.
The Justice Minister says the priority for the new prison will be to house local offenders.
Also, she had a very good point. Like, what? They're the rubbish bin? So the people that are too dangerous to be in France have to go be in this part of France?
There's no need to bring people here from mainland France. Unfortunately, there's an enormous number of murderers and traffickers here already.
French Guiana is one of the main routes for drug traffickers. At least 20% of the cocaine used in the French mainland comes from the region.
Nick Rushworth.
I hate all things, but in the short run, those silencers I've been eyeing are going to be tax-free or something soon. Well, I'm pretty sure that me saying anything on that would be questionable because I don't know the legality of silencers, but no tax on tips is a thing that's going to be a thing now, and that's going to be very funny because no tax on tips, A, will mean I don't have to pay taxes on my, donations on Twitch, but B, will mean that the government will make it so anything rich people want to do will work based on tips. 100% free slave labor. It's true. So, in good news, though, Georgia might become part of the European Union. I mean, the country, not the state. The country in which we watched months of protests that are, by the way, still continuing. They are not, they're not over. Georgia's still fucking protesting. Hold on, let me see if I have the most recent one that I saw. Georgia. Go. This was not all that long ago. May 10th, like literally 13 days ago. So it's been like 6 months that these guys have been protesting because they were doing this before the US election. They were already out on the streets with their laser pointers and their firework guns and getting the shit kicked out of them by police. So, A, impressive. B, take notes, guys. And C, they're actually succeeding. These people are gigachads. Hell yeah. EU accession, guys. That's a thing we're talking about for Georgia. Because when we first started covering Georgia, everyone in chat was like, they're not European.
Despite the ongoing halt in Georgia's bid to join the European Union, the government says it's fully committed to a full accession to the EU by 2030. And so far, the country has already completed 60% of the requirements for the treaty. That's according to Levan Davitashvili, the first Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia, whom I spoke to on the sidelines of the Qatar Economic Forum here in Doha.
This is good, but remember the current government of Georgia is one of the Russian satellite governments, kind of like, Georgescu would have been in Romania and, what's his name is in Hungary. But on top of that, I would like to say, as a previous food server in my younger years, nobody ever claimed their tips where I worked. It'd be nice if business owners would just pay their employees and not pass the buck on to customers. A, you can't do that with digital tips, unfortunately. But B, you're right. You know why I know that you're right, Easy Racks? Is because in Australia, we don't tip. You know why? Because people get paid like a living wage. You work as a waiter in America. Your minimum wage is $2.50 an hour, and then the rest you get on tips. In Australia, you get $20-something an hour and tips if they want to tip you. We don't have tip culture, but, people do sometimes tip. And take that and bring that to, now online with, Uber drivers or DoorDash or whatnot. You should be tipping those people because they make almost no money outside of your tips. The weekend rates too, especially. Yeah, exactly. In Australia, very few people actually tip their DoorDash driver or Uber driver because we're so used to you don't have to tip in like a restaurant because they're paid well. You have to do it though. It doesn't apply the same way. Uber and DoorDash don't pay their employees the same way, and so your tips are what sustain them. Makes sense. Tip culture is just a way for business to make more money. Well, also like in Australia, we're just kind of like smarter and make things easier. Like sales tax is included in the price. If you go to a store and you look for, like an item and it says $49, that doesn't mean 49 plus tax. It means it's $49 with tax, and that makes things much easier. Australians get really fucking mad when I show them like American prices and they don't include tax. Some U.S. States require tipped workers to be paid the same minimum wage as non-tipped employees. That's nice, except the minimum wage is still dog shit. Here to the promise, but that's a progress. How much do let me see. Minimum wage. Australia. Waiter. The minimum wage for cafe and restaurant workers in Australia. This is the awards for this industry. So if you are 16, you get $14.66 Monday to Friday. If you're 17, you get $17.60. If you're 18, you get $20.53, all the way up to $29.33. So like if I got a job as a waitress at a restaurant, I'd be getting $29.33 per hour, Monday through Friday, $35 on the weekends, and $58 on public holidays. By the way, every single industry has this different. Like we don't have one minimum wage that applies to everybody. The minimum wage changes based on your industry. Double time for public holiday. That's not double time. Oh wait, it would be double time based off the Monday to Friday rate, not the Saturday and Sunday rate. That makes sense. First of all, like minimum wages done like this are, yeah, they're actually very smart. They make sense. And then beyond that, it's you're not making this much money. Like you're on a Saturday night as a waiter in America. Are you making $35 an hour? No. You might make a total that is above this. Like you might work 5 hours and make more than someone might have made getting $35 an hour. But that's only if you get lucky with your tips. If you don't get lucky with your tips, you made like $20. With a labor union, that's also true. Yeah, I'm kind of conflicted about that because the whole thing in living in a state with a high minimum wage that tipped workers are paid, my earnings potential with tips is pretty high. Like, that's good. I'm glad. And, like, I like it, but at the same time, your tip potential shouldn't factor into how much you're going to get paid as a base. Your tips should be additional. Like, again, you can tip a waiter even though they're getting paid $35 an hour. Now, like, most people don't. And let me change this for exchange rate. So, like, $35.19 is the weekend rate would equal to $22.57. So you're making $22.50 American dollars an hour, Saturday to Sunday. They tax your pay and then tax your pay again at the end of the tax year. Well, like here, the tax system seems great. I like the tax system here. Here, like, first off, since I get paid off Twitch and I don't have like an employer, that's me. I pay my taxes, but I also like don't make enough money to pay taxes. But like, I work from home, right? I'm streaming from my house. This entire room of this house is my studio. And so at the end of the year, when it's tax season, I can find the square footage of this room and claim that as a tax deduction. I can claim that amount, like take the square footage of this room and find like, let's say it's like 1/3 of my entire living space. That means I can claim 1/3 of my rent as a business tax deduction, 1/3 of my electricity bill, 1/3 of my internet bill, 1/3 of my water bill, of my gas bill. Like all of those like get tied into the home business. And America doesn't do that either. And I do believe that like because I'm also an American citizen, I have to pay taxes both here and in the US, but Australia will give me back my taxes if I had to pay in the US and they didn't give me back my taxes. Claim your cleaning materials too. I didn't know you could do that one. I know you can't claim like, I can't claim like clothing for work. I can't claim makeup, which is a shame because makeup is really fucking expensive. And I wish I could claim makeup. God damn, maybe you should knock down a wall. If only. I don't own a house, so, you know, this isn't my house. But yeah, that's a thing that you could do. It is based on how much of it you use and how much of it you use for work. Your phone bill. Let's say, like, I'm constantly on my phone for work. I can claim like 80% of my phone bill as a business deduction. So, like, there is a lot you can do legislation-wise that is still within the realm of capitalism, but makes the lives of your citizens, like, significantly better. All of those systems that we just looked at, like, you know, minimum wages based off of industry, taxes that, you know, benefit people that work from home, or taxes that benefit just the general people. Like, any of you could do that. I like it. I like it. It's not specifically working to siphon your money away. In Alberta, my wife claims all the same for working from home. Based. Canada's great. America doesn't do this shit. Tally ho, lads. Give those brigands a taste of the grape. I like that.
Davitashvili said that there's been what he calls no real shift in policy, and that the integration agenda has been formally adopted by the government with wide-ranging reforms targeted towards the goal of 2030.
You know, there are many speculations about our
accession. Like I didn't realize they could join the EU because I forgot that that's like a NATO requirement, not an EU requirement, that you can't have an ongoing border dispute because Russia has invaded parts of Georgia. They're occupying it, so.
Path, but there is no real shift in our policy. We have the only policy which is the integration agenda. That's formally...
Jajex, I'm not actually sure how that one works. I need to look into that, but yes, I know you can do that. I think it, like, every year that number changes. I need to learn how the math of that actually works.
Formally adopted by the government, and that's also is in the process of implementation by all institutions, all government institutions, all ministries and agencies. So our ministry is also, of course, focal point on deep and comprehensive free trade agreement implementation agenda, which is quite broad, and we have already implemented almost 60% of our requirements, but we are very active in implementation of significant reforms in economy and in different sectors of economy, including transport, energy,
this is good news.
Trade.
This is very good news. This is incredibly good news. It's calculated through you for your from your MyGov. Oh, cool. So I just have to like put in the like the tech that I use for work, and that's it. Cool. Oh, by the way, that's another thing. You don't have to go and like pay H&R Block to do your taxes here. The government does it for you. Literally, like, it's tax season, you log into it, and it just shows you how much taxes you've paid, how much it does all of it for you. It asks you a couple questions to make some clarifications, and then you're done. You don't have to go pay someone to do your taxes. By the way, if Dutton had won, they would have got rid of that. Because Dutton wanted to make it so that you did have to go pay in H&R Block. Are houses made of paper in the in AU? No, but they are not made great, unfortunately. Yeah, claim how much of your tax agents charge. That's true. Hold up, this makes way too much sense. Yeah, I was gonna say it makes way too much sense. It's scary to the Americans, I know. When like government policy makes sense and is good, it's a foreign feeling that you don't really get to experience very often. It's really sad. But no, like, the system is broken on purpose. Exactly. Sounds like socialism, and we're not even a socialist state either. Like, Australia is capitalist. It's not socialist here. This is just like, it's not even democratic socialism. Like, this is just capitalism that's not decaying. That's all this is. Australia is just non-decaying capitalism right now. It could be so much better. Americans are pigs being raised for the slaughter, bare minimum supply to keep the workforce moving. Genuinely, like, Americans are being made to be the product. You're cattle. All of you are now cattle. You are exploited for your attention. You are farmed for your attention. And that attention is then sold to companies that then advertise to you and farm money from you. We still have good social safety nets, thankfully. Thankfully. We almost lost them if Dutton had won. Oz is full socialist. Yep. It's the Marxist, communist, globalist, socialist, industrialist, blah, 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 blah. Medicare is a winner for us. I'm very excited for Albo to make that better too. Fuck. Medicare is genuinely like the only thing that keeps me functional. If I couldn't go to a doctor, I don't even think I would be in this country. Like, that was one of the main reasons I stayed here, is because I can go see a fucking doctor. It is what it is. So in other funny good news, Greenland signed a lucrative minerals deal with Europe in a blow to Trump. So Greenland's going to sell its rare earth minerals to Europe, and if America wants to take Greenland and take those minerals, that would be stealing from Europe now. Because Europe owns the rights to them. They're selling them to Europe. This will, you know, it's gold. It's amazing. Perfect. 10 out of 10. It's so fucking funny. Yeah. Because now, let's say we invade. Europe gets to say, excuse me, the fuck are you doing? We have factories there. You're not touching our fucking factories. Like, it would require war with Europe. And to be clear, it probably would have ended up that way anyway, considering Greenland is part of Denmark, a NATO ally. Now, I don't think that Europe was going to go to war with America over Greenland. We probably just, like, would have taken it and they would have let us have it. But now, with this, that makes it a bit more difficult for the regime to do that. I bet Trump is absolutely fuming at this. I bet he probably doesn't even know about it. We need more of this energy in the world versus Trump. Like, fuck versus Trump. I don't care about Trump. Stop saying versus Trump. Trump is nothing. Trump is literally just the puppet. It is everyone around him. It's the Nazis. It's the demons. Trump just says shit. He's the celebrity, you know? He's there for the base to simp for him. He's the celebrity to grab them attention, while everything evil is just done by other people. If you were here when we raided Kid Not Kin after stream yesterday, and he was talking about the meeting with South Africa's president, Trump literally said in that meeting, oh yeah, no, the reason that we brought the South Africans is over is because Elon said so. Trump is a symptom. So, in other European news, Russian intelligence services turned Brazil into a spy factory. This story just broke today. This is actually insane.
Straight into the newspapers. Dipti is joining us for that. Lots of reactions in the South African press today, of course, after President Cyril Ramaphosa's meeting with Donald Trump.
Oh my God, again, every fucking time they got to put a different story first and then they can get to the second one.
What you have is one word that really stands out, and
from the South African front pages.
Well, what you have is one word that really stands out, and it's here, ambushed, as the Daily News says. This is how many...
Oh, okay, we're still talking about that. Can we get to, like, the actual topic of the video? Or are we just not going to do that?
As well, it's a fascinating story. There's another fascinating story as well in the Northern Irish press that Dipti's...
stories.
Okay, here we go. It's in the middle. Why? Why? Like, DW, what the fuck? You have a different news story all the way up to 3 minutes into your 8-minute video. And then from 5 minutes on, it's another different news story. God, I hate the media so much.
Russian spies in the country.
Yeah.
This isn't DW. Oh, it's France 24. Sorry, I thought it was France. I thought it was DW. Fuck you, France 24. What the fuck, guys?
Trying to and has been successful in doing so. This is a really fascinating article from the New York Times today. It's an investigative piece called The Spy Factory, and it looks at how Russia's intelligence services turned Brazil into what the Times calls an assembly line for deep cover operatives,
clickbait.
And how Brazil has been quietly dismantling it. So it explains that the goal of this so-called spy factory was not to spy on Brazil, but for Russian spies to essentially become Brazilian with Brazilian passports and birth certificates and Brazilian backstories. And the country, Russia, then using Brazil as a launch pad for its spies to operate around the world. Now, Brazil's painstaking investigative work into this network began right after the war in Ukraine. It saw authorities dismantling the network piece by piece and delivering a devastating blow to Vladimir Putin's spy program. The Times takes us through Operation...
Did no tax on tips apply to Twitch donations? Well, to be fair, it hasn't passed yet. It's passed the House, but technically, yeah. Like, they're not very clear on what counts, so a tip counts. I'm sorry, but like, you know, if they say it doesn't count, I will show that if I open my, let's say, Streamlabs desktop app, I can go to the section where it says tips and see the money that I was donated. Donations also count as tips because, like, the rhetoric changes from platform to platform. It's a tip. So it counts. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I hope it counts because that would mean that I can lean on my US taxes and not have to pay, like, more in Australia, and then that means Australia will give me my taxes back because I've had to pay in 2 countries. It's fucking weird. Tax law is interesting to me in that, like, they put so many fucking loopholes into every little bit of them and expect no one to use them because no one else reads them. You can. A lot of you can read them and use them. It's not particularly hard, and it's not fraud because it's part of the system. Now, like, doing it for the purpose of fraud would make it fraud. It's the intention behind that actually goes into it. But if your intention is, I just want to do what all the rich people do, you're allowed to do it. And I think that's fucking insane. Like, yes, the loopholes existing in and of itself is insane. And this no tax on tip thing is a loophole that they will then exploit by making everything that rich people would have to do a tip. They're going to apply this to so much bullshit so that they don't have to pay any taxes. And none of you will get to benefit from it unless you're like a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber.
East, as it was called, it was led by the same counterintelligence agents who brought down former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro and involved them combing through millions of Brazilian identity records, really looking for a link, a pattern, if you like. And it actually started in 2022 when they arrested this man called Victor Muller Ferreira, aka Sergei Cherkasov. They discovered that his real birth certificate cited a deceased Brazilian woman as his mother, but when
I hope it helps, did and done, but like I can very much see them changing how tipped jobs work and making it so you can't benefit from this. Like, nothing, if it comes out and it's like useful, great. I just don't expect good things from this regime that are useful. Like, most of the stuff that I expect is they'll sound good and it'll fuck you in the, like, you know, when you have your back turned. This could go 50-50. It's very simple. They might just like throw everyone a bone. That'd be great. They might also make it so like they do it exactly the way that you all get to benefit. Service workers get a little boost, and then they change a law so that behind the scenes, now more of your tips are monitored by like your workplace. Now you have to share your tips with your workplace. Or let's say they just reduce tip jobs and make you work for minimum wage. There's so many ways they can use this to attack rather than help. And so far, I've seen literally nothing that is helpful to the American people out of this, like, administration. Not a single thing that has been good for Americans that's happened, so.
They dug a little deeper, they discovered this woman did not have any children. So it set off these alarm bells that eventually led to the dismantling of this so-called network of ghosts. So
thank you for the sub, Shard Spork.
Kind of reads like a spy movie, actually.
It does, doesn't it? I'm sure there will be one as well. It's a fascinating story. There's another fascinating story as well in the Northern Irish press that Dipty's found for us today. This is the arrest of a rapper who's charged with a terror.
Okay, we can. Oh yes, actually, back to Israel for a second. Kneecap, a rapper who on stage on a show said Free Palestine or some shit like that, and they've charged him with terrorism. It's fucked up, but it's to be expected. Now, what's not to be expected right here is this. This blew my mind. We've had a few different news stories about Russian spies breaking today, but this one, the London Home exposed Russian intelligence psyops in Europe and hosted a network of Russian propagandists linked to Georgescu and the Russian embassy in Bucharest that was run by QAnon, I Am MAGA, and New Age conspiracist Sasha Stone, which is very, 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 very bad. So, first off, you can, read the article if you like. I will link it to you. I'm just going to read the breakdown of it in the Twitter thread. So, Stone, who has been working with for Russian disinformation and Ukraine conspiracies, has worked alongside Michael Flynn, who is QAnon, Oliver and Sean Stone, Jeffrey Sachs, Alex Jones. Stone is a partner at the United Thrace, who were found meeting with pro-Russian Romanian candidates at the Russian embassy. To everyone that literally still to this, after the election, will argue that Georgescu wasn't a Russian op. Well, here you go. He was a Russian op. The Russian ops are actually really easy to tell who they are. It's just, we just pretend that they're not, because Russia. The United Home was linked to GRU Hackers, a company of Putin's cousin, and Adnow, a digital advertising firm that links to the Kremlin, who sent 2 million euros between 2016 and 2024 to the websites and television stations promoting pro-Russian far-right content. Kind of like Tenet Media in the United States, for example, what was their names? There was, Tim Pool, there was Lawrence Southern, there was Benny Johnson, there was, what was the other one? He was like a liberal at first and he flipped. I can never remember. He was another one of the TYT fucks that I just didn't give a shit about. So Stone is also obsessed with New Age esotericism, so he's a Nazi, because New Age esotericism plus Russia equals Nazi. Russian cosmism, I don't even know what the fuck that is, and the New Sphere, which all of this sounds like schizophrenia, just purchased 60 acres in Tennessee for his New Earth Project Micronation, an elite New Age Christian utopia, in order to secede from the US government. Remember when we talked about how rich people were going to be able to have decentralized little mini-cities and mini-city-states? That the balkanization of the United States is at hand? Well, here is one of those plans. A horrifying one, by the way, a Christian utopia, which sounds literally like hell, but okay. Sasha Stone and Oliver Stone and Sean partnered with shady Russians, creating wellness retreats for ex-military with PTSD, creating a new age to far-right pipeline, promoting hypnosis, yoga, meditation, alt medicine, even works of Dugin and Neo-Eurasianism. Dugin being Alexander Dugin, the Russian propagandist that is nicknamed Putin's brain. Holy fucknuts is right. Look, Jim Stewartson, who is excellent, is shocked by this. This is insane. It shows so much of what we've been talking about, of the Russians infiltrating not only Europe, but America as well. And just unfortunately, America allowed it to happen still. These people are in governments. They are working towards fucking over specifically Europeans who are trying to have countries that aren't far right. This is what I mean when I say Russia, especially prior to this election, was the largest exporter of right-wing Nazi propaganda in the world. We were the second largest. Now we are the largest exporter, and they're the second largest exporter. Well, America literally brought in Nazi socialists for self-growth, Nazi scientists for self-growth. Yeah, and also a lot of the South Africans that we just brought in have ties to that as well. You can call it Operation Paperclip Part 2 if you want to. Yes, we did that, but we didn't do that because we wanted to be Nazis, right? We didn't do that because we wanted to be right-wing. We wanted their tech. We wanted to beat the Soviets in the space race, which, by the way, all of those Nazi scientists should just get, should have just been hanged, and that would have been, that works fine. But, we didn't do that. That's not the point. The point here is there is a concerted effort to propagandize and create media. New Age esotericism is all over the place. Look at TikTok. Look at Gen Z, millennials. Esotericism, like people's horoscopes, or like this planet is in retrograde, and the readings that they get from tarot cards. Like, people think this stuff is real. You can engage with this type of material, by the way, and not go insane. You just need to understand that it's not real. Your brain is forming patterns, and you're just putting things in front of you for your brain to form patterns from. You're doing all of that yourself. None of it is magic. None of it is, like, real. But they want you to think that it's real. And a lot of the people in the United States who were very new agey, especially like older millennial, young Gen X women, like Crystal Mommies and all of them, they're all fucking far, far, far right now. Why? Because there is a direct link in esotericism, which is trying to define the world based off of non-physical, non-measurable, non-scientific contexts. You are trying to measure reality with fantasy. And when you learn to do that, when you do it long enough that it feels normal, then you start to apply that to things that aren't esoteric. You start to apply that to reality, to actual measurable reality. And oh my goodness, thank you, Shard. I really, really appreciate that. By the way, guys, if you do want to give me a sub, you can use this link. Oh, sorry, that's the Discord link. You can use this link, and that way you can donate to me directly, and Twitch and YouTube don't get a cut of that, just in case you didn't know. But yeah, holy shit, thank you. Very much appreciated. And a monthly tip too, holy crap. See, like, I love this community. The conversations we have in here and the way that you all engage, it actually gives me hope, because other streamers communities that I've seen aren't like this. People are arguing constantly. I've talked to streamers who just dislike their own chat, and I've just like never had that kind of a problem, and I hope I never do. Go like the stream if you haven't already, but back to it. This is a statement from NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, just yesterday, I believe. Quote, Russia is at an enormous pace reconstituting itself. They are producing this moment ammunition at a level which has not been seen in recent decades. They produce 4 times as much ammunition as the whole of NATO, producing as we speak. They are reconstituting their armies, and their whole economy is on a war footing. So that's true. But I would like to throw in there that even though that is true, right? Not there. Give me this one. Yes, they are reconstituting. Yes, their economy is on a war footing. But the one big issue that they still have to figure out how to cope with is... Jesus Christ, if I could find my links. Oh, that's why, because I'm way too far down in this document. Oh my goodness. Here we go. The larger issue being... Oh my goodness, that's not the right link. Okay, hold on. I gotta go to Signal and like find the link that I saw earlier. There we go. Was it this one? No, that is a different one that I also already have. This is it. Here we go. Sorry about that for a second. I was very confused as to where my links were. This is Gazprom, a massive Russian gas giant. Now, Gazprom is not going to be paying dividends to their shareholders for 2024, which means they're out of money. And why are they out of money? Well, because they're a gas company, and Ukraine keeps fucking firing drones at oil refineries, has destroyed many of Russia's oil refineries. And oil refineries are not like easy to repair. They're very expensive to make. They're very difficult to fix. This is a huge, like a crippling blow. If Gazprom's board of directors can't pay dividends for 2024, that means like this year is it. Like if Russia doesn't get a ceasefire and the war continues, Russia might collapse by the end of the year. Let's have a look. Hold on. I think this one's going to ask me for a login. No? Cool. The company last paid dividends in the first half of 2022. Gazprom paid interim dividends of 51 rubles per share, 1.2 billion in total. And that's it. That's all we got on this. It's very funny. I do love seeing Russian companies struggling. And we're going to see that, like, they're doing a lot, both to us and Europe. And the money that they are spending on this is coming from, their gas companies, but mostly from China. China is holding them up right now. Without the assistance of China, Russia couldn't do what they're doing, couldn't be reconstituting themselves the way that they are at the very least. They might, like, they'd be able to keep up the war effort, but what they're doing now, no way that they could afford this without help.
We know that Russia is
interesting audio
at an enormous pace reconstituting itself. They are producing at this moment ammunition at a level which has not been seen in recent decades. They produce 4 times as much ammunition as the whole of NATO is producing.
I would also like to remind you guys that the Russian child soldier army is bigger than all of Europe's standing army put together. And I think that's both terrifying and sad. They have more child soldiers than Europe has adult soldiers.
Producing as we speak. They're reconstituting their armies. Their whole economy is on a war footing. And we have had open sources saying from intelligence services that by 27 or by 2030 or by 2032, they might be able to be at such a level of strength that they could try something silly. What we have
to try something silly. I love the way that he said that. Are you kidding me? To try something silly? We're playing a game here? No, but like we also do know that both German and Belgium and their intelligence services have warned that there is a high risk of Russia, maybe like, I don't know, attacking parts of Europe, at least testing the borders by August of this year, which we'll see if that happens. At the very least, they are arming themselves and lining up at the border. Alternatively, within 5 years, it's expected that they'll be able to launch a full-scale war against Europe, and that's what all this is about. You know, that's why Ukraine needs to win, because if Ukraine loses, Russia won't stop. And like it seems like even if Ukraine wins, they're still not planning to stop.
Is to make sure that Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin knows that if he attacks now or in the near future, that our reaction will be devastating. We know...
that is good to hear. Like, I do like to hear strength from Europe, but at the same time, like, they're getting fucked around with. Oh, any updates from India, Pakistan? Seems like we haven't covered that in a bit. The ceasefire is still holding. That's the news from it. There's like definitely tension in the region. And I mean, like, there's always tension in that region, but ceasefire's holding. That was a quick, short war. I think everybody wanted that to not happen. And so it was a bit more of a team effort of stopping them. I think China probably helped a bit. So did we, which is good. The like one useful thing that we did was prevent India and Pakistan from going to war. The other end of this is that recently, the Russian state-sponsored hacker group known as Fancy Bear hacked into security cameras in the UK in an effort to surveil Western aid deliveries to Ukraine and disrupt supply routes, which is very bad. So the Russian state-sponsored hacking group known as Fancy Bear, which I'm sure you've heard of them before. The allegations are laid out in an advisory from the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre that was produced in cooperation with agencies from the US and multiple European countries. It says the hackers from Fancy Bear have been carrying out cyber campaigns targeting public and private organizations in NATO member states since 2022. This is their, like, entire MO, by the way. Like, this is the highest degree of competence that the Russians show in their military capabilities is in their cyber warfare. They are everywhere. Like, we just looked at the ones in Brazil, which were meant to infiltrate the United States and Brazil, these ones in the UK, and as well as all over Europe. Document alleges that the hackers access both private security cameras and traffic cameras to track aid deliveries in Ukraine. In total, around 10,000 cameras reportedly compromised, including ones near border crossings, military sites, and railway stations. Of these, 80% were located in Ukraine, 10% in Romania, 4% in Poland, 2.8% in Hungary, and 1.7% in Slovakia. But obviously, like, the hack was through the UK as well. First of all, like, it is really easy to hack a security camera, and most of the security cameras that you'll see probably are broadcasting. Like, you probably can go find a camera feed that shows your house if you really tried, which is terrifying, especially now that we're adding AI into all of those. The hackers also took other steps to gather sensitive information on Western aid shipments to Kyiv, including train schedules, shipping manifests. According to this report, this included sending phishing emails containing pornography, fake documents, as well as stealing passwords to access internal systems. They're not fucking around, but neither is Europe. Here's the Estonian defense minister.
DW is joined now from Tallinn by Estonian Defense Minister Hanno Pevkur. He's just returned from Washington and talks with Trump administration officials. But Minister Pevkur, we're going to start our discussion instead with an important issue of today. Russian and Ukrainian representatives are holding their first talks in years. From Estonia's perspective, what are the prospects for these talks to actually possibly bring an end to this war?
Well, I would say that it's more important globally and also for Europe what the perspectives are. Unfortunately, we see that Russia is not taking very seriously these talks and sending...
Can we just say Russia doesn't want to end the war? Like, I don't know why they won't just say it. Like, Europe can say that. They're allowed to.
Low-level officials to talk with high-level officials from Ukraine. So this is also a message, unfortunately, an unpleasant message from Russians, how to deal with the peace, how that they don't want to peace that actually is on the table. And
you know what I really think? I think Europe should have invaded Russia last winter. I really do. Because, like, everyone says don't invade Russia in the winter. That's a psyop. You should invade Russia in the winter.
You've been lied to about history. The Germans and Napoleon didn't invade Russia in the winter. They invaded in June, the 22nd and 24th, respectively. The reason why the cold did bother them anyway is because they stayed longer than expected. The winter came to them. The people that did invade Russia in the winter were the Mongols. It was Batu Khan who waited for the rivers to freeze so they could ride their horses over it. And they beat the brakes off them.
So maybe, like, learn some tactics, you know?
Burned Moscow to the ground. So the real lesson, they beat the brakes off them. They burned Moscow to the ground. So the real...
All right, I am officially asking Mongolia to come and join the coalition of the willing against Russia.
And now, to be honest, I don't have much expectations to that, what is happening at the moment in Istanbul. But of course, you know, as an optimist, I truly believe that we can find in one day also the solution for that war.
But the U.S. is starting to get the picture that Putin is dragging his feet. You hear remarks like this out of Washington now more than you did before. So in some ways, that also is optimistic that perhaps the real picture of Russia's willingness to engage in these talks is finally becoming clear.
Well, Ukraine has been very, let's say, productive and cooperative. They've been signing the
productive means they've been kicking ass.
Deal with the United States. They've been saying that they are ready to negotiate. They are ready to talk. They are ready to talk on the presidential level. So President Zelensky flew to Istanbul.
Man, I've been asking the Mongols to do the funny since 2022, and that's because you're an OG, Rondo. If only. Just get some horse archers, we're fine.
Putin was the one who didn't show up. So this is why, you know, of course, it is now interesting to see what will be the reaction from the...
Look, like, they know what, like, is coming. They know that Russia wants to invade. And beyond that, like, I would just like to say, we could have just done this long ago if we could acknowledge the fact that Russia is the evil country and just stop trying to, I don't know, negotiate with them. They don't want to negotiate. Just let Ukraine win the war already. Make Russia Ukraine again.
In the forest.
Oh, by the way, Ukraine has invaded Russia for a third time now. They're also in Bryansk now. So Bryansk, Kursk, and Belgorod have been invaded by Ukraine.
Estonia, just 35 miles from Russia. British soldiers are digging in, building real defences in preparation for a war that must never happen. This is NATO's front line, where training is intense and the a lone figure approaches NATO's front line. It's unexpected, catching troops off guard.
That's a lot of tanks, mate. Yeah, it is. Oh, guys, speaking of tanks, before we really get into this, I'm not sure if you guys knew, because I didn't. Like, I knew it was bad, but I didn't realize it was this bad. Where is it? Where is that link about tanks? God damn it. I can never find shit anymore. The Russians have lost more tanks than the US military has in this war. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. Sorry.
Russia have now lost more tanks
This is a different video. First, we'll watch this one.
than there in the entire inventory of the United States.
And then we'll get the other one.
80% of Russian casualties are from first-person view drones. When they went to war, the unit of currency that we talked about was the BTG, the Battalion Tactical Group. And this was the all-arms grouping of tanks and armored personnel.
More tanks than the US military were lost by Russia. And also, like, 80% of casualties being from FPV drones should tell you something.
Carries with its own organic artillery, which was supposed to be the maneuver echelon, which would do the strike towards Kyiv, and the war would be over in 3 to 5 days. Now, the attrition rate of those means that the Soviet inventories, because they never threw anything away, have been absolutely denuded, and
It's actually insane,
loss
yeah.
rate has been greater than the replenishment rate. So in terms of their ability to conduct large-scale maneuvers, that is gone. They've got to try and overcome the sort of...
By the way, this is why we're seeing the motorcycle videos and stuff, is because they don't have armored vehicles to send people in now.
killing zone between where they
Well, they're building
set
some,
off
but
for an attack and
those
the
are
sort
going
of
up north.
line of the Ukrainian trenches. So what they're trying to do there is to
There you go.
use speed to overcome the surveillance drones and artillery to get to the point where they can conduct a break-in battle.
They do have donkeys. Yep, they've sent people on donkeys to war as well. Let me just say, I don't care how fast your motorcycle's going. If the artillery hits near you, in front of you, let's say, you're still fucked.
Ukrainian trench system, and then maybe exploit that for the future. Now, that doesn't mean it's being successful, but if their equipment inventory is denuded, and therefore they have to use Mad Max type
No way,
tactics,
Shard. They're not cool enough for the bears to allow them to mount them. Have you guys ever read The Golden Compass? No, those bears will put their armor on and will fight the Russians if that becomes the case. The only reason the bears live alongside them is because the Russians leave them alone.
they have a mismatch between
Don't piss
ends,
the
ways,
bears
and
off.
means. Their
Ouch.
ends are still maximalist.
Holy shit.
The inventory
Imagine
is
being this guy.
denuded, and therefore they have to use Mad Max type tactics.
That
They
would
have a
suck.
mismatch between ends, ways, and means. Their ends are still maximalist. Their means have altered, and therefore we always say if you haven't got the means, you have to alter your ways or join a coalition. They've altered their ways in trying to use this approach with the motorbikes and ATVs and things
His
like
tire
that,
got lit
but
on
it's
fire,
not
yeah.
necessarily paying off, which is why we've got the new word of motorcide in the lexicon at the movement.
People need to understand that this trench warfare, this contact line, if you like, is over 800 miles long. It's absolutely massive. And as we found in the First World War, trench warfare went on for 4 years. It's very, very difficult to make any progress.
Yeah, I didn't want to say
and
that
these
bit, Shard.
trenches have miles and miles of minefields and very...
Not much the poor guy can do. If he disobeys, he dies. He can go to prison before he goes there. He could not enlist. They're not conscripting right now. And also, if you don't choose, like, if you are just you, like me, If they told me to go to Ukraine and kill people or die, I would try and defect. Yeah, I would try and steal as much information and defect, and a lot of them do. In fact, there are Russians fighting Russia on Ukraine's side, or I would just choose death. I would first of all, like, yeah, if escape is not possible, you should choose death. Now, if they're like, well, kill your children and your family, okay, that makes it a bit harder. Then you go to the front line and then you escape. And then you, I don't know, fake your death. You go and flip over, defect to the other side. But these guys aren't defecting. These guys aren't trying to. These are instances of just people who's like, we watched the video. Guy was drunk and they said, oh, we'll give you $20,000 worth of rubles if you join the military. And he signed up drunk, and the next thing he knows, he's in fucking Ukraine.
Extensive defensive structures, and even with the most modern weapons.
He wanted to go home. They said, you're not allowed to. You can just surrender to the Ukrainians, scuttle the vehicles, spoil the stores, grab the intel, get the fuck out. Literally, yes, we watched a video yesterday of 6 Russians surrendering to the Ukrainians. And part of that video was a nice little comment of, it's great considering, you know, on the other end, if the Russians are doing this, they line up the Ukrainians and they just shoot and kill them. They don't actually take prisoners, whereas the Ukrainians do. Now, the Russians do also take prisoners, but they've been doing so less lately, I believe.
Difficult to advance. Now, if we go back to the First World War, and look at the innovations, big innovation to trench warfare was the use of gas, chemical weapons, chlorine.
You know,
what was the next thing? Well,
you can just
tanks.
go online and see the CIA manual for like sabotage and download it and use those tactics. The Russians have their own version. The fucking it's not the FSB's version, because like that's a whole other thing, but they still have like the KGB version. You can just read it. How to sabotage the people that you work for. Do that. Don't go out and like actually try and fight, because then you deserve to die. I'm sorry, you're invading someone else's country, then die. It's a war. That's how war is. You don't have to go do that. They can't force you to go shoot civilians. We're going to talk about some war crimes, actually, that someone who got doxxed, finally, who's committing war crimes in Russia in a minute.
But we have now found that tank and armored warfare has really been changed significantly by the use of drones, because what drones have done is they've given you sight of virtually every blade of grass on the battlefield. So when you're trying to use deception or surprise, that's incredibly difficult.
It's also made like withdrawing like wounded people from the front line really, really difficult, because the like armored vehicles that are taking injured people away from the front, whether they're civilians or soldiers, are being constantly bombarded by drones as well, so it's harder to get people out of the front line.
Always look for the decisive weapon of warfare. So, for example, in the Falklands War, was it the Harrier?
We don't need to learn about that. We know that this is the decisive weapon in this war. But here's the British training in Estonia.
He's taken into custody, a surrendering soldier, a prisoner of war. But this isn't real. It's part of a vast NATO exercise, a full-scale test of the...
Also, we do have reports of about 50,000 troops from Russia deserting, actually. And we'll get to that in a second. I wonder what happened. Stretcher bearers used to be protected and neither side would shoot them. Stretcher bearers? What do you mean by that? Like, oh, like yeah. What happened is Russia. That's it. Like, literally, Russia doesn't care. Russia shoots unarmed, like, surrendering soldiers. Russia literally has civilians dying for fun. The human safari, the Kherson stuff, remember we've talked about this? Well, the person who's responsible was doxxed. This is the guy whose videos we've been seeing of training in Ukraine by killing civilians with drones before they ship off the new drone pilots to a more active front. We're going to talk about that in a bit as well. We got a lot from Russia to talk about. And yes, 50,000. Fuck me, I just took my sleepy pills. Oof, oof, oof. Well, I will link it to you in case you fall asleep. I do want to finish this first.
The Alliance's ability to defend Estonia from invasion. The thing about Estonia is this. It's all about deterrence. NATO maintains forces in the country permanently, but it needs to test its ability to bolster those forces with additional troops, and that's what's happening this week. BFBS Forces News was granted rare access to join British Army units deployed to the region. We met soldiers permanently stationed here under Operation Cabrit, and others rapidly deployed in response to a simulated attack by a hostile state.
So we're here as
also the UK is putting a permanent deployment in Lithuania as well. So that's two of the Baltic countries that Russia would target covered.
NATO multinational battle group here in Estonia, here to show the UK's commitment to help the Estonian armed forces. So Hedgehog is a massive exercise that happens about once every 5 years, and it's the Estonian National Defence Plan, and obviously us as the multinational battle group, we sort of fit into that. Anyone in the British Army will tell you that NATO is massively important. We understand that, and I personally am very, very proud to be here, supporting NATO as a whole, but particularly supporting the Estonians. They potentially have a big, they've got big worries about what might happen to them, and I'm happy to be here.
Estonia
and I'm sure
is
everyone
a high
else
risk.
is here too.
Finland is
In
high
Tapa,
risk.
we met
Lithuania is
UK
high
personnel
risk.
preparing to roll out into a week-long war game spanning the country. British troops rotate through Estonia on 6-month tours, maintaining a continuous presence on NATO's eastern flank.
So I've been in the army for 3 years now.
I don't know why no one's talking about Latvia, because Latvia makes a lot of sense for me too.
With C Company 1 Mercian. We're based in Bulford, near Salisbury.
And are you loving it?
I'm loving it, yes. This is my first tour, it's first operation. It is going well. The exercise has been quite fun.
So, if you were going to invade a country, if you were going to invade Europe as Russia, and you had to take this route, you're not going to go up from Finland, which is also a possibility, you could choose Lithuania through Belarus, and then take Kaliningrad and cut off the Baltics, sure. You could go for Estonia and take the port and help make it difficult for help to arrive in Finland, because we also have Russian troops lined up at the Finnish border. We're going to watch that. But to me, what makes the most sense would be to take Latvia, because then you cut off Estonia and Finland. But no one's so far. I'm seeing news on Lithuania. I'm seeing news on Estonia, but not Latvia. Seems that the morale is pretty high. Well, that's good. That's good. And realistically, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Ukraine has been kicking ass, so okay. But this is funny about that area. Let's see. Let's have a look. True Latvian. You're a Latvian fact-checking machine.
People have said that they would like to move to Latvia. So today I'm here with one of the people that actually has moved to Latvia.
Hello!
And let's ask him some questions about what it is to be here and to live here. Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name is Gokul, and I study here.
So that means you moved here willingly?
I would imagine so.
Yeah,
sure, yeah.
It was supposed to be for 6 months, but that was 7 years ago. Now I own a jacket that costs more than my uncle's wedding.
So why don't you leave then?
6 months, but it was 7 years ago. Me with Australia. I was only supposed to be here for 3 months.
Because I started liking the sadness, it's like being held by a frozen corpse.
That's how my father held me.
Also, I have no other options.
Valid reason to be in Estonia.
I have a black cockapoo, name is Freddy. I've also decided to name my Trojan after my dog. Yeah, so my job here as the Trojan is to provide counter mobility and mobility corridors for the battle group to progress forward. Any obstacles, blockades, we bypass and continue going through. I've got a minefield clearing, mine plough. This takes direct mine strikes. So far I've been kept very busy, making sure that the vehicle's up to date, keep going, making sure I tie back home every now and again when I
do
get the
know
chance.
that they have been mining the border pretty heavily, and also there's a bit, at least in Finland, there's a ton of Dragon's Teeth being installed.
See videos of my dog, it's always nice to see.
For Exercise Hedgehog, this permanent force has been joined by an additional 2,500 troops from the UK and France. Getting them here with all their equipment was no small feat. Some travelled via Eurostar, boarding the 9:15 to Paris before continuing east by rail. It's all part of the test. Can NATO reinforce the front line quickly in a crisis? We embedded with Burma Company, 1st Battalion, the Duke of Lancaster's Regiment. They'd spent 4 days digging in, building battlefield defences that simply can't be replicated in the UK. Tank ditches, trench networks, and dug-in firing positions. Their
I was
location...
going to be a combat engineer once upon a time. I could see you doing it. I could see you doing it. Hey, I mean, like, the Australian government might need a combat engineer. And then they found out I was trans and gay. Oh, well then, like, you can definitely do that here. They don't care if you're trans and gay. They just care if you can do combat engineering.
Is just 35 miles away from Russia.
Gotta get your ass over
here.
here.
Well, we're on
one
Exercise
day.
Hedgehog, which is showcasing the Forward Land Forces Brigade, 4th Light Brigade's ability to rapidly deploy and then operate with the 1st Estonian Division in a relatively challenging environment. And it is about demonstrating NATO's readiness to respond to a threat to its member states.
So what is the exercise from your perspective? I understand this is a defensive base scenario.
That's right, large-scale exercise, operating with the 1st Estonian Division, a defensive scenario, and we're in the build phase whereby we're now preparing the defences against an advancing enemy with a couple of days to push. And when the enemy arrive, that'll be when
this man's voice is so fucking deep.
Exercise, for all intents and purposes, on the main defended area really gets going.
The thing about these trenches is the soldiers have dug them specifically for this exercise. But when the exercise concludes next week, the trenches will remain and they'll become part of the landscape here.
Yeah, because like they might need them. It took 4 days to dig these trenches.
Estonia, should there ever be a war. But what's it like living in a trench? So Liam, this is your humble abode.
Explain.
Why don't you talk me through it?
So we got here, there was just a hole in the ground. We started digging. We had this done by pretty much day 2. There's a chap here asleep, but we normally fold up our sleeping bags. We call them DOS bags. So there's a lot more room during the day, but at night they'll be all folded down, and there's like a little lane here so we can get out, because we'll be going onto the stag point over there, which is in the trench. It's quite spacious in here. We was digging for quite a while to get all this room.
I need you guys to understand, right? Like, a lot of you live in Europe. I can see how many people watch me and where they're watching from. A lot of you Europeans might have to deal with this shit not all that, far in the future. You might need to do this not as part of the military. I'm not saying like you need to go join your country's military, but you might need to do this to survive. You might just need to leave and know some of this stuff. So it's important to pay attention.
With all the insulation and stuff, it's quite homely, so it's good.
It's homely for an infantryman, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
You also don't want to get shot by the wrong army as well.
It's really good.
The trench system includes a machine gun position, which actually is overlooking a road where they expect the enemy to travel along at some point in the next 24 hours or so. Obviously, when that happens, this will let rip. This hybrid deployment, part exercise, part readiness mission, is given Burma Company's OC a rare chance to see his troops operate in realistic, high-pressure conditions.
Yeah, so Burma Company, we deployed 10 days ago to Estonia, and that's where we spent the first week doing some integration training with our Estonian partners and the French battle group that are here, because obviously it's one of the key aspects for us to make sure that we are interoperable with all of the NATO allies that are deployed out here. The experience that our soldiers have, some have served from 2 weeks and have been literally out to basic training just before deploying out here, through to some of our soldiers that my company Sergeant Major that served sort of 20 years. And so that whole breadth of experience is incredible, but also the new ingenuity of some of our soldiers in learning some of the technology that we have. It's just been an incredible opportunity for all of us.
It's really, really important, especially because like if you don't train with this stuff, that you're not going to learn how to use it. And also, if you don't train in live scenarios, then you make mistakes. You end up like the IDF, who has like a, 1 in 5 deaths of the IDF are from friendly fire, and you don't want to be that. That's, by the way, I'm not joking. Like, you can look that up. I'm pretty sure it is 1 in 5. It might be 1 in 6, something like that. But you don't want that. Yeah. Here, fine. I'll look it up. Israeli friendly fire deaths statistics. Well, it tends to be an accident, I would assume. Here we go. NPR. 36 of the 188 killed the time, reported to be friendly fire. I saw it in the fucking subtitle. Where are you? The subheading. Give it to me. I know you're in here. One. There we go. Highest such percentages of recent military history. I guess, like, you can just do that math. What? 36 and 188. That's 17%. So, like, 17% of their deaths is friendly fire? Jesus Christ. Having that bad of a friendly fire rate should be grounds for treason or suspicion. It should be grounds for fucking demilitarization at that point. That's close to 1 in 5. All right. I don't know what an average friendly fire rate is, but fucking 17 is so high. It said that that was one of the highest in the world. Average friendly fire rate, U.S. military. Let's see. I mean, America's up around 10%. How about UK? 4%. How about... What's another country that's in a war? How is that possible? I don't know. I don't know. 1 in 10 feels better than 1 in 5, yeah. Seems like the more fascist you are, the more you fuck up. Well, yes, because they're all bloodthirsty and want to shoot just anyway. But also, like, fascists are bad at doing their jobs, so they don't get training, and so they make mistakes. It's both. What is it for Ukraine? Good question. Ukraine friendly fire rate. 2%. 2% to 20% of all casualties in battle. I'm going to lean into the lower number. It's really the only thing I can find on it, too. Like, there's a lot about Russian friendly fire rates, but not really with Ukrainians. Makes me curious what Nazi Germany's friendly fire stats were if data existed. Oh, I'm sure there was a lot of them. Imagine the PTSD from killing a friend by accident. Yeah, that would be fucked. Google AI says Nazi Germany was 10 to 20%, so it checks out. Being a fascist equals friendly fire. Yeah, kind of, basically. So, then we see 50,000 Russian soldiers are wanted for desertion. Leaked documents reveal mass exodus from the army. Russian journalists have uncovered lists of soldiers charged with desertion. According to the data, nearly 50,000 occupying troops have been listed as wanted for desertion or unauthorized absence from their units. Incredibly funny, and I hope all of them are on the side of Ukraine now and gonna go fight the Russians back. These people have decided, no, I don't want to be a Nazi, and they decide to leave. Good for them. I'm proud of them. Oh, by the way, just so you know, this is who's fighting for the Russians, by the way. It's not Russians. They're ethnic minorities that they send to war. Not ethnic Russians. Not the vast majority, at least. Here you go. Here's one unit.
Вот так бывает иногда на фронте, когда собираюсь, вот я вот НИФ, брат мне вот, Чукчи.
Yep.
Якут. 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 Опять якуты собрались. Начинается. Казах. До сих пор не ушел. Таджик. Юкагир. Юкагир. 278, наверное, который.
That's North Korean.
Вот так вот за Россию воюют. Ни одного русского нету.
Not a single Russian. It is sad. Of course it is. But one way to illegally immigrate from Russia to Ukraine, just sign up for the war and immediately surrender. That's not as easy as it sounds. Getting to the point of surrendering is hard, you know. You are still getting shot at. damn, that's sad, they'll laugh to cope. I mean, yeah, but like, do you not think that like we're gonna try and do this too in America? That like we'll send all of the black folks that are in the military, the Latin Americans in first, like they're the ones going on the suicide assault. We will 100% do this if we can. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. You're way ahead of me there. You already know Long Leg Homo sapien. You really do. But Germany is going to put a permanent foreign deployment in Lithuania. So that's good as well. The shit's getting real, guys. You do understand that we've been in the World War III scenario already. This is just like the next step. We're ramping up. In fact, actually, before we talk about that, give me 1 second. Because there's some other stuff that I think you should see. Got that. There's that. Forgot about this and that. Okay, cool.
So
let me just get set up really quickly. So what's going on here is, first and foremost, there is a ton of buildup near Finland. That's a lot. Like, considering the fact that they have very little of anything to send into Ukraine, to be propping up bases, bunkers, training grounds in the border to Finland, on the border to Finland rather, is concerning. You're going to get shot at surrendering from both the Ukrainians and your own troops if they figure it out. That's true. I bet the U.S. will offer illegal immigrants one single opportunity to not be sent to El Salvador, join the front lines. Probably, and also like students, because, you know, they're going to try and get kids to sign up for the military immediately. Okay, so here, this is bad. I can't believe that people don't see how the history is repeating itself. 1938, British PM Neville Chamberlain signed the Munich Agreement with Adolf Hitler, famously called it the peace for our time. The agreement is now regarded as a classic example of appeasing the aggressor. It led to Czechoslovakia being divided by Germany. Later, it led Hitler to expanding his aggression, became one of the reasons for World War II. We must learn from mistakes. They are literally preparing for a bigger war. I don't want a ceasefire in Ukraine. Like, I know Zelensky does too, and I know the Ukrainians in Ukraine do too, but I don't want a ceasefire in Ukraine. I want Europe to deploy into Ukraine. We have reports of Iranian soldiers fighting in Ukraine now on Russia's side. If Russia gets to have North Korea and Iran help it in the war, I don't think this matters anymore. Just fucking send Europe in. Jesus Christ. Iran, guys. IRGC has been spotted in Kursk. By the way, Fancy Bear is also attacking U.S. supply chains, not just UK. Remember, this is the same group that was spying on aid shipments to Ukraine through cameras. They are attacking Air, Sea, Rail, FBI, NSA, and Cyber Command all have confirmed this. We've also ordered a pause on cyber ops against Russia. So, like, we're being attacked and we're not doing anything. I mean, like, now imagine X is glitching, apps are stalling, feels like a DDoS test run. I'm not sure about that, but, like, there's a lot of shit that you can do when you have, I don't know, unrestricted access to the United States' fucking cyber servers. Like, the entirety of our infrastructure. You can do a lot of things. Nano explains that Doge whistleblower alleges that they grabbed sensitive NLRB info and accessed it and left the door open as Russians immediately attempted to access it with new passwords, threatened him when he tried to sound the alarm. Ceasefires are meaningless without enforceable rules against Russia being Russia? Well, yeah, absolutely. And Europe knows this, by the way. Europe has said that they will not accept a ceasefire that they think is bullshit because they know that that's what's been happening. But remember that, like, you can just force them. They're bluffing constantly. Just deploy European troops, and then they'll threaten to nuke you, and then you just ignore it. Threaten to nuke them back, and then continue. You know what you do when Vladimir Putin says, "Oh, we will nuke France and the United Kingdom"? You say, "Look at your population density map and tell me that you think that you could stop all of our nukes from hitting 2 cities." Like, literally, it's not going to happen. This is why I like you. Why? Because I tell Europe to threaten to nuke Russia back when they threaten it. Like, genuinely, like, their entire population that, like, lives in 2 cities. The rest of the rural population, sure, like, there are people there, but it's nowhere near the amount of people in Moscow and St. Petersburg. NATO knows no bounds. I do like those NATO people. I'm tight with them. I'm not NATO myself, but I do not mind them. There was some classified information that when things looked really bad for Russia, they were very close to using a tactical nuke in Ukraine. That would have been so bad for them, Cat Thrower. Like, using a tactical nuke in Ukraine would not have helped them one bit. First of all, nuking, like, area that you want to conquer, not really the best idea. But secondly, I'm NATO, we love you too, based. But secondly, China told Russia to knock it off with the nuclear threats. China is the only thing helping, like, holding Russia up right now. No country in the world would be okay with it. Their allies that are currently in Ukraine, fighting for them, Iran and North Korea. North Korea would be fine with it. I don't think Iran would. Using that nuke would weaken their position, not strengthen it. They would use the tactical nuke to take out, what, like a brigade? Okay. And now international, like, support for Ukraine grows 50 times what it was, and everyone in the world is like, let's just fucking invade Russia. Like, what is that going to do for you? It has no benefit. Nukes aren't useful when you shoot them. They're useful as a deterrent. Anyway, I have to sleep. Have fun living in the future over there. Have a lovely evening, Rondo. It's always good to see you. I feel like using a nuke is saying, I'm fucked, I'm trash, I lost, I can't do anything, I just want to go out with a bang. It literally is exactly that. It's weak, and it would show weakness. Honestly, like, it would get them invaded by other countries. Not even like Europe being like, oh, fuck it, you've nuked Ukraine, like, we're coming for you now. No, I mean, like, China might be like, hey, I feel like I could take a piece off of here. Why not? Iran might just be like, I'm going to take that. Who knows? All right, I got to pee. I'll be right back, and then we're going to continue on this. They're going to get shock doctrined again doing that shit. Yeah, it's not useful. You don't use a nuke. It doesn't help you. It's end of the world or it's nothing. Go put some food in the cat bowl. I'll be right back. All right, let's get back to it. Righty. So here we can see some war crimes being committed by the Russians. Lovely, always love to see that. Russian occupiers are receiving orders to kill Ukrainian soldiers who are taken prisoner, according to CNN. Radio intercepts of conversations between Russian troops indicate that they are being instructed to execute captured Ukrainian servicemen. Now, is there sound? Arda, listen to me. Ask who the commander is, take the commander, and kill everyone else.
Before even this moment of surrender, the fate of these 6 Ukrainian troops was sealed. Ukrainian drone images from the southern front last November show the horror that comes.
As I said earlier, Russians can surrender to Ukraine and not be executed.
After defeat, a Russian hiding in the bushes shoots one Ukrainian in the head. Ukrainian officials gave CNN intercepts of Russian radio orders from their commanders to their troops here.
Take them to the
We
road.
can't verify them independently, but they help paint a chilling picture of what appear to be executions to order, of a plan to kill prisoners given from
Russia
above.
does this regularly, by the way. Get the fuck out, take the senior one, and get rid of the others.
The Russian in the bushes seems to fit a mask and then emerge. He's joined by another Russian. They talk. There's no visible threat from their prisoners. And one captive Ukrainian seems to gesture at them.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah. Okay.
His fate, shot. But nothing changes his fate, shot in the head, calmly. Another Ukrainian gets up, presumably the commander, and takes off his armor. But the voice on the radio is impatient.
Did you take them down? That's a question.
The commander is led away. In total, 6 times the order to kill was given, according to the intercepts. A forensic study for CNN, the files and audio, found no reason they weren't authentic. And
Like, this shit is illegal, but, like, nothing matters anymore. International law is dead.
An intelligence official described them to us as, quote, credible. We've geolocated the footage of the killing to this tree line just outside of Novodarivka in Zaporizhia region.
Zom, was that what you were...
And where fierce fighting raged late last year. Ukrainian prosecutors say the executions of surrendering Ukrainian troops by Russians are increasing. They say they opened 8 cases in all of 2023, 39 for all of last year, and in just the first 4 months of this year, 20.
Jesus Christ. So, like, again, you can't negotiate with them. They don't want to. They have zero desire to. Zero. Here's another example of war crimes. In this edition, I unmask a suspected war criminal and Russian drone pilot, Ernest Spartakovich Stropinsky, aka Sweta, formerly from the infamous Kabar group, and I began work on investigating the toll of his crimes with Kabar. This, again, is the human safari in Kherson, where they're just killing civilians left and right for fun. Let's dive into Sweta's personal background to get a fuller picture of who exactly this war criminal is, and we will review his connection to the Kabar group, accusations of fraud against him by his former comrades, and a brand new unit he is serving in now. So, Ernest over here was born September 12th, 1998. Wow, I'm older than this motherfucker. Hometown, Maikop, Diga Republic in the Russian Federation. Here's, like, I don't care anymore. Here's all of his information. Passport details, possible names, his mother, all of this is out there now. This guy deserves to be tried at The Hague. Now, getting him there is another fucking thing, but, you know. By the way, this is why you, should keep a low profile on your social media activity, because, all of it can be very easily found. So, one piece of evidence was a photo of both his great-grandfathers, shared to Telegram on May 9th in honor of Victory Day. His great-grandfather on the right-hand side shares his surname, confirming Sweta to be Strapinsky. Oof, mate, you made an OPSEC failure. You posted something about your family. Crazy that being born in 2000 is almost like 27 years ago. Don't remind me that I'm 30. Or like that I'm almost 30. I don't actually mind being 30. It's the almost 30 that I mind. The best piece of evidence shared by Strapinsky was a photo published on April 13th, giving his full name. He appears to be in his third year of studying state municipal admin and achieved honor roll status despite serving in the Kherson direction for the entirety of last year. I wonder how that happens. Other posts shared by Strapinsky show that Ernest is a product of Russian militarization of the youth. Strapinsky admits to being involved with paramilitary youth organizations when he was as young as 12 years old. As I've said, it's fucking horrifying to think about the fact that Russia has more child soldiers than Europe has soldiers. If that doesn't horrify you, it should. Subsequently, in his teenage years, it appears he attempted a Russian military academy based on his dress uniform. It's a Soviet seaman summer uniform. He shared the Victory Day, shared the photo on May 10th, indicating this was his school's Victory Day ceremony. Militarized at 12. Literally, like, here. Oh my goodness, hold on. This headline made me laugh so hard just now. Israel blames DC attacks on countries discussing Palestinian recognition. Oh my goodness. Fucking A+. A+ to whoever wrote this title for this video, France24. Give that person a raise, please. Holy shit. My God. Okay. There's that. Well, here's two videos. One, where do Russian soldiers take the children they abduct from Ukraine? If you're curious, they bring them to Russia, where they then militarize them.
Ukrainian officials say that the number of children abducted by Russia since the start of the war now stands at more than 19,000. Few have made it back home.
So they've stolen 19,000 children from Ukraine. By the way, this was 10 months ago, so think about how much that number might have gone up.
Ibrahim went to Ukraine to speak to one of those who did.
Steps on a path to recovery. Every day, 16-year-old was unable to take care of him, he tells me. He, along with his little brother,
I was frightened that suddenly they might.
They then bring these kids to Russia, and then they radicalize them against their own country, and then they send, like, they do this every time. Like we saw earlier, that entire unit of non-ethnic Russians fighting for Russia. That's how that happens. This is what they do. They did the same with Chechnya.
Be shelling, and the basement where we were hiding
did the same with Crimea.
would collapse on us. I was afraid for everyone.
initially, Russian forces holding them.
I feel like the ethnic minority dudes knew exactly what they were being used for, though. Oh, yeah, no, that was the joke. Like, at the end, he's like, look at this, we're defending Russia, and there's not a single Russian here. They were absolutely self-aware.
Return to Ukraine. I was friends with some who wanted to return.
We didn't know where they were or what had happened to them. I only heard some rumors that someone had seen them.
They got so lucky. But so, understand that, yes, Russia steals children from Ukraine. That tens of thousands of them, 19,000 as of 10 months ago, brings them to Russia, and if they're young enough, brainwashes them. But also,
the U.S. State Department and
how about let's look at Russian kids. Being in Georgia is better than being said. The Georgian government is sus too. That is true. But the Georgian government is sus, and everyone in Georgia knows it. There's been protests on the streets for like more than 6 months, and we just covered today that accession to the EU is going well for Georgia. So Georgia is about to become part of Europe.
You might ask, education that instills a sense of national pride and civic duty exists in many countries worldwide, including Ukraine. Russia, however, has taken it to a whole new level. While invading sovereign states and killing Ukrainians in real time, Moscow is normalizing its colonial and genocidal behavior in Russian schools. From elementary school, Russian children are taught that their army is a righteous savior of the oppressed.
Oh, okay, cool. Of course, we're doing the Israel thing from like primary school on. We are the most moral army on earth, and we are also oppressed. We are all victims. All of you will forever feel like a victim, but don't forget that you are entitled to everything that everyone else has, and they should thank you when they give it to you.
Thus, their textbooks whitewash Russia's war against Ukraine.
The Russian military engages in armed conflict only when there is a threat to the country, its citizens, and allies from aggressors and hostile nations. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
As a so-called special military operation. Moscow's version of history, of course, does not view Ukraine as a sovereign country
Endless
and refers
victimhood,
to
all of
occupied
them.
territories as parts of Russia. Since September this year, Russian school children have also been taught the basics of operating combat drones. Putin, who introduced this idea, said it would benefit the country. The drone lesson...
Okay, look, I can see where you would get that idea from because the drones are built to be like video games, but holy shit, please stop teaching the children to fly drones for war purposes, please.
Joint assault rifle training, hand grenade skills, combat first aid,
What the
and
fuck,
digging.
guys? What the fuck?
Joint assault rifle training, hand grenade skills, combat first aid, and digging trenches. This is part of the revised...
They're fucking 5. And by the way, that looked like a real, like, maybe not like a real full-on grenade, but that exploded. Those are toddlers. All fascists know is war. You're right, all of them. It's endless victimhood, endless war, and endless suffering. That's all these people stand for. It's the same in Russia. It's the same in America. It's the same in Israel.
Combat first aid, and digging trenches.
Look at that shit
This
explode.
is part of the revised Fundamentals of
trenches.
Life Safety curriculum, which is now
Yes, fundamentals of life. Digging trenches in a war when you're fucking 5.
called Fundamentals of Safety and Defense of the Homeland. Starting in 2024,
Yeah, it
will
is.
include lectures on military service and
Yes, Josh, this is child soldier stuff. We're talking about Russia. This is what Russia does. They do this with their like their own kids and the kids that they steal from Ukraine.
grenade skills, combat
This
first
right
aid,
here
and digging
horrified me.
trenches.
This part
This
of it,
is
I just can't get past it. It horrified me. I can't even convey the way that I'm feeling. I don't blame you.
Fundamentals of Safety.
This is lower than African warlord shit. Like, we have gone beyond what the Mujahideen is capable of. Honestly, like, I'm at the point now where I wish the Mujahideen had won the war. I mean, they did win that war, but, like, I wish they won the next war by invading fucking Russia afterward. Holy shit. This is evil. This is demonic shit. Fundamentals of life for your fucking 5-year-old is how to dig a trench and how to not die from a grenade. Shoot an assault rifle. That's what we're teaching. You know, not like math, science, history. Who needs that? It's how to fire a weapon.
And defense of the homeland. Starting in 2024, it will include lectures on military service and careers. This is just one aspect of a broader
How to hate.
militarization of children that is now happening in Russia.
This is like,
From early
this is
school
engaging
years.
beyond all fucking belief. Yeah. Oopsie. I can't type for some reason. This country produces nothing but vodka and AK-47s. You're wrong, actually. It produces vodka, AK-47s, PSYOPs, and Nazis. Remember, prior to this election, Russia was the largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist, Nazi propaganda in the whole world. Now it's us, but they're a close second. Israel's a close third.
Russian kids are encouraged to join national state children's and youth organizations.
How did you forget? It's it's America's primary export.
Like Big Break and the Movement of the First. A flashback to the Soviet Young Pioneers and Komsomol. These organizations emerged from Putin's orders in 2022, a few months after Russia invaded Ukraine. The Movement of the First has become an umbrella for all kinds of patriotic movements, such as...
The whole point of me showing you this, by the way, was to remind you guys of the fact that Russia has more child soldiers than Europe has soldiers. Now, let me ask you a question. If Russia invaded Lithuania and sent in a battalion of 10-year-olds, are the Europeans going to shoot them? Even if the kids are shooting at them? How much PTSD do you think the soldier who shoots a 10-year-old in the head is going to get when he's getting shot at? He has to, because, you know, it's an interesting question, isn't it? Yeah, it's also an interesting tactic in a war. They'll hesitate. Most won't. Yeah. These kids won't, but European soldiers will. I mean, I hope they will. You should kind of hesitate when, you know, you have a gun pointed at a child's head. The IDF wouldn't hesitate. That's true. The IDF would be like the perfect military to fight the child soldiers of Russia. It's a shame. Can we incapacitate them with non-lethal gas? Have you seen what the battlefields look like? Not really. It would be very hard. I mean, we're in trench warfare now, so... The Israeli diaper force, exactly. The only thing they're good at is killing, like, women and children that have no weapons on them. These kids have weapons on them, so maybe it'll be, like, a little bit of a difficulty increase for them, so who knows. Israel's not really good at shooting at people who shoot back.
Today in Krasnodar.
Oh, by the way, these are Ukrainian kids, by the way. This is the weaponization of the Ukrainian youth now.
In the homeland of the young republic, UNAMIA members from across the republic are taking their oath.
This is a Russian-occupied part of Luhansk Oblast. In September this year, 300 local children were enrolled in Putin's youth army. According to Russian media, 200 more Ukrainian children from Russian-occupied Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson Oblast have joined the organization. Having occupied new territories since 2022, Russia wanted to secure ideological control over Ukrainian children using similar methods to those in Russia. This year, Putin ordered his ministries to intensify work with the youth of Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson Oblast on harmonizing inter-ethnic relations and strengthening a nationwide civic identity.
Brainwashing the children. Brainwashing the children. They're hoping for, at the very least, you know, if they have to get a ceasefire, if they don't get all of the land, they can brainwash these kids enough that, like, they'll fight their own countrymen in the next war, which is what they constantly do. They did this with Chechnya. They did this with, like, inside of Russia. It's their fucking main tactic, is getting kids to fight.
He also called on schools to do more work on explaining the reasons for the so-called special military operation,
which are all lies. Like, literally, it's Zelensky is a Nazi. That's the reason that they had at the beginning. And then what was it? It was oh, and then it's NATO expansion. Ooh, oh, sorry. Did NATO not expand after you started the war? Because the special military operation then failed if it was trying to stop NATO encroaching closer to Russia, because now it's closer than it ever was before. So what actually is the reason? They are engineering generational trauma that we don't yet have evidence-based treatment guidelines for. Well, yeah, they're manufacturing the generational trauma because they know how to, like, use it. They're, like, right now, the only use case for that generational trauma is exploitation. So, NATO non-expansionary expansion. Like, NATO does expand. That's true. But NATO didn't start encroaching closer and closer and closer to Russia to the point where, like, it was noticeable until after. Remember, Crimea got invaded in, what, 2014? 2014? I don't think I've listened to a streamer I agree with more often than this woman. Thank you. Thank you, conspiracy nuts. Like, how the fuck do we even approach rehabilitation? We're in the goddamn dark. With the kids, if you get them early, like, honestly, just, like, talk therapy, DBT, CBT combination would be fine. Depends on how old they are. Depends on how old they were when they started off, you know? It's a difficult situation. It's not good. But understand, right, that they do this kind of stuff. And then at the same time, they just kill children. They commit every crime you can think of. If you think that Israel is committing war crimes, Russia has been doing exactly the same things for years. There's a genocide in Ukraine. Like, this is a genocide. Let's be clear here. Understand that, like, the concept of taking children from the homeland and teaching them that they're Russian, not Ukrainian, erasing their ties to their culture. This is ethnic cleansing by killing as many people as they can as they plow through Ukraine and stealing children. These are trademark fucking genocide traits. Like, every genocide does this everywhere in the world. There are children being stolen from Palestinians. There was children being stolen from Rwandans. Like, everywhere this happens. It's not shocking in any way. The Russian military were literally given manuals on how to effectively dig mass graves. True. We just watched them getting orders to execute surrendering soldiers. We just keep repeating the same fucking mistakes because no one has any interest in learning from them. Because that doesn't feel good, brain matter. Learning from mistakes means acknowledging that you made a fucking mistake. And we don't want to do that. We're perfect. We're the greatest country in the world. Every one of us. America says this. Russia says this. Israel says this. Like, shut the fuck up for 10 seconds and pay attention to your surroundings. But no, that's uncomfortable. It's hard. It's not fair. Why do I have to do it? That's why we just don't do it. We just don't. I'm too old to venture away from YouTube. That's okay, conspiracy nuts. You're always welcome here. And like, I mean, I suppose you still get to chat with chat because it shows up on screen. Makes not too big of a difference. It's exhausting. So, the Kabar Group's channel first went online on the 6th of September in 2024, but the group wasn't established a full year ago in May of 2024. Still, it wasn't until September 12th that a post made a post in which Sweta introduced himself and his drone team to the world. I don't care. Dude has Mavics as an FPV pilot. Like, there's a dime a dozen. Thank you for going through this shit with us. Thank you for going through this shit with me. Like, thank you guys for paying attention. Because there's not many people left, guys. Like, I genuinely, I look around, I look at other streams, and there's a few good ones. There's a few small streams that are very good. There's a few bigger streams that are all right. But, like, the vast, vast, vast majority of people that I've spoken to in the last, like, even just month alone, still live in Weimar America mentality if they live in the States. And if they live outside the state, they just aren't aware of what's going on anywhere in the world except for, like, their direct vicinity. And fair, Short, I like Twitch's interface better too. You can't ban somebody on YouTube, which is kind of annoying. You can only mute them for 24 hours. Alright, it's gonna have music playing. What is this one again? Oh yeah, this is a compilation video of his service in the Russian military, thus far as Telegram, blah, blah, blah. Cool, I don't care. Like, it's just videos of him killing people that are innocent. But he's been doxxed. We know who this is, which means this guy could be arrested and held accountable for killing many a civilian in Kherson. War crimes. America is so strange right now. It's like a weird mix of like complete alarm bells wake the fuck up, but also people kind of trying to get around things like normal too. The thing is, like, nobody wants to hear the alarm bell. What a way to bring someone over to Twitch. That's true. Like, you know what I mean though? Who has the alarm bells? Who has the alarm bells? The leftists? And that's it. Liberals don't. Like, the liberals have alarm bells, sure, but they're alarmed at the wrong thing. The liberals are mad at Trump getting a free plane. I don't give two fucks about that fucking plane. Of course he's corrupt. No shit. Why are you shocked by this? The man embezzled $2 billion from the government the last time he was president. Like, why? Why are you surprised? Who gives a shit about the plane? There's much more important shit going on. Oh, yeah. All right, and continuing on with Germany now throwing their permanent deployment. And then the next video I think is going to be more fun.
In the face of Russian aggression.
A new era for the German military. That's how Chancellor Merz termed today's ceremonies.
Well, think about the time period we're in where I want Germany to invade Russia. I want Germany to rearm itself, build tanks and guns, and fucking invade Russia. That's the world we live in.
Vilnius. The Bundeswehr is building up a permanent brigade in Lithuania to help protect NATO's eastern members. At a parade on Cathedral Square in the capital, around 800 German soldiers were welcomed by Lithuania's president.
The stationing of the German 45th Armored Brigade here in Lithuania is an invaluable contribution to the defense of NATO's entire eastern flank.
I do not like your voice, mate.
Never before have so many Bundeswehr troops been stationed abroad in one country.
The world is upside down. I'm from the upside down, and yeah, the world is upside down. It feels just like we're getting Russified or Russified. You are, where we are just like, I don't know, shit looks crazy, but I don't know. Actually, what you're getting is not Russified, it's Turkified. You're becoming Turkey under Erdogan. Just faster. We're so fucking desensitized, and I don't know how people get there where lives are just numbers. Exhaustion. That's how. Republicans used to hate the USSR. It wasn't even all that long ago where Republicans hated, like, Russia. It was literally immediately following Tucker Carlson going to Russia and glazing their supermarket and their subway in Moscow after getting made fun of by Putin, by the way. On, you know, camera, but like, that was it. That was the moment where they all said, oh, Russia's cool, actually. And before that, every single one of them wanted to go to war with Russia. Like, they were genuinely interested in going to war with Russia.
By 2027, there are to be 5,000 soldiers in Germany's Lithuania Brigade. Their headquarters will be built near the Belarusian border. Merz reminded them what their mission is.
We are taking the defense of NATO's eastern flank into our own hands.
Back when Romney was a factor, yeah, the last somewhat sane Republican. I won't call him sane because he had the magic underwear and he's a Mormon. So like right off the bat, like if he's an actively religious and believing Mormon, he's already insane, but you know, it is what it is.
It is right here where we, Lithuanians and Germans together, show that we are ready to defend Europe's freedom against any aggressor.
Good. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, got a couple other things I wanted to show you before this next segment. One being this video. By today's standards, he was sane, which is not saying much, but goddamn true. Everyone go like the stream, please. It definitely does help. So here's some old Cold War bases being reactivated on NATO's border.
It's estimated that close to 1 million Russian personnel have been killed, captured or wounded fighting in Ukraine and Kursk. Despite those staggering losses, Vladimir Putin is still likely to have a bigger military when this conflict ends than when it began. And there's indications that Moscow is already preparing its post-war posture, with signs Russia is...
Propaganda works. You just mentioned Tucker Carlson and how fast Republican opinions change. Now imagine if Russian people fed the state propaganda for like this for 10 years. Exactly. Like, it's brainwashing. It works. It's the same thing they're doing to the kids that they're taking from Ukraine. They're just doing it to adults on Twitter. How can you be losing the war and your military is growing? It's a question that I haven't figured out yet, but it seems like there is a reliance on foreign soldiers in Ukraine now. Again, we've seen Iranian and North Korean soldiers are in Ukraine. So there's a winding down of Ukraine and a winding up of build up for a war with Europe.
Beefing up its military presence along its western border, specifically along its 830-mile frontier with Finland, a country which since April 2023 has been a member of NATO along with its neighbour Sweden.
Again, like we just also saw today, cyber attacks against the United Kingdom, trying to track aid deliveries to Ukraine to cut them off, as well as spies in Brazil, like a spy factory essentially in Brazil.
Neighbour Sweden.
Of course, we are strengthening our defense forces. We are investing more money. The military budget is growing and so on. So yeah, one could say that we are also definitely preparing also for the worst, as one has to be when we are a border nation next to Russia.
According to the New York Times, satellite imagery shows Russia is expanding its border bases, some of which have been dormant for decades.
Oh my god, guys, I'm sorry to like interrupt this because this is confusing me. What the fuck is this headline? Quote, "That doesn't sound great, but we'll give it a go. Pilot heard shortly before crash." I have to. I'm curious. I'm so curious. We'll finish this and then we'll look at that. But holy fuck. The Kremlin offers very lucrative contracts for people who join the military. Yeah, we covered one of some guy who got $21,000 while he was drunk to go join the military, and then he wanted to go home and they wouldn't let him. The issue being, there is only there's a limited amount of people that they can deploy. They've had 1 million deaths. The people who live in like Moscow and St. Petersburg are pretty much off limits for military recruitment because they keep the actual like country running. They're the ones that run the factories. They're the ones that like the logistics workers. You can't send those to the front line. It's children is the other end of it. Again, they have more child soldiers than Europe has soldiers.
Satellite imagery shows rows of new tents.
Yeah, most of those guys are dead. Alexic. Again, like right now, like it is a lot of that. A lot of people who were pulled out of prison and allowed to like, you know, have a shorter sentence if they joined the war. And then also child soldiers. You talking about the Dems? No, I'm not.
New warehousing to store Russian vehicles. Hardened shelters used to protect fighter jets are being renovated, and a helicopter base, which has been unused and overgrown for years, is now a hive of activity. Finnish defense officials predict Russia will redeploy troops to its western border once the war in Ukraine is over. Moscow is turning its brigades into divisions and restructuring its military districts. They believe they have 5 years before the Kremlin has the forces it needs to threaten Finland and the Baltic states.
That could be true. It could take a little bit less time. Again, like they need some of these child soldiers to grow up a little bit more and replenish their stores of ammunition, of artillery, of fucking armored vehicles. Because again, they're sending people in on fucking donkeys and motorcycles because they have run out. Again, the only thing holding up Russia right now is China. The Russian oil companies can't pay dividends to their shareholders because they're not making enough money to do that. Because Ukraine keeps striking all of the oil refineries. Russia is fucked right now. And if we give them a ceasefire, it will make them stronger. This is the same thing as Chamberlain, as we were reading it before. Allowing this to go to a ceasefire would enable Russia. I know the Ukrainians want the war to end, and so do I. But I need the war to end by them marching on to Moscow.
For Russia, access to the Arctic is key. After laying empty for 20 years,
now,
Russian helicopters have returned to a base near Murmansk, a port in the Arctic Circle. The New York Times says dozens of Russian aircraft were recently deployed to the Alenia airbase, less than 100 miles from the border with Finland. At Kamenka, a Russian base 40 miles from Finland, hundreds of new tents have appeared. While here at Alakurti and at Petrozavodsk, the Russians are building warehousing for vehicle storage.
The nearest ones are maybe dozens of kilometers away, roughly speaking, but then again, there's also places hundreds of kilometers away, especially in the north. But when we are talking about air bases, when we're talking about bases with strategic bombers, which can fire cruise missiles, for example, 200 kilometers, for example, 100 kilometers, it's a relatively short distance.
It doesn't.
For example,
it makes a big difference there.
Airport, strategic bombers take off to missions to fire cruise missiles to Ukraine. So the war is also happening near our borders as we speak.
And it's not just Finland. New tents and other military kit has also appeared at a Russian base 80 miles from...
Shard, what you just said is Nietzschean philosophy. You just compared master morality to slave morality. But you did have the right answer, which is both suck. That's not how morality works.
Estonia, where the UK has 900 personnel stationed as part of NATO's Enhanced Forward Presence, or EFP. While for now Russia remains focused on Ukraine, the war will end at some point. Moscow already signalling that when that happens, it intends to turn its attention to the West, building up its forces along NATO's northern frontier. Simon Newton, BFBS
That's
Forces
been
News.
the plan, you know, like it's
Thanks
not
for
like it's
watching.
been hidden. Everyone still like doesn't believe it, which kind of boggles my mind. I've had to argue. People are like, oh, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And before we watch the Russian offensive that's currently active. So, one, Russians in pretrial detention, not even having been convicted of a crime, say they are being tortured and forced to choose between sexual assault and signing a military contract. At the front, they were told that they were animals and were wiped out in their first assault. In September of 2024, the Russian State Duma adopted a new law allowing Minister of Defense to recruit from 60,000 strong population of pretrial detainees. As many as 40% were expected to sign up. This has expanded the pool from which military can recruit. Tens of thousands of convicts were recruited in 2022 onwards under the auspices of the Wagner Group after Wagner dismantled directly by the Russian Ministry of Defense. However, perhaps predictably, detainees say that they are being forced to sign up, again, choosing between sexual assault and signing a military contract. Again, like, just surrender. And honestly, I would not sign that contract. Fuck you. I would refuse to sign it. I don't care what they're going to do to me.
И получается, я как раз таки доезжаю.
A pretrial detention detainee named Vadim recorded a video in which he describes how the prisoners were treated. He says that they were immediately tortured and that their living conditions were made unbearable before presented with a dildo and an unsigned contract.
Доезжаю до замечательного.
We're not going to watch it because I don't speak Russian, but, you know, after arriving at the detention center, they take us to a cell without windows, without anything at all, and they just start beating us in the cell, beating us with everything they can, with their hands, their feet. It is basically impossible to fight back. On the table itself, the left side, there was a male dildo, an imitation reproductive organ, and on the right side, there was a sheet. While during the interview, as I later saw, it was a simple contract. They started to beat us up again. They kicked us for a while, and then that was when the masked federal penitentiary service officers came in and says, you have a choice. You'll either be literally fucked or you have this option, a wonderful one. Jesus fucking Christ. It's disgusting. These are demons. These are demons. This is what demons act like. Like, genuinely, just pour salt on these people. I'm curious to see if they start smoking. Take this piece of paper and sign it, and everything will be fine for you. Vadim did sign, but was taken to an assembly point in Voronezh. There were many prisoners, around 20 to 30 busloads were brought. Some guy comes in and says, I assume that it was some boss. He started talking for sure, comes in, starts telling us what pieces of shit we are and that nobody gives a damn about us and that we are absolutely not people, that nobody will remember us no matter what we do. He had an automatic rifle with him. He pulled the bolt and just started shooting in the air, and that was it. Prisoners were sent to a village in Luhansk in Ukraine for training and equipping. They searched everyone, took money, took bank cards, took phones, took everything connected to the outside world, and threw you into the dugouts. Vadim says that he and his fellow prisoners were given uniforms that were the wrong size, pierced with old bullet holes, and recruits were only given 10 days of training. Like, this should show you just how weak the Russians are, right? If they need to do this to maintain their forces, that means they don't have any left. So, Alexei, the 30,000 poor men supply, the steady supply, this is where some of that comes from. That supply is not as big as they say it is, because if it was, they wouldn't need to do this. What you say may be true, but values based on lies are far worse. There. Salt onions across, maybe. Try it all. Yeah, holy water. I don't care. They might be worse than the Israelis. Jesus Christ. No, the Israelis do this kind of shit too. Probably, though, like, not to their own... Like, they don't do this to the IDF, so I guess, yeah. They are worse than the Israelis. The Russians are worse than the Israelis. I'm actually going to declare that right now as my opinion. They gave us sapper shovels and told us to dig. We dug trenches, we dug fortifications, foxholes. Somehow, no one even had a question. Well, some were afraid to, you know, even hint at why we weren't training there, shooting or anything. I guessed it. Fair enough. But I was also reading your conversation, Conspiracy Nuts. And one of my commanders one day just said on his own, he says, guys, says you need to learn how to dig, and you need to learn, and deeper you dig, the longer you will live. The men were sent to the front line in Russia's Belgorod region, to some city or village bordering Kharkiv with Ukraine. We arrived there, and they said that they literally have a few hours, and you are now going on a combat mission. Fun. The average age of a Russian soldier is now 50 years old. Ukraine's is 45, and was the opposite at the start of the war. God damn. Zom, you've been here the whole time? Because we've been covering child soldiers and shit. Oh, by the way, if these guys were sent to Belgorod, they probably got wiped, because this was May 19th. Depends on how, you know, how recent this was, because Ukraine is in 3 parts of Russia. In Belgorod, in Bryansk, and in Kursk. Well, you are talking about the special type of population that exists in any nation, the sadist and people, low socioeconomic criminal underclass. Oh yeah, of course, but I'm saying that, like, that is the main supply now. They've exhausted the rest of the supply of, like, just poor, miserable Russians that are, like, making 30,000, like 30,000 poor men per month number that you said. That has been exhausted. If not entirely, it is reducing every day. The fact that they need to rely on this, the fact that they need to rely on child soldiers, shows that they don't have much left. They've taken over 1 million casualties. So, turned out to be a meat assault in which the men were sent on a suicide mission to storm concrete Ukrainian fortifications on the other side of a kilometer-wide field with no cover. Holy shit. That's yeah, that is literally suicide. I missed the child soldier stuff. It was, this one. I think you were here when we watched it before?
The US State Department and media have reported
that one. About how there's 19,000 children that were stolen from Ukraine at least 10 months ago. 19,000, that number's up, and then now they're being radicalized, as well as like how they radicalize Russian children. So everywhere around I saw burnt, scorched equipment. There were people lying who were burnt to such an extent that they looked as if they were infected. That's how it was. We set off, and I was going with the understanding that I can say I even dreamed that something would fly in right now so that I wouldn't suffer, so that I wouldn't go any further, so that it would just kill me here. I mean, you know what? I can understand that at that point. Like, please, just drone strike me now. Another guide met us and said that there was another point here. We had to move very quickly and stealthily. We would get there soon. There was distance about 3 kilometers, and so 50 of us set out, and 20 reached the final destination point. I know Russia has 130 million population. Putin so far has avoided mobilizing, drafting, that would affect the ratings within the middle class. I'm telling you that there's very little of that they can mobilize, because that middle class is what holds up Russia's logistics. That's what holds up Russia's ability to manufacture for the military, as well as keeps the country like running. If they mobilized those people, then the country falls apart. They have some left, sure, but no, most of those are off the table. The middle-class Russians that live in Moscow and St. Petersburg are required to stay there. They're not going, like, they're not going to mobilize them. Not most of them. The ones that are the poorest and the ones that are closest to dissidents, yeah. I'll agree with complicit, yeah. Fair enough, I get you guys. I can by the way, between you and Conspiracy Nuts and you and Shard, I can understand both sides of your argument. It's hard. It's a hard point to get to. Oh, holy shit, this is long. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize I was reading a book. So while we were walking, there was a second line, and there on the left and right side, the corpses were lying when you guys were, and so we met the 300s, which means corpses. Guys were wounded, and they were lying in the bushes. So we gave them cigarettes to consume, little things like that. They actually asked us to call an evac group, and when we got to that point, because they had been there for 3 days, no one was picking them up from there. We said, okay. By the way, recently something came out about, like, the Russians are... I mean, they've been doing this for a while of shooting people who retreat, but they've, like, set up new ways of killing people on their side who retreat. I don't know what it is. We all headed off, and as a result, while we were walking, the Ukrainians started pounding the entire route right away, almost instantly. I didn't know what to do, so I can't go back because I understand that my own people will kill me. There you go. I can't go left because I don't know where to go. The only thing left to do is just to go straight ahead, and then I immediately read out the next task. One of the commanders says, see, there's a field behind you. And field there is huge there, I don't know, 800 meters, a kilometer, fucking huge thing. And he starts describing a task, like, so what do we need to do? And there's these concrete fortifications firing from the other side. There are Ukrainian servicemen, machine gunners sitting there. Like, he says, you guys need to go there. And he says something like, you need to get there on all fours, because if you don't get there on all fours, you won't get a meter. Well, what are they saying? Like, how do you even understand this shit? And imagine this is happening when bombs are falling, gunfire all around you. I've learned not to trust any forecast about the future. 4 years of war, and so far Russia's economy is holding up despite the sanctions, but they're not. Like, I'm not talking about forecasts of the future from other people. I'm talking about, like, what I can see. Russia's economy is not holding up. The only thing holding it up is China, because Russia's economy functions on oil exports, and Europe has cut down its oil imports significantly, and they're planning to be zero by 2027. And Ukraine has bombed almost every oil refinery of Russia's, causing it a massive, massive loss. Massive loss in fuel to use on the battlefield, but also fuel to sell. Like, when you set a oil refinery or an oil well on fire, right? Like you know what an oil well looks like. Things in the ground, things going like back and forth. Once that gets set on fire, that fire goes all the way down. Like, it lights the rest of it on fire all the way down, and it's burning. At least the commander told them the truth. Most of the times the commanders tell these guys the position is captured when in fact they're assaulting the Ukrainian zero line. Well, you know, nice of that, Captain. Probably the only reason why this guy lived, by the way. The men objected, to which Vadim said the commander responded by telling them, you are animals, I'll fuck you right now. He says it doesn't matter that you will die there, that if you don't, you will die here. Vadim says that he suspects that it was probably for good reason that they didn't give out ammunition, because at that moment, if the guys had ammunition there, I think those bosses would have been shot in reality. I think that's why they don't give out ammunition, because that would be the right thing to do. If you are, you know, if you're a Russian watching me, and you're deployed to Ukraine, and you have a chance to shoot your commander, be a hero. Be a hero for Russia and Ukraine. The prisoners were divided into two groups of 10 men each. The first group was wiped out with a little more than 100 meters of their starting point. The Ukrainians were shooting them from tanks, from artillery, from drones, and driving. That is, well, maybe they got over 100 meters. God willing, they probably went, and that's it. All those guys lay down there. Vadim was the second group of 10, which fared a little bit better. We just approached the field, and like a massive buzzing bee over our heads. And the last thing I remember is this wild buzzing sound, like there was chainsaws. And that's how I found out later it was a big drone. It was called the Baba Yaga. The Baba Yaga. No, they bombed some oil refineries, not the places where they actually extract the oil. There's no burning oil for weeks. There is both. They've been doing both, Alexis. I've seen both over like the several last months. The GRU will assist you in your escape, happily. Yeah, absolutely. But like, no, like, I mean, like, I can sit here and look on Twitter for them, but like, I'm not going to. You don't have to believe me on that, and that's fine. We can just leave it there. But from my perspective, from the things that I have seen, yes, they are hitting both oil refineries and oil wells, and Russia is struggling economically. As in, if we don't do the ceasefire, which I would rather us not do, Russia will collapse in about a year. Russia can't sustain itself. The only thing sustaining it is China. All right, and now let's have a look at this new offensive from Preston, our new friend that I'm starting to like more and more.
It looks like Russia's 2025 offensive is officially underway, and to nobody's surprise at all, it looks like they're focused in the eastern portion of Ukraine, specifically in and around Pokrovsk. So today we're going to take a look at some battlefield updates to see what's happened so far in this spring-summer 2025 offensive and what we can expect going forward. We're also going to take a look at Bakhmut, which 2 years ago yesterday fell to Russian forces. So we'll take a look at, well, straight up propaganda film from the Wagner Group celebrating that
Wagner.
event. We've got some updated casualty figures
Look,
and a
the
look
only thing I
at
give
what
a shit about Wagner from is where is the ammo?
Bakhmut looks like today, after 2 years of Russian liberation. Thought that was worth highlighting. And last but not least, we've got a Ukrainian motorcycle assault company just announced yesterday. I don't think it's a good idea. We're going to run through it. I think
It's not sanctions. No one, the sanctions aren't doing anything. They're getting around the sanctions. Here, look. The sanctions literally do nothing to Russia. It's not the sanctions that I'm talking about. It's literally Ukraine's actions. But, like, it will have an increased amount, yeah.
It's called the SA.
Here, look at this. Look how little the sanctions matter. This is a Russian missile.
How Russia is circumventing sanctions to obtain the components its defense industry needs. The GUR looked at each section of the missile in turn, tracing the provenance of the parts and the companies that made them. The Banderol's turbojet engine is made in China. It's usually used in model aircraft, and a quick search online...
Yeah, Russia is a giant gas station that funds everything they do, literally, yes. And if their supply and ability to create more is gone, it's been destroyed, and most of their market is gone, and also OPEC is now undercutting them as well.
You can buy one from
the new small cruise missile. Look what they're making it
a
with.
well-known Chinese e-commerce site for £12,500. In fact, Ukrainian investigators found 20 of the missile's key components came from 30 different companies, including rechargeable battery packs from...
What if the motorcycle assault company is just to make fun of the Russians? I mean, you should make fun of them when they do it.
Japan, parts for the Banderol's flight controller made in South Korea and the United States, and a microcontroller manufactured in Switzerland.
So, like, the sanctions don't do anything. The Russian supermarkets are fucking filled with Western goods. That's why those Shadow Fleet ships are important. The one we looked at last week that Estonia tried to board, and then the Russians set off a fighter jet to protect it, which I still don't know why we didn't board it. Estonia should have boarded it. They're not going to hit that. Like, they were never going to bomb that boat. They were never going to attack the Estonians boarding that ship. U.S. is selling to both sides as usual. Well, obviously, but it's like, it's not the government doing that. It's private corporations. They're finding loopholes to get around sanctions by selling it to a non-sanctioning country and then transferring it from there to the sanctioned country.
Doing that was a poor decision at baseline, and now we've got Ukrainian troops doing it as well. I still think it's not smart. But nonetheless, let's start out here with a Deep State map. This is a publicly available resource. We're going to zoom in here to the eastern portion of Ukraine, specifically in and around Pokrovsk. Now, a couple areas to mark on this map. We've got the purple area here. This is territory taken by Russia in 2014. The reddish area taken by Russia since 2022. Green has since been liberated by Ukraine. So this is going to be the focus today, from Bakhmut really down to...
By the way, just like in case you haven't seen this map before, look how much area was liberated from the Russians. The Russians have been getting the shit kicked out of them. Like, they've lost a lot of land. And the lines have very, like, rarely moved in their direction. Now, like, yes, they're making some gains. We're looking at Pokrovsk over there now, so... Oh, what's up, Captain Buggy? Good to see ya.
Pokrovsk, really even less than that, the Teresk-Pokrovsk area here.
Teresk,
now, the analysis I wanted to highlight today was put together by Clement Molin over on X. I'm going to link his full analysis in the description below, but I think he did a really good job of providing kind of detailed battlefield updates, and specifically how Russia is focused on this sector. Now, to zoom out a little bit and give you an idea of why this area is so important, we've talked about this in previous videos. Pokrovsk is a major logistics hub that helps to keep the eastern portion of Ukraine supplied. Of course, we've already seen this road here has been severed by Russian forces in recent weeks. That's significant, and it looks like this is an area where Russia is continuing to push. More on that in a moment. But that also puts at risk Konstantinovka here, which brings into question the locations further north, Kramatorsk and possibly Sloviansk. So
like, they really want Sloviansk, I believe that was... Yeah, so they want Sloviansk because if they get Sloviansk, that gives them the ability to, like, cut through here. Essentially, it makes it much more difficult for Ukraine to make any real gains over there. Yeah, it's a win condition city. Which they have none of so far, by the way. Even though they claim Zaporizhia, Kherson, Kharkiv, Like they claim all of these, but no. They need to grab it though to win, and they are inching closer. And that's a problem. There is a where's the pincer that we're doing on them? Oh, whatever. I think we'll see it in this video probably.
And kind of see a couple different scenarios that could play out as Russia tries to kind of envelop some of these different locations.
They were closer to it in 2022, ironically, yeah.
But nonetheless, this is a significant defensive barrier that Ukraine has built up.
It's essentially what they did is once they took Avdiivka, which is, where is it? You were just here. God damn it. Avdiivka. Come on, I just had it. That's Donetsk, so we're... Yeah. So, in this region. I saw it a minute ago. The writing on this isn't like the English spelling, which makes it harder. Thank you. Aye. It was here. Yeah, see, not all that far off. I was right on top of Donetsk. I was too far to the right. It's okay, I'm still learning. So, once they took Avdiivka, Avdiivka, it made it much easier for them to move from here. And that's the thing is once you take like a major fortification, there is a lot of land that you can just gain because there's not much fortification behind that fortification until the next fortifiable area, which means like losing this means losing this. For the most part, not entirely, but oftentimes, yeah, it means a large move up of the line.
Up here from Pokrovsk all the way up to Chasiv Yar, and the penetration of this could shift Ukrainian lines back a fair amount. So starting out, shifting over to Malin, he says, Russian armed forces started their first strategically important maneuver of 2025. After months of preparation, the Russian army is trying to cut the Pokrovsk-Konstantinovka front line, breaching the Donbass front in the middle. And that's this area right here. And we're going to focus in on that here.
God willing, they can take it back one day, Zomi.
For a moment. He says, after months of struggle west of Pokrovsk, so this area over here where we've seen the Russian forces by and large kind of run out of steam and be repelled and stopped by Ukrainian forces. And in Toretsk, same thing happened here. Russia continued to advance for quite a while. The fighting has been very heavy in both of these locations, but Russia hasn't made a lot of progress in recent months. He says the Russian army switched its offensive potential to the, and my apologies in the pronunciation here, it's this town right here, Oshetin. It's this axis of advance.
I will never apologize for me butchering the name of a city in your language.
North. He said after striking progress of nearly 10 kilometers 3 weeks ago, they are now pushing north past the Pokrovsk-Konstantinovka highway. I'm going to go back a little bit. This is one of the reasons I like Deep State Map is we can pull different dates here to show.
Sorry, I know that we're on a different topic, but like I keep seeing new headlines that are getting increasingly more insane. So the last one I showed you was Israel blames countries considering Palestinian sovereignty for DC shooting. Now it's Netanyahu says that France, UK, and Canada are on the wrong side of humanity. Jesus Christ, like you guys are, you gotta get your head out of your ass. I don't think you have the free, like, I don't think you have the political capital to be making statements like this, Netanyahu.
Show you this area and how much has changed. There we go. You see how, if we go back to the beginning of April, this road is within direct fire range of Russian forces, but that's a very different look than, let's see, the 19th. I think it was a little later, actually.
I have no idea what the fuck he's smoking, brain matter, but he needs to stop. Oof.
Yeah,
children, that's what he's smoking, yeah. What's the fucking chemical that you get from the pituitary gland? Come on. Just sounds like clickbait titles. No, but like he actually did say that, and he actually did say the other thing before. I covered earlier that the ADL said that Hassan is the reason that the DC shooting happened, and we covered on CNN Dana Bash talking about Free Palestine is a call to violence. So you know, adrenochrome. Thank you. That's what he's smoking. He's dried it out and he's smoking adrenochrome.
May 4th, May 11th, May 18th. So it's severed somewhere in there. 14th, 13th. Between the 12th and the 13th, it looks like that's when a major step occurred, and Russia was able to sever that line. And that's, of course, what it looks like now, as Russia's kind of established a foothold in that area.
That's a big deal. Like, you can see, like, really quickly that grows. Adrenochrome, don't even, like, it's nothing. It's a joke. Conspiracy theorists think it's real. Adrenochrome is like a hormone that your pituitary gland produces. And right-wing conspiracy theorists think that, like, like, not just billionaires, but political officials are kidnapping children and stealing the adrenochrome from their brains and then injecting it. Brain matter, holy shit, you still haven't slept? Please, go to sleep. Personally, I don't, yeah, look, I'm kind of the same, Shard, but, like, we'll see. Thanks for the follow, Alexis. By the way, are you from Russia? Because you know a bit about this conflict, and your name just kind of feels a bit Slavic. Like, if you're Russian, I don't care. Like, you're perfectly allowed in here. We're not gonna like ban you or anything. I'm not apartheiding my stream, but curious.
So Moline says this fast advance allowed them to get through an important fortified line along the highway, capturing multiple small villages as they went. And the Russian entrance into this town here in the west suggests that they might be thinking about trying to encircle Pokrovsk from the northeast. So again, this town here, we've seen Russia tried to advance head on.
Look, all I know is, like, the only people not allowed in here are Nazis, because they get, you know, ethnically cleansed out of my chat.
Stopped, didn't make a lot of progress. They tried to push around to the west, got stopped, not a lot of progress. Tried to push around to the east, not a lot of progress.
The 36th Marine Brigade has been moved to stop this advance. A very good unit. Good. I mean, like, because if they take Pokrovsk, that's a big deal. You're probably right. Even if Trump is impeached, it's likely that he'll use armed forces to prevent it. Like, I don't think that Trump's ever going to get impeached, and he's definitely going to be using armed forces soon. You do, like, you guys have seen the martial law declaration, right? Like, the two executive orders that work together. The America 250 countdown after Labor Day. Things are going to change a lot after Labor Day. With my eyes screen mirrored from laptop to TV. Contrarian. How, like, I just don't understand how you haven't slept in like 24 hours and you're watching this bullshit while your head hurts. Thank you, Jarko. I could actually use that.
They've moved out here even further, and what he's suggesting is they might try to push in now from this axis of advance, kind of along the main road to the north of Pokrovsk. He says this long-awaited maneuver by Russian forces may be strategically important at the scale of the Battle of the Donbass.
Well, if they were in Kursk, then they are, then I believe you. They are a good unit. I speak Russian, but I live in the U.S. now. But yes, I've been following like 10 years of Russian-Ukrainian Telegram channels related to the war. I get to see both sides of the narrative information. Fair enough. Yeah, I get to see both sides as well. Like, I'm pretty well on the Ukraine side 100%, but I do have access to both. Twitter is a decent resource. It's not like the Russians try and hide shit. Telegram, I hate going on, but there are ways of seeing Russian Telegram without having to go on Russian Telegram. Keep in mind that all the Kursk units are on leave and are all available to be redeployed, something like 12 to 15,000 troops. Good. Goddamn. They should get their rest. I hope they have their leave. You should check out the Discord? Yes, you should. All of you should. You should all go like the stream as well and drop me a donation if you like my content, because that'll make sure I'm able to continue to do this. All right.
Continue north, cutting Pokrovsk and the Dnipro Oblast from Konstantinovka and Kramatorsk. So one of the possibilities is continuing to push up here.
Have they already taken Toretsk? I didn't see that.
I think that's asking a lot of Russian forces right now. We just haven't seen that pace of advance really in a long time since the opening days of the war, but it is a concerned race here. He said they could also try to encircle Pokrovsk, the supply hub over here. I think that's probably more likely. One of the reasons he suggests they might move up here to the north is take some of this high ground in this area here, which would allow Russian forces to rain.
I mean, like, they're moving out of Chisov Yar towards that, but like, that's pretty deep behind the line. No, Ukraine just did a massive counterattack in Toretsk. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I didn't see any declarations that like Toretsk had fallen or anything.
Down fire in Konstantinovka
I've seen like first-person footage of like fighting in Toretsk, and like it's very close quarters. It's actually terrifying. I can't show it on stream. It's that bad. Otherwise, we'd be watching it.
Set the stage for a push further north into
Maybe I can find one.
We'll see. Again, this northern move would be asking a lot of the Russians, a level of fighting, a degree of coordination that we've not seen in quite a while. Now, all is not lost here. He talks about how still beyond Pokrovsk, there are a fair amount of Ukrainian trenches that have been dug, deep trenches to anti-tank type ditches, fortifications, fortified defensive positions, and infantry lines, a fair amount dug here beyond Pokrovsk. And this is one of the advantages that Ukraine has gained by holding places like Chasiv Yar up here, a little further northeast, at Terezk and at Pokrovsk.
Well, like, if you want, like, an idea of, like, how Ukrainian soldiers, like, hold these places, here is just, this is from a month ago, how 7 Ukrainian soldiers resisted Russian troops for 35 days in Terezk. It's only a 2-minute video. 35 days they held out.
Де ти є, я тебе поштурмую, Койотик! Работай по петухам! 4-й зліва, наверное. О, тоже 4-й.
They were trapped, wounded, defending their position throughout February.
Ствол в руках, в тебе на інстинктивному рівні, ти робиш все, щоб вижити самому, щоб вижила група.
Да.
Я в житті не вважаю себе жорсткою людиною. Ну, бувало таке, що ти просто проявляєш...
Mate, you're a tough person. 35 days in, like, surrounded by Russians? Holy shit. This war is gonna end up going on for a decade? No, it's not. The next war is. Terezk is absolute hell. Imagine living in the upper floors of a building and the Russians live in the floors below you. Some Stalingrad-esque vibes. Yeah, there's actually a video of, like, a 9-story building being cleared that I'm scared to open.
Є ж такі там грані свого характеру, які просто в такому житті ти не застосовуєш, бо це не потрібно бути таким жорстким.
Это наш дом,
Oh, God, I relate to that so much. I'd be shouting at the window, "Ты, сука!"
Бо це не потрібно бути таким жорстким.
Сука, блядь!
Это наш дом, Пошел!
Зухвало. Тобто не просто лохи йдуть і там що попало роблять, ні, жорстко йдуть.
Ну що такое, а?
Було таке, що з 5 ранку почали, от не виходить зайти через там оцей напрямок. Вони пішли, відпочили трохи. Заходять через інший. Тупо з 5 ранку до 5 вечора штурмує 12 годин.
А ну глянь через рішотку, вони там всі лежать.
Всі 4 допрацювали, всі 4 200.
One of 7 soldiers who held out.
Бували такі групи, от одна з груп там, от якраз на відео, то вони взагалі не відступали. Ну, вони всі по 200 висять.
Wait, so did they just, like, they didn't just hold out. They killed all the Russians and then left? Or, like, what? By the 3rd week of the Russian assault, 3 of the Ukrainians were injured, several were ill.
Мужики, блядь, это 101-й полк, хуй разведосы, блядь, мы русские!
I wish I knew what he said there, but I heard something about Russians. And they captured some?
Справа від входу! Гранату справа від входу!
These guys, 35 days are surrounded, getting attacked. They hold out after, like, several are injured and ill. They kill a lot of the attackers, but then take some fucking prisoner too. That is badass. The Russians would try and displace these guys by running up with TM-62 mines and chucking them into the bottom floors. Well, now I have to look up what a TM-62 mine is, because I'm not actually a war streamer. I just happen to talk about war a lot. Oh, I know what those are. Interesting. Right. Well, I mean, I guess they didn't have any ammo, you know?
Еще кровь свежая. Это, блядь, отцы и чьи-то сыновья. И те, которые не дают нам боеприпасы, сука, будут в аду жрать их потроха, блядь. У нас нехватка боеприпасов 70%. Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы! Посмотрите на них,
I can't help it. It's just, I love this guy so much. I miss him. He was terrible. He was an evil piece of shit, but I still miss him.
And really everywhere along the front. But the longer they're able to hold Russian forces in a current location, it gives them more time, their engineers, their sappers, their construction workers, to build more defensive positions further back. Because as we've seen throughout this war, what happens is a territory falls, and then there's kind of this quick push, right? Like we saw with Avdiivka. Avdiivka held significant fortifications here. As soon as it fell, we saw the Ukrainian forces had to withdraw a pretty significant ways back because there were no real fortified positions they could occupy. Ukraine is working to mitigate that, recognizing that that's the nature of this war. And we are seeing a fair amount of construction up here to the north and west of kind of the hottest part along the front. Now, shifting over to Bakhmut, this is the meat grinder right here. Crazy violent battle, a lot of losses on both sides that wrapped up 2 years ago. And when anybody wants to talk about how much progress Russia has made,
in fact, that was the last place that Wagner was fighting before they marched back into Russia.
So far in this war, I feel like this is a good place to point them to. 2 years ago, Bakhmut fell right here. Let's pull out a ruler. And we'll go from Bakhmut to the forwardmost point in the line, 13 kilometers. Russia has advanced 13 kilometers.
I don't know how the Ukraine war is supposed to end if they have infinite funding from China, then they just continue indefinitely. No, because there is a point in which they're going to want a ceasefire so they could rebuild their forces because they're like reconstituting their forces. They're building new tanks, they're building new planes, they're building new helicopters, they're building new bombs. They just don't want to use them on Ukraine. They're putting them on NATO borders near Estonia and Lithuania and Finland. Unless you take out Moscow city center, the Kremlin, just do it. Guys, they have Iranians and North Koreans fighting in Ukraine. Why the fuck don't we have NATO fighting in Ukraine? If they're allowed to have other countries, 2 other countries, come and, fight for them, then why the fuck aren't we?
In 2 years. Let's zoom out to just see, maybe give you an idea of how long. Oh, that's kind of, it's getting small. It's hard to, almost doesn't show up between those 2 dots right there. All right, so 2 years of fighting, 13 kilometers. In the process, what do we have? 1, 2, 3 towns that Russia has taken. 2 years of fighting after the Bakhmut meat grinder. And of course, the concern when Bakhmut fell 2 years ago yesterday was that Russia would be able to advance pretty quickly. And we were immediately talking about the possible encirclement of Konstantinovka and that Kramatorsk would be at risk. Here we are 2 years later. And
right now, it seems like the goal is make as much gains as they can during the spring, then accept the ceasefire, and then do it again after they fight Europe. Yeah, like they don't really care because they're going to want to keep the area that they still control, and we're not going to be able to negotiate a ceasefire without that, although, I really think we could. I just don't think our leaders are strong enough to. Put me in a room as the negotiator, and I'll get fucking Crimea back. But the idea is, who gives a shit? We're just going to fight NATO next time. Again, within 6 months, actually probably by the end of the year, we're going to see at least some cross-border raids in the Baltics, maybe in Finland. My vote is precision strike on Moscow. My vote is just open a small black hole under the Kremlin and then close it.
And it's not so much the Chasiv Yar Bakhmut front as it is down here a little further south near Pokrovsk. But nonetheless, the Ukrainian lines, by and large, have continued to hold. Now, shifting over to the updates from Bakhmut, this is something that was being celebrated by the Wagner Group in recent days. In fact, we got some of the Wagner film here. I'll go ahead and play, talking about the celebration, if you will, of this fall.
The ones from Ukraine got absorbed.
Now, they did put out the Wagner Group put out a couple statements here as well, saying, we not only fought with the Ukrainian armed forces in Bakhmut, but also with the Russian bureaucracy. Shoigu and Gerasimov turned the war into entertainment. And because
holy shit, beyond the grave, my man. Oh,
of their whims, 5 times more guys died than should have. They say from May 25th, we will be withdrawing units from Rest. We fought.
Fuck Putin, who gives a shit. His successor will be just as evil. It's like giving a shit about Putin is like giving a shit about Trump. Now, Putin is smarter than Trump and makes more decisions than Trump, but it's not like Putin's successor is going to be any better. Just put the Kremlin in a hole. Close the hole. Take the oligarchs, put them in the hole, and close the hole. Just like Trump, Putin is a symptom. Hell, Putin is a symptom of our making. We made Putin. Putin exists because we used the shock doctrine on Russia. Is because once the Soviet Union fell, we raped their economy. That's why this happened. That's why they're like this. It's literally our fault that Russia is this way. We did this.
For 427 days. That was a quote from Prigozhin right as as Bakhmut was announced being cleared, and he said, quote, "When our country needs us again, we will return and protect our people." So again, this was kind of the crowning
Pizza Hut and Pepsi sales went up. Oh, now I'm hungry.
Achievement of the Russian Wagner Group. It wasn't long after this that they decided their infamous march on Moscow. They were kind of taking a break.
It all comes back to capitalism, really, every time. Because it's not just America, it's capitalism. We did the shock doctrine because of laissez-faire economics, which is capitalism, but the most evil.
After the Battle of Bakhmut, and they mobilized and pushed onto Moscow, and following that little failed coup or uprising or whatever you want to call it, they were dispersed to the winds. We've got Wagner elements spread all across the Russian army now. A lot of them went directly into service with the Russian MOD. Others broke out to form the Africa Corps down in, I
think most
Africa.
of them are in Africa.
And then some others were moved into different PMCs, private military companies, scattered across.
Some argue the whole system is based on fear. Putin's grip on power, regimes fall, or at least go through major changes when dictators die. Look, if there is no one to immediately take Putin's place, the outcome for Russia is most likely going to be several city-states, like breaking apart. There is going to be ethnic-based city-states that are going to want independent control because Putin does run the country on fear, and if there's not somebody who can consolidate power immediately after, then Russia will break apart into several, like, factions. China might even take some of their northern border. It's pretty easy for that to happen. It wouldn't take much. It is interesting how PepsiCo specifically just still operates in Russia, willy-nilly, no fucks given. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. USA picked up the mantle after GB.
Russia. But nonetheless, looking at Bakhmut, we also have an update when it comes to casualty figures here. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner Group at the time, said that 20,000 Wagner fighters have been killed in Bakhmut alone, with half of those being prisoners. He also reported that they had just as many wounded as killed. So 40,000 total casualties, 20,000 of them killed. Igor Gherkin, ever the optimist, said that, Russian mill blogger here, said that Wagner likely suffered more than 40,000 killed during the Battle of Bakhmut, including 15,000 mercenaries and 25,000 convicts, with the same number wounded. So Gherkin doubled Prigozhin's number. The Ukrainian side has been a lot more kind of under wraps with casualties, especially, well, really throughout this war. But nonetheless, we do have an update as of April 2025. UA Losses, a website that tracks announced deaths in Ukraine, confirmed the names of 11,289 Ukrainian soldiers killed and 14,000 missing and 338 captured during the Battle of Bakhmut. So to give you a rough idea, 20,000 killed, 20,000 wounded / captured.
It's a hellhole.
From the Wagner Group all the way up to 40 and 40, Ukraine 11,000 and 14,000. Now, actually, let's take a quick look at what Bakhmut looks like today. First, I think it's worth playing a video.
It looks like Gaza.
Of showing what Bakhmut looked like in the immediate aftermath, the last few days of Russian forces clearing out this area.
See, this doesn't look like Gaza. There's too many buildings standing.
In eastern Ukraine, and it looked like a battlefield. Everything was destroyed. There was rubble everywhere. Things were on fire and smoking.
Looks like Gaza.
We actually have a video that I'm going to play here showing Bakhmut today. Or, to be fair, it wasn't today. It was 2 weeks ago. This was part of the Russian Victory Day celebration.
Are these drones flying Russian flags?
They flew a drone through, hung some banners throughout Bakhmut, had some Russian flags celebrating their victory.
Vovchansk looks like Gaza. Too many places, including Gaza, look like Gaza.
Victory in World War II. But as you can see in this clip, it's still just rubble. There's nothing there. It doesn't look like any progress.
Like, who are you flying these flags for?
Has been made in terms of rebuilding any sort of Bakhmut at all. Any
yeah,
portion
this looks more like
of
Lebanon.
Bakhmut. It is still.
This is Beirut.
Got to be completely devoid of any sort of population. I mean, again, we're only seeing certain segments of the city, but if this is what Russia chose to show, they said, hey, we've got the entire area of Bakhmut, let's show this. It makes me not think that there's probably another area that's all built up and refurbished and full of life.
Here's what Wolfchance looks like. For TV propaganda, you're right. Nah, Zami, still too many buildings for Gaza. Like, that looks like Gaza. That's old footage. This is from a year ago. This is the newest I could find. I got 7 months ago of a Russian captured in Vovansk. Now, yeah, that's the newest footage I got.
Now, shifting over to this Ukrainian announcement of a motorcycle assault company. Look, I was mocking this a couple days ago.
Why the fuck are we doing this too now? Because it was stupid when the Russians were doing it. Is it because it's a good counter? Because the Russians are doing it? Thank you. Yeah, it's gonna be copyright. Fucking YouTube. Yeah, no, okay, this looks a bit more like Gaza. Genuinely, like, the Russians are worse than the Israelis. 100%. It's fully moonscaped, yeah. I will stand by this. The Russians are worse than Israel. Like, in every way. Everything they do is everything Israel does, but worse.
Ago in another video when Russia rolled it out. Well, they rolled it out a long time ago, but they put out a video saying, look at our motorcycle training. And in that video, I said, that's not a very good idea. It kind of just opens these guys up to, they're more susceptible now to Ukrainian fire than they were before. To me, you know, moving forward with a motorcycle assault is kind of a way of saying, well, we're going to lose a bunch of guys anyways, but this way they can get closer to the front, maybe do some damage, and it's going to cost us.
What's the point of this from Ukraine's angle?
Less in terms of lost equipment. That's like the only real argument in terms of using these for an assault. But nonetheless, let's play this video here. Ukraine just rolled out yesterday a video from their...
like, this is in response to Russia doing this already. So, like, there has to be something that benefits the Ukrainians that they figured it was worth doing this after the Russians started doing it.
125th Separate Assault Regiment Scala, where they said that they just created their first motorcycle assault company of the armed forces of Ukraine. They say the fighters spent hundreds of hours behind the wheel and practiced shooting in uniform, firing thousands of rounds. As a result, we have a modern-day cavalry whose main task is to quickly break through to enemy positions, carry out assault operations, and quickly change the direction of the attack.
I will say, like, if you're getting, you know, chased by a drone, I'd rather have a motorcycle than nothing. Fast-moving, unblockable vehicles, it works. Except it hasn't been working for the Russians. They've been getting their ass kicked on these. So why would the Ukrainians think that... I mean, to be fair, the Russians are much worse at fighting, so, like... Ukraine did the motorcycles at night with... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, the Russians are shit at fighting, so, like, maybe the Ukrainians already have a bit higher odds, and they're going at night, so, like, yeah. Because the Russians doing this with the motorcycles have been getting their shit rocked. Because everything is under drone surveillance, you have to keep moving or get targeted. Alexis, like, you missed it earlier. A lot of these guys died on their motorcycles. And it wasn't good for Russia.
Look, I'm going to be consistent. I don't think this is a good idea when Russia rolled it out. I think it was, I think it's poorly thought out. I think the same thing here. In fact,
We geolocated, thank you. This war is brought to you by Kawasaki. These were the... Yeah, there they are. 4 of them. Right there. I mean, cool. And so they're going, what? In through here? Where are they heading towards? Like, is it because there's fighting on the line, I suppose? Yeah, okay, so they're for here. They're not going any deeper. I was gonna say that'd be really silly if they were going deeper from here. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't like it, but, you know, like at night, at least it's a better idea. It's less shitty.
Пройшла перше випробування бойових.
Thank you. Oh, there's the pictures. Let's see.
Ми швидко штурманули.
Oh, cool. English subtitles.
Де ми йшов ми, і, во-первых, що це скупченості не було. Один приїхав, потім другий. І затягнулися в ті місця, щоб і нас не вразили. Тобто ми вже були в укритті, можна сказати, і можна було вже виконувати задачі. Аби ми йшли пішки, ми просто б не дійшли туди.
Если бы не на мотоцикле, прикинь, 40 килограмм за собой нести, это время, силы. Ты, ну, пока дошел, допустим, там 5-6 километров, ты уже устал.
Shit, we literally just reinvented cavalry on top of reinventing fucking trench warfare. The thing is with skirmishers is shock value and rapid deployment of highly skilled, highly mobile troops able to rapidly withdraw. Yeah, like, that's probably the best use case for this. It could work, but it is a risk. I feel like maybe, like, 1 or 2 groups to do this, but, like, I wouldn't use this for, like, a frontal assault. This would be tactics that, like, sneak in, get out fast, rescue, stuff like that. For resupplying grenades and ammunition, the bikes could work. That does work. We've talked about that before, as the only real use case is bringing, like, supplies and troops up to the 0 line quickly. But, like, after that, yeah, this is for flanking and sabotage forces. The Russians were using this for, like, proper assaults, which is why they were getting their shit rocked.
А тебе еще надо штурмовать. Ну, если бы не мотоцикл, конечно, я думаю, мы даже не дошли никуда. А так, ну, реально, можно сказать, поспасали нам жизни мотоцикли.
Навіть як був відкат, то ми на мототранспорті
Hey, look, at least Ukraine has motorcycles and not Vespas.
моментально відкатились. І так краще спасти себе і життя побратима. Можемо розглядати мотоцикл як евакуаційна машина.
I'd say there's very capable Russian military units, and yes, there are troops that are used in the meat grinder stormtroops, the poor trained troops used to draw Ukrainian fire and reveal their positions. I have yet to see any, like, capable Russian military units that haven't gotten their shit rocked. Like, they exist, sure, but most of them seem to be drone units and not much on the ground. Like, there's not really much coming from the Russian end, other than just mass wave of people. Russia's best unit is tied up in Chasiv Yar. I was gonna say they're probably up by Pokrovsk, because they really want that, and they're gonna die. Sorry. You're forgetting the barrel guy, expert soldier right there. That's true. Like, I'm sorry, but they're gonna die. The best Russian soldiers today are dog shit compared to the best Russian soldiers, the best Ukrainian soldiers today. And that's because most of the good Russian soldiers died. They died in Bakhmut, they died in Mariupol, they died over the last couple of years. Millions of deaths. Except Ukraine's military has only gotten stronger because Ukraine has experience now. They're an experienced fighting force in defense, and they've taken less casualties. They have taken casualties, but at the same time, their focus has only gotten more and more and more on, okay, we're doing good, so we can push further. They're already locked in with the defense side. Russia has been struggling to make any gains. Now, like, they're using a massive attrition wave right now to try and make some gains, because by the end of this spring, this war is over. At least temporarily.
Якщо незначні були такі враження, то, в принципі,
Maybe by the end of the summer, if they really want to push it.
людина надала першу допомогу, чи з рукою, з ногою бігом залізла і обняв тебе, і бігом подальше від лінії вогню, як кажуть. Ну, в нашій мотороті ще є і квадроцикли, це теж можна розглядати як перспективний напрямок, і якщо розглядати як машина.
It's interesting. That's interesting.
Not the only one that feels that way. We've got a statement here critiquing this from Bohdan Krotovich. My apologies in the pronunciation here, but a lieutenant colonel in the Ukrainian Armed Forces who posted
the rest is about the motorcycles. I don't really care. So I got a couple other things for you here. So first, we have video from Toretsk. You mentioned a apartment building, Zomi, so I figured I'd show it. This is Special Forces clearing a 9-story building. Which is interesting. But also we have here, drone warfare is transforming military medicine. Which is, pretty fucking dark, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's not dark, it's just, like, sad. But what I'll do is I need to go and, put some nicotine in my body very quickly. Like, it'll be less than 2 minutes. So I'm going to put up a poll. and you guys could vote on the next video. Touretsk or drone warfare medicine. The first blood transfusion by drone was performed a couple months back in Touretsk. Excuse me, did you say blood transfusion by drone? Like the blood bag was connected to the drone and the drone flew to the person who needed the transfusion and they just cut, like, that is actually really cool. Like, I hate that because I hate drones, but it is actually incredibly cool. Oh. Is the cancer stick a Winnie Blue? No, it is a Marlboro Light. I am quitting. By the way, yesterday was supposed to be my first day quitting, and it was. I went all of yesterday. And then I realized that I have a pack of cigarettes in my first aid kit. Like in my first aid go bag. Because I was putting something in there, and well, now I have one in my hand. I forgot it existed. It was fine. So now I gotta finish like this pack, and then I can do it again. Thankfully, like, it wasn't all that difficult yesterday. Like, I wasn't having that much of a hard time. Makes more sense. I don't underestimate tech anymore after seeing those robo-dogs run on uneven ground. Yeah, no, those dogs scared the fuck out of me, Captain Buggy. Alright, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Buddy? Guess you I brought. Say hi. Hi, Frank. Have a lovely night, Captain Buggy. He looks so grumpy. All right. He's doing fine, actually. The antibiotics have been, like, I haven't given it to him. I don't know if they're doing anything. I don't know if the anti-inflammatories are doing anything either, but... What? Hold on. Sorry, I just had, like, a really weird thing pop up on my phone. Okay. So it looks like you guys, voted for Warfare. So we'll see. Oh, and, Frank hasn't shot on the floor yesterday, at least. So in one day, he hasn't shot on the floor so far. My body can barely climb up a ladder or walk on uneven ground. That robo-dog is eating me for sure. It's not eating you, it's cooking you. It has a flamethrower on it, Ludwig. All right, military medicine. Get ready for this one, because it's it kind of hurts to watch. But by the way, like, I need you to know this because this is all from drones. Like, this is injuries from drones and coming soon to a place near you.
Що там, укольчик буде какой-то? Да. Я знаю. Угарний газ почав заходити. Попиталась виходити, але чуть-чуть завалило двері.
They were in a dugout when a drone crashed, and then the battery started leaking fumes, which are toxic and will burn you.
А тут що не питаєш, то кажуть, не можемо вивезти, не можемо витягнути. В більшості випадків через те, що еваки дронами обстрілюються.
We're here at the stabilization point of Ukraine's 3rd Assault Brigade. This is one of the armed forces' largest and most famous brigades, which have constantly fought in some of the hottest spots of the front line. They were in Bakhmut, they were in Avdiivka, and now they're fighting in Kharkiv Oblast.
Yeah, some of the fucking worst places to be.
Заходим с прострелом!
Okay, that one is really funny. Just slowly entering the tank. The 3AB are in this area. Thank you. Let's have a look. Where are they? They are here in what is that? Novoserivka? Novoserivka. I mean, they're well behind the 0 line. Holy shit. Why are they getting shot so much that far back? Like, that was small arms fire, not drones.
Spring weather here in Ukraine is well and truly here, and with it, Russia's spring offensive. Some people say that it's going to try and take that territory or this territory, but in reality, we can see increased pressure all across the front line, including here in Kharkiv.
I bet the Russian military hospitals are more rudimentary. I'm sure they use bullet cures. I'm sure, yeah. I was going to say bullet cure. It clicked for me in a second. They might just be doing that, yeah. Especially if you're already on the front line and they can't bring you back home or really don't want to try. I want to see that, Dako. Don't we all? Don't we all? Like the stream. If it comes out, we'll watch it.
Oblast, and that means more work for these medics. After a quiet afternoon, the first wounded are brought in just before sunset.
Починає паніку ловити.
Броню снимай.
3 members of one of the brigade's drone teams have been evacuated, 2 of which are carrying nasty burns after their dugout was spotted and set on fire by a Russian drone-dropped incendiary munition.
And then the drone fell. Got worse.
Все добре, сейчас ты підеш зі мною перев'язочку. Зараз я тобі венку поставлю.
Що там, укольчик буде какой-то?
Да. Я знаю, кто попал там снизу, и фитонил тоже снизу.
In Ukraine's military medical system, these are all considered light wounds. Still, though, dressing these bad burns is painful enough to justify putting them under, if briefly.
Yeah,
Срисували позицію, FPV-шка в сітку застряла, потім такий як скид був з мавіка зажигалки. Почали горіти, почали детонувати батки. Угарний газ.
Yep, once the batteries start to detonate, filling the dugout with carbon monoxide so you can't breathe.
Заходить, попиталась виходити, але чуть-чуть завалило двері.
Oh my god, guys. You know those robot dogs with the flamethrowers that were terrifying? Meet Krampus. Another robot with a flamethrower in service with the armed forces of Ukraine. These things are kind of fucking terrifying. So first of all, you can strap a bunch of shit on them, but fits in a pickup truck, armed with an RPV-16 infantry flamethrower, can drive in swamps, slops, forests. It's quiet because it has electric motors, several hours of battery life. That's fucking terrifying. I love that we're like doing flamethrower warfare now. Here's what it looks like.
Russia's forces have a brand new battlefield terrorizer to worry about. As
in action. Hold on, I need to see this thing.
Quite a lot known about this innovative new machine, starting with just how terrifying its incendiary arsenal is. Krampus comes loaded with a weapon station made up of RPV-16 thermobaric launchers.
Anything to avoid talking it out? You're not talking it out with Russia, brain matter, I'm sorry.
Comes their way. Within those first 3 seconds, that soldier will experience intense burns, the likes of
that's a drone dropping, fucking... what are they called again?
few other people ever feel. Death would come quickly, likely within 3 to 10 seconds, either as a result of the trauma those burns cause, or the suffocation caused by the detonated RPV-16 round sucking up surrounding oxygen while filling the air with smoke. What if Krampus doesn't score a direct hit?
Thermite,
In that case,
was the word. Thank
the Russian
you.
soldier may
I
survive.
know it's thermite, but my mind keeps wanting to say the other thing, not thermite. Now I forgot that, which I was literally about to say. Holy shit, what's wrong with my brain?
For a few more seconds. If Krampus scores a near miss, meaning a soldier
Yeah, so like Krampus mixed with soldiers and snipers as well as dragon breath drones.
Around 6.5 feet away from the initial ignition, that soldier will still have major problems to deal with. They likely won't survive. Within the first 3 to 10 seconds, the superheating of the surrounding air caused by the RPV-16's ignition will cause clothing to ignite, along with serious burns.
It turns the fucking air into plasma. All right? Hold on, let me see the Krampus in action. I gotta. Give me fucking footage. Please tell me you have it. Well, first of all, I mean...
Vision can see objects with normal clarity at a range of about 20 feet. Go beyond that, and the image starts to get blurry. Krampus doesn't even need to be near its effective firing range to be practically invisible to Russian soldiers. It'll target with its terrifying flamethrower rounds.
Love that.
Vehicles to hit Russia hard. For instance, March saw Radio Free Europe report that Ukraine is already at the point where it's using its ground drones for everything from conducting reconnaissance and delivering supplies to laying mines and launching direct attacks on Russian forces. The same outlet suggests that the next 6 to 12 months will see such rapid technological advancement in ground drone technology that the landscape of the Ukraine war will change dramatically.
Look, all I'm gonna say is I don't see Russia with any flamethrower drones, and we have what, 3 different ones? We got 2 that are on the ground and 1 in the air. So I guess they're getting. I'm simultaneously amazed and horrified too. Yeah. All right, let's get back to just horrified. Can I peek into Valhalla with one eye?
Я одним оком. Не хочу давати руку.
Hand burns are some of the worst places to get burns. Yeah, I'm like cringing. Of course they had to like give him anesthetic for this, just to dress the wound. Having burns hurts more than you would imagine. Having 3rd-degree burns on your hand will hurt even more. The TOS-1A Int-Spec is a Russian thermobaric multiple rocket launcher system that is known for its powerful and destructive capabilities. It is a heavy flamethrower system designed to deliver massive high-temperature explosion, primarily used for an area of denial and anti-personnel operations. The TOS-1A is mounted on a T-72 tank chassis and can fire up 24 thermobaric rockets. Yep, sorry, that's still a human driving it. I meant, like, robots. Now, like, sure, great, that sounds lovely. It's mounted to a tank, though. It's not autonomous. Not to say that, like, I want it to be. I hate the fact that we have autonomous weapons at all. I hate the fact that Ukraine has them. I hate the fact that we have them. I hate the fact that that's going to be war now. Like, from now on, that is war. America's making fucking like killbots, like Futurama killbots. I'm not kidding. So Ukraine's getting drone swarms. I'm not gonna say like too much, but the robot shit is getting bad. It's getting bad really quickly.
In the meantime, as the adrenaline of the evacuation wears off, the soldier who managed to escape with the lightest burns must grapple with a painful truth. There was a fourth member of the team. He didn't make it out of the inferno.
Побратим, якого я пробував вивезти, він впав прямо перед самим виходом. Я його вже не зміг витягнути.
Тримай в руках, ще твердий угол гляне, там...
Далі ми всі по посадці розтягнулися, я просто потім вже зрозумів, що я і ще двоє в посадці, я один лишився. Тому що він втратив свідомість, я його не зміг хоча б витягнути. Потім я пробував ще зайти, витягнути, але я не зміг підійти, тому що горіло ще. Один лишився, мій пацан. Вже майже 2 місяці.
This shit hurts to watch. Like, it really hurts to watch. Losing a comrade is, painful. I'm like, what do you say? It's gonna be okay, that's all you can say.
After over 3 years of full-scale war, every soldier reacts to a lost brother-in-arms in a different way.
Уже виходжу, чую, все пиздец, глаза закриваються, впав. І мене поняв, як током їбав, я проснувся, думаю, надо сібати. Побратим почав кричати, думаю, все, заебись, я не один виживший, бо думав, вже треба лошадь шукати, залазити в неї.
I really thought I'd have to find a horse and crawl inside. Jesus Christ.
Кого шукати?
Лошадь, щоб гріться. Як вижившим.
Сука, кента тяжко, блядь, правка. Ну я надіюсь, що він дупля словив на виході.
Не того?
Та ні.
А там вже ти злочився?
Да. Та ну мій напарник.
We've been friends since first grade.
З ним дружим. Годів 17-18, ну просто що, блядь, двоє тянули, і якщо б чуть-чуть замедлили, ще б 200 було.
If they had slowed down even a little bit, there would have been 2 more killed in action. That's a hard lesson to learn. We've talked about that before.
Блядь, там пламя просто пиздец фосфора на таке біле, із-за того, що батки почали детонувати. Я просто, блядь, це така паніка, що ти живьом зараз згориш. Моя надежда була, що я просто вирублюсь.
Зараз війна змінилась. І якщо раніше там, ну, на початку війни ще основні це були уламкові від обстрілів артилерії і тому подібне, то зараз це дрони, і просто треба враховувати, що у бойця може бути легке поранення, наприклад, але його 3 дні не можуть достати того, що дрони не дають витягнути, і вже те легке поранення.
And then the minor injury gets infected, turns into an abscess.
Інфікується і перетворюється в якийсь там абсцес, флегмон, і були такі випадки. Коли йшли перев'язувати просто рану, там скривач, там вже
And Thank you.
Since forming in 2022, the 3rd Assault Brigade has built one of the most professional medical services in the Ukrainian Armed Forces.
Yeah, there's no way the Russian military hospitals compare to this.
One of the brigade's biggest sources of pride, the medics here told us, was the ability to bring cutting-edge equipment and a broad range of specialists to stabilization points like this, close to the front line. Getting the best care possible as soon as possible is crucial, both for saving lives and for giving patients the best chance of a full recovery later. Still, as the war drags on, their job only gets harder by the day.
You know how wild it is that just 3 years ago at the start of the war, the majority of people that they would see were coming in with bullet wounds and artillery shrapnel, and now it's all drones. It's all drones.
Now, the grim new reality in which soldiers and medics are working is that soldiers are often spending several days at a time on positions before they manage to reach this point here. Sometimes they can get from one position to the other, they wait for good weather, bad weather, fog and rain where they can move, but often that means that light wounds turn into heavy wounds. There's a much higher rate of infection, and of course, if they do have to put tourniquets on to stop critical bleeding after a serious injury, if they have to wait much more than a few hours with that tourniquet on, the chance is much higher that that limb will have to be amputated.
It literally feels ripped from the pages of any number of dystopian novels. Well, that's because the people who are running our society read those dystopian novels and thought, I like that, let's do it. So.
До Нового року ще якось воно більш-менш всіх привозили вчасно. От. А тут що не питаєш, то кажуть, не можемо вивезти, не можемо витягнути.
Chainmail might make a comeback.
І
в
більшості випадків через те, що еваки дронами обстрілюються. Хоча ось недавно привезли в нього, був турнікет 3 доби, того всі його вже списали, що все, 3 доби, більше всього, що ампутація, а потім травматолог пішов, руку на ногу положив, а нога тепла. Давай рятувати. Зробили фасціотомію, всі м'язи живі. Цьому бійцю пощастило. От. Пару днів назад був, вже, по суті, з гангреною приїхав, а то таке.
Not much time passes before a new group is brought in. This time, it's a pair of artillerymen with shrapnel wounds. The culprits, once again, were Russian drones.
FPV. В окоп. Встречал побратима з другої позиції, як і тікали. Короче. Він 200, я 300.
That hurts, man, to know that, you were wounded and someone else that you care about died. That fucking is, that's PTSD.
Клас.
Дуже рідко зараз є. От тоді якось, мені здається, частіше були вогнепальні. Вони були в меншості, але і все ж таки були їх частіше, прям вогнепальні кульові. Зараз дуже рідко, що коли можна зустріти кульові, найчастіше зараз скиди. Скиди і каби побільшили, і такі от уламки.
Бачишь оком?
Да, свет бачу.
Контур не различаешь, не видишь, сколько нас тут.
Я бачу просто квадрати світить.
Дядько, що ти там робиш?
Грязь виковирюю зранку.
Scraping dirt out of the... Ooh, that would hurt.
So far among the wounded tonight, which have come through this stabilization point, we've had one drone team which was targeted by an incendiary ammunition, artillerymen who were hit by FPV drones, and just in front of me, with some light concussions, some anti-tank soldiers who are also targeted by FPV drones. Now, these soldiers all have in common that they work a little bit further back, a few kilometers from, at least, from the zero line, which means that this evacuation, which is so difficult for the infantry from the zero line, is a little bit easier for them, and they've been able to come through into the stabilization point just a few hours after being wounded, unlike infantry. But there is another side to that coin, and that is with this new constant development of drone warfare, the battlefield is getting deadlier for everyone. Before, if you were working on drones or artillery, you were further back, and your work was much, much safer.
Yeah, but now everyone's
with
hitting
enemy
far
drones
behind the
flying
lines.
further and further into the Ukrainian rear, and the same vice versa. Now, The work of artillerymen, of drone soldiers is just getting deadlier and deadlier.
And Russia would absolutely bomb the shit out of a hospital, by the way, if they knew this where this place was. Russia was bombing hospitals before Israel made it cool, so like, you know.
All across the front line, it is through stabilization points like this that the human cost of holding the line against Russia's advance passes through on a daily basis. While the rest of the world is fixated on visions of a quick peace, the medics...
I don't want a peace deal. I don't want a ceasefire. A ceasefire is bad for Ukraine and for everyone else. I understand that this shit sucks. And I think that, like, we shouldn't make Ukraine have to deal with all of it. But, like, ceasefire here only helps Russia. It does nothing but help Russia. I don't want a ceasefire. I don't know why, like, I'm the only one in the world that is saying this right now. I don't know anyone else who's saying, I don't want a ceasefire in Ukraine.
and soldiers here understand full well that they could be here for the long haul.
Немає ні однієї людини, яка б на цій була війні і до неї причасна 3 роки, 2 або навіть 1, яку б це не заділо і якось на неї не вплинуло. Давайте так скажемо. Тому, звичайно, доводиться шукати методи підтримання свого ресурсу.
Maintaining your mental health in this state.
Ще можна продовжувати, ну, скільки?
Ще треба. Тут не так стоїть питання.
So, that's what military medicine looks like now. It's pretty fucked. I got one more 2-minute video and then we'll end. I was gonna say I'm done, but I do have... Oh no, actually we never watched this. I could save this for next time, because like it has been 6 hours and most of you look like you've dropped off and a lot of you are going to bed. So I think I'll save this one for next time. And please go and jump and drop a like on the stream, join the Discord, and donate if you can. I would very much appreciate it. This is the blood transfusion video. If you want to save it, hell yeah, I do. I mean, depending on how long it is, I might actually just like throw it up. We can watch that one, right? You guys want to see a blood transfusion done by a drone? Do you think that your geographical detachment from all these issues makes you more aggressive in your opinion about things like Ukraine and the US? No, not necessarily, because I think that like my geographical location is just as like part of this. Like I think we're in a world war type situation, and I think that like not continuing this war by allowing the ceasefire to happen and giving Russia a chance to reconstitute itself gives the entire axis a greater degree of we'll do the blood drone thing, a greater degree of military readiness, because I still don't believe that like China has separated itself and pushed away from Russia. Iran is fighting in Kursk right now. North Korea's up in there. Europe is highly involved. If an actual war broke out that way, let's say China tries to go take Taiwan, America's fucking with them, Europe and Russia are fighting. Australia is a massive target. My geographical location does not make me safe. It makes me a target, actually. I would be very close to a massive nuclear target at the very least, but several. I'm all around Australia. There are large targets that are worth hitting if you are China, for example, and Australia has sided with America, which I would hope we wouldn't. But, and on the other hand, let's say that like Russia takes all of Europe or like half of Europe. It doesn't affect me at all. What happens next? Like this never stops. You know what I mean, Clamjammer? If you give the fascists any wiggle room, like any like you give them 1 meter, they'll take another meter. It never, ever, ever, ever will stop. They just have to be stopped. All right, blood drone. Let's see this. This sounded hella cool. Have you ever seen the Mel Gibson movie Gallipoli? No, but I've been to Gallipoli, and I've been there with Australians as well. It's called Çanakkale, not Gallipoli.
Залетали прямо в проход блиндажа. У нас проход, сквозной был. Взрывная волна, все в дыму. И я просто вот так вот упал. И у меня потерялась связь между головой и телом.
Супротивник їх постійно атакував, закидував їх укриття гранатами. Довелось відбиватись від ворога і знищувати його.
Просто вскрыло верхний накат, мы втроем сидели. И все в пыли, в дыму, залетело ему в шею и в руку.
Shrapnel in the neck.
Пальчиком подвигать.
Стреляет по дрону.
А другой рукой.
Я лівою не можу, кстати, пробивати руку.
Коли ми почули інформацію про те, що є поранений боєць на позиціях зі сплутаною свідомістю, ще й локалізація поранення в шию, ми розуміли, що він дійсно важкий і треба рятувати зараз. На позиції була скинута 2 одиниці ретростарної маси, 1 одиниця сухої плазми крові, яка заздалегідь була підігріта.
Скинули кровь, все инструменты для манипуляции. Я в окопчике провел.
Okay, that's definitely like future of warfare shit.
Переливание.
Окопы. Побратим трикосник.
Мы только поднялись из подвала, подъезжает броня. И просто вот дом, там 15 метров дорога, а только останавливается броня, выскакиваем, сразу скид по этому, прямо по дому.
Закривайте двері.
Давайте бігом, загрузилися?
Да. Все, рух.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
Під час переміщення бойової броньованої машини на точку евакуації вона декілька разів зазнавала обстріл в район
Hence why it's very difficult to evacuate, not just artillery, but also drones doing that.
руху з ствольної артилерії.
Давай. Підніми голову, братан. Я тобі підкладу отак от. Хоп. Давай. Піднімаєш?
Екіпаж, який працював, теж йшов на значний ризик, але ми зробили все задля порятунку нашого бойця.
Did he make it?
Все, братуха, передаємо тебе на медивак, там далі набагато краще буде.
А куди тобі кров вливали? В катетер внутрішньокосний. Плече? Ні, внутрішньокосний катетер. Мені в кістку
They nailed a catheter into my bone. Oh my god. Ow.
катетер забили. Знеболює тебе, окей? Давай. А ну, секунду.
Ну, характер поранення в шию, він завжди у більшості
Future of neck
летальний.
industries, yeah.
Раз на мільйон, можна сказати, в плані, що вони можуть доїхати з позиції сюди і залишитись живим.
He survived. God damn. Like, that's actually a fucking miracle. Got shrapnel in the neck and survived. That's an actual miracle.
Буде у Польщі.
Куди?
Ну тут підключиться.
Шестерку?
Сорі, да не свіжий від.
На нашому етапі проведені всі міри по політравмі. От після стабілізації ми передали його на подальший етап.
That's fucking
лікування.
awesome. Like, I do hate drones. I hate robots. You all know how much I fucking hate machines. And war is bad, but seeing somebody in a fucking war, whoopsie, get rescued after having blood dropped from the air. That's amazing. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Anyway, that's it for the day. I will see you guys next time. We are going to raid somebody new today. Let's see how we do. I don't know this person. It's Conure CC. Foxpecker said they were cool, so we'll give it a go. Common technique in emergency medicine when IV access is difficult. Yeah. Intraosseous is like not something I would have thought of because it's not very common. But yeah. And thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Have a lovely weekend.
Go now button. Why does this look different? Go, 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 go.